Before we begin the meeting, the AV team here at the Cal EPA building would like the interpreters to do a test on the Spanish language feed to make sure that they're picking it up for the web broadcast.
Okay, I hear Mark, he is doing a test. Can they confirm?
All right, we've been able to confirm that the webcasting is working as well. The YouTube live feed is up, and Chair Esquivel and board members, you are welcome to go ahead and commence. Okay, Chair Esquivel, you should have control of your microphone again.
Thank you, now I do. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for bearing with us. Today, we are providing for the first time translation services for this workshop, and appropriately, want to make sure everything is working well. So again, good morning and welcome. This workshop is to receive an update on the status of phase one of the Salton Sea Management Program. I'm Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Board. I'm joined here today by my colleagues on the board, Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Tam Dodak, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. This workshop is being recorded and will be made available online for those who cannot watch it with us today. Again, a note, we have interpretive services today that are going to be provided of the conversations that will be occurring at the workshop into Spanish. If you or someone you know would benefit from this service, feel free to use it. I don't know if we want to make additional announcement now, Michael, regarding the services.
I think this would be a good opportunity because one of the things that we want to ensure is that all of the English speakers are able to hear a translation of our commenters who are providing Spanish comments today. And so what folks need to do if they have come in through the Zoom client is at the bottom of the Zoom screen where you have controls. And you'll need to do this if you are an English speaker and you want to hear English throughout the day, including when the interpreters are providing translation from the Spanish native speakers to English. You'll want to go down and click the little globe that says interpretation and then select the English option. And one thing, and I'm guilty of this myself, we want to ensure that people speak at a slow and deliberate pace throughout the day so that our interpreters are not overly burdened by our rapid pace of delivery. And I'm going to hand it over very briefly now to Itze Abeda, who will make a similar announcement in Spanish for folks who have joined us on the English language feed. One final comment, besides our Zoom participants, we have a number of people who are watching on various webcasting platforms. On the Cal EPA video webcast page, there are links for both English and Spanish, and there are options to click in to this morning's workshop, the 9:30 time, so pick the appropriate feed if you are on the webcast. And then this evening, there will be 2 additional links for the 6:30 or the 6 p.m. Evening session of this workshop. So with that, Itze, it's up to you to provide the Spanish translation.
Hola, mi nombre es Itze Abeta y estoy aquí para introducir las opciones del lenguaje. Ahora estamos ofreciendo interpretación en español. Si algún asistente desea escuchar esta presentación en español, por favor, busque en su pantalla el icono que dice interpretación y por favor, oprima ese botón. Ahora, cuando oprimas ese botón, vas a ver 2 opciones, una opción en inglés y otra opción en español. Si vas a escuchar y hablar hoy, por favor, y deseas hablar en el lenguaje preferido, por favor, oprima la opción de español. Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias, Itze and Michael, for all the help with making sure that this is going to work well. So this workshop is being held in accordance with the public notice dated July 30th, 2020. As a workshop, The board will not take any formal action, and there will not be sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. The board's members and its staff may, however, ask clarifying questions of speakers after receiving updates and comments at this workshop. The board may also provide direction to staff regarding future tasks of actions. The purpose of today's workshop is for the board to receive written and oral comment on the status of the Salton Sea Management Program, including a report from the California Natural Resources Agency on their progress implementing the program during 2019. I'll note that this was originally scheduled for back in March when the 2019 report was released then in February. And so it's why, again, the report will be on 2019, but I know the Resources Agency has a lot to update us in progress from this year. Today's workshop is occurring in two sessions, a morning session and an evening session. For the morning session, we will begin the workshop with comments from any elected and tribal officials. And first off, we'll kick it over to Secretary Wade Crowfoot and really appreciate his attendance this morning with us. So following those comments, we'll receive presentations from the State Board Water staff and the California Natural Resources Agency staff, and including 5 panels. Following the panels, we will provide the opportunity to receive comments from the public and other interested parties. For those that will be providing oral comments, please state your name and the organization you represent, if any, clearly and slowly prior to providing your comments. Public comments will occur based on the order of virtual comment cards received. Instructions for completing a virtual card were provided on the notice for this workshop and should have been submitted prior. But if you are watching on any of our video feeds and not on the Zoom platform here with us and prepared to provide comment, you can still do so by emailing comment letters, and that's COMMENTLETTERS @waterboards.ca.gov. And a comment link will be, and a link will be sent to you for instructions on how to get to the Zoom platform here with us and provide comment. Further, in order to ensure that all participants have an opportunity to participate, oral comments will be subject to time limits. I think we'll see how many comments we have here after the panels, and but at this point we can assume about 5 minutes. With that, we can move on to Secretary Crowfoot for some introducing thoughts. And just again, really appreciate everyone's time and attention today. This obviously has the Salton Sea, its issues have been generational and decadal in their challenges. And I just really want to thank this administration for continuing to show significant or increased progress, at least we'll say, knowing that there is a long history here at the sea of frustrations. And so just want to thank and acknowledge everyone for their time today and really look forward to the discussion and the update. So Secretary Crowfoot, so good to see you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I know you are on vacation actually, so even more really thankful for you to be joining us this morning.
Yeah, this background is actually not a screensaver, but the deck of where my family is taking our week summer vacation. And I wanted to spend just a little bit of time with you at the beginning of your meeting to convey just the personal priority that I bring to this as secretary and that Governor Newsom brings to this as leader of California. Big thanks to each of you for keeping the Salton Sea and the stipulated order on our agency implement the 10-year management plan just at the top of your priority list. I know we'd all much rather be in person in Imperial County, but given this remarkable 2020, very glad that we're able to do this virtually. Our Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea, Arturo Delgado, will a little bit later spend time with you detailing what we've been able to do over the last year. Chair, as you mentioned, this is meant to update on the 2019 annual report. But given that month to month significant actions are taken, Arturo's report will not only encompass the 2019 annual report, but then also the letter that he shared publicly updating progress. I'll mention at the top that you're absolutely right. You know, the state is coming from behind in stabilizing the Salton Sea. This has been a priority that has been too long deferred. And so I think, you know, what we'll likely hear today is strong actions and progress, but continued impatience and a legitimate impatience of local leaders and groups for the state's work stabilizing the sea. It was only 18 months ago, actually, that we came into these roles in the administration. And I think I mentioned before, my first trip outside of Sacramento was getting down to Imperial County and Riverside County, but specifically to talk to the Imperial Irrigation District and the leadership there to navigate some complicated legal questions on the largest project that we have going, the species conservation habitat. And was really glad that thanks to the proactive leadership of IID, we found a way to break what was then an impasse on advancing the project. And since then have been taking that type of urgent action to make sure we're actually making progress. So for me, top lines, it's all about ensuring that the 10-year management plan is not a document that sits on a shelf, but an order that you all can enforce. Specifically 30,000 acres of habitat and dust suppression. This means getting projects moving, which is perhaps most important to local leaders and groups. The species conservation habitat, almost 4,000 acres of habitat restoration, unprecedented in its complexity, is making progress. Glad to have brought on a general contractor, glad to be targeting this fall to begin the physical work on the site. And then working with all of the regulatory agencies, including the Regional Air Quality and Pollution Control Board in Imperial, to make sure we can move that project as quickly as possible and ensuring its effectiveness. Likewise, we're really excited that we signed a memorandum of agreement with the County of Imperial on the Desert Shores project, which is a smaller project, but critically important to that community. Likewise, this spring's budget freed up funding to advance the North Lake project in Riverside County, which is a critical priority at the north side of the lake. We're grateful for the Salton Sea Authority's leadership in advancing that project. And as Arturo will mention, we're focused on identifying and getting the permitting done on all of those projects within the 10-year management plan that are going to get us to that goal of 30,000 acres, 15,000 habitat, 15,000 dust suppression. Glad that the dust suppression projects have already kicked off. Looking forward to several thousand more dust suppression projects later this year, again, with the approval of local and regional authorities. I'll say that as we're focused on this 10-year management plan, we also have to look beyond 10 years. Many around the sea might are okay with these projects, but want to really understand what is the long-term plan. And as you know, we owe a long-term plan beyond the 10 years by 2022. And so Arturo will talk about what we're doing on that. That could, if it's feasible, involve water importation, which of course is a priority for some or many. But we're also identifying if importation is not possible, how do we stabilize the sea with existing inflow into the sea? Arturo will talk more about that. It's critical to build more capacity, get more people focused on actually delivering progress. And so we are really proud that despite this, remarkable economic downturn created by the pandemic, that the Newsom administration was able to greenlight 10 new positions on the Salton Sea team within our agency, 8 which will be located actually down in the region in Riverside and Imperial counties. Really important to actually make progress. We have to build the capacity under Arturo's leadership. And also really important to actually have people working on the sea from within the region. Arturo will also likely talk about the establishment of our first project management office, physical location at the sea. And then lastly, we have needed to improve communications and transparency on what's happening, engage community groups and environmental organizations. One of the strengths we really have as folks that are prioritizing the Salton Sea is there are remarkable leaders and groups that are rowing in the same direction. However, we have needed to communicate better so they understand what the state is doing, and frankly, so they can inform what we should be doing, whether it's our dust suppression plan or our project prioritization. So that's a work in progress, but I am proud that there have been a lot of improvements in the way that we communicate. We've established a public engagement committee. We've got periodic Salton Sea newsletters. There's no doubt ways that we can improve, and we look forward to hearing that today. But we're proud of the progress that we're making. So Joaquin, I'll stop there and just know I really do thank you all for the board's attention to this critical priority and the time you'll spend today and tonight just helping us continue to do a better job stabilizing the sea.
Really appreciate that, Wade. I know there's a deep commitment from you for the sea, around the sea. Funny enough, I think one of our first conversations when I joined the Brown administration in DC was a conversation around the sea. And so I know that you have a deep commitment to the communities, and it reflects with the restructuring and the focus on the outreach committee and recognizing that there needed to be an actual discussion with the communities most impacted by these projects, and completely agree with you that it's emblematic of this administration's commitment that there is still resources going to it, even with the downturn and the pressures on the budget. But I think there are ways that we can all continue to see the sea in the lens of economic recovery. And really, what does a just economic recovery look like, particularly for a community for decades now that has languished under this status quo? And really appreciate the commitment to moving that status quo away from this. And obviously this board, even before I joined, was very interested in ensuring that the QSA, the transfers, the very complicated water policy world that we find ourselves with in the Imperial County actually continues, and the Coachella Valley, continue to add up to economic opportunities. And I think that there's a robust discussion there and continues to be. So I just appreciate the leadership that you have continued to commit to this, and look forward to the many discussions that we'll be having today, and really appreciate you really setting the table and kicking things off today for us. Do any other?
Can I just lastly say that I look forward to circling back with you and understanding, based on what you hear today, observations or insights on where we can improve. We're very open-minded and really want to hear from you all as our sister agency and frankly our regulator in this context around where we can improve. So look forward to your feedback based on all that you hear today.
I really appreciate that. Any other comments from or questions from board members? Hearing none, just appreciate then again, Wade, you joining us this morning, and thank you. See you soon.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to elected officials. I believe the first, I know at least there is one that I saw insofar as one of the board members for the Coachella Water District, Gus Estrada, the vice chair. Was there anyone else? Just checking with Janine so that I.
Yes, Mr. Patrick O'Dowd will be joining us as well.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you, Vice Chair. Good morning to you.
Hi, good morning. I'll be brief so that we don't have to spend too much time in this section. But I do want to thank you all for allowing us to speak today. We have, I think, the right people here in this meeting. I guess I'll start by saying that I am the Vice Chair of the Coachella Valley Water District, and I'm also part of the Salton Sea Authority. I was the past chairman last year. I've been involved with the Salton Sea Authority since 2014, but again, was chairman last year and was really involved. I think one of our priorities last year was to work with the state in an effort to try to release the funding that is going to help us execute the North Lake project. So that was my focus last year, and I'm very happy that we have made it this far, and that we are now working with Mr. Arturo Delgado and trying to put an agreement together and having that money released so that we can execute the project. Having said that, what I would like to kind of make comment on is specifically the North Lake project. I think that it's a project that's still in the process of being understood and further developed. I think that we presented a schedule to the state as it related to maybe how we perceive as this project, the timeline of how it's going to unfold and maybe time of completion. But there have been a number, I think, of maybe what you might call things that we need to clear. I think specifically on the permitting side, in order for this project, I think, to be executed in a timely manner. I think our hopes is that the project is complete maybe within the next 5 years, 3 years preferably. But obviously we need to clear a few permitting issues, I think, with the Army Corps of Engineers, with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and with the Fish and Wildlife. And one of the things that I would want to encourage is that as we continue to unfold the project, as we continue to get it clear through the permitting process, that we continue to work with the particular agencies that are going to be involved in clearing these permits. Otherwise, I'm fearful that if we don't have, and I think we do have a good communication with Mr. Delgado. I know that we, even as close as a year ago, we were working with him on making sure that the project was included maybe in the NEPA process. And at that time, I think he was also involved with Fish and Wildlife. So I would just want to encourage that if we really want to streamline this project, which I think we want to break ground sooner than later, to continue to work with the respective agencies that are going to be involved in clearing the permits, so that we can find a way to streamline the project and we don't find ourselves getting stuck for a year or 2 years in the permitting process, whether it's Fish and Wildlife, whether it's the Regional Water Quality Control Board, or whether it's the Army Corps of Engineers. So again, very excited about this project, the $20 million project. I think it's going to be a huge benefit for our community here, especially around the community of North Shore, where we do have a large population. And so we want to see this project move forward. We want to break ground sooner than later. And I want to thank the state for their participation in helping us get this far. And again, just want to emphasize that we look forward to continuing to work together for the purposes of making sure that the project moves in a pace where it allows us to have this project complete within the next 3 years. And those are all my comments, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you providing comment and joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Estrada. I believe we have one of your fellow board members here as well, Mr. Patrick O'Dowd next.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the committee. I want to just associate myself with Director Estrada's comments. I've served on the Salton Sea Authority Board for the last 6 years. I'm a director at the Coachella Valley Water District. I'm also on the board of the Association of California Water Agencies, where I serve as chair of federal affairs. And I look forward to working with the state in coordination with the federal government to address the needs and concerns of the stakeholders in the region. And I thank you for holding this meeting today under very difficult circumstances, and appreciate the attentiveness of this governor and his staff in addressing these needs. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Dowd. Good to see you, and look forward to those opportunities to collaborate. And glad we have a panel of our federal sister agencies here to talk about those opportunities as well today. I think that finishes our tranche of electeds. There are other electeds here I'll flag, but are part of the panels that will be participating here. So with that, I believe we can transition to the staff introduction and presentation. Justine?
Yes. Hi, everybody. So I have a PowerPoint, so if that can be brought up, please. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So hello, my name is Justine Herrig. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Division of Water Rights at the State Water Board. I'm tasked with implementing the board's oversight role on the implementation of the Salton Sea Management Program. I will refer to the program as SSMP throughout this presentation. Next slide. Here's an overview of the topics I will be covering in my presentation. They include current conditions at the Salton Sea, background of board actions, the stipulated order, the Salton Sea Management Program's annual report, written comment letters, and then conclusions. Next slide, please. So let's get into conditions at the Salton Sea. Next slide. So I am going to talk about surface elevation and how that has changed. So the table to the left shows the current information related to surface water elevation as of a month ago. Between the current water elevation in comparison to 2003, there has been a 9.5-foot drop. The graph to the right provides a visual that just confirms the decline in water elevation. The chart on the left also notes some other parameters, such as exposed playa, and playa, as a reminder, is just a term that references exposed lake bed, which currently is about a net of 15 or almost 16,000 acres. The chart also notes passive revegetation. And so this is just where plants have established in areas of exposed playa without human intervention. Next slide, please. So going to some background actions. There's a lot of history involved with the Salton Sea and the State Water Board. So I'm going to go in some very brief background info. So first I need to go over the quantification settlement agreement, which is often referred to as the QSA. In order to stay within California's allocation of Colorado River water, Colorado River users created and then finalized the QSA in 2003. The QSA is a collection of agreements intended to settle disputes over Colorado River use within California. The QSA established water budgets for signatories and authorized contracting parties to pursue water transfers. In particular, the QSA allowed for a long-term water transfer of conserved water from Imperial Irrigation District to urban use in coastal cities. The QSA also prompted the state to undertake the restoration and mitigation efforts at the Salton Sea. Next slide, please. In anticipation of the QSA, Imperial Irrigation District filed a petition for a long-term water transfer, which was approved by the State Water Board in October 2002. The long-term transfer is for the transfer of conserved agricultural water from Imperial Irrigation District to San Diego County Water Authority, Coachella Valley Water District, and Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. The transfer is for 45 years with an option for an additional 30-year renewal period. The long-term transfer was revised shortly after it was approved to require IID to supply 15 years of mitigation water to the sea to maintain salinity level, while a regional solution was developed to address public health and environmental concerns. In November 2014, IID filed a petition with the Water Board seeking modification of the long-term transfer order, since the mitigation water was coming to an end and there was no plan or solution in place to address the Salton Sea. Next slide, please. Following IID's petition, the Salton Sea Task Force was created and included members from the Governor's Office, California Natural Resources Agency, California Environmental Protection Agency, the State Water Board, California Air Resources Board, and the Energy Commission. As part of the task force, the State Water Board monitored and assessed progress being implemented for the Salton Sea and held multiple workshops between 2015 and 2017. Next slide, please. In March 2017, IID filed a motion with the State Water Board, which prompted a draft stipulated order to be developed for consideration by the State Water Board. As a result, the board adopted an order, usually referred to as the stipulated order, which amended the long-term transfer order to include specific annual acreage milestones to address public health and environmental concerns. These milestones coincided with acreage targets within phase 1 of the SSMP. Next slide, please. So moving into some more details on stipulated order. Next slide. The stipulated order includes annual acreage milestones. for habitat and dust suppression projects. The table presented here shows each milestone from 2018 through 2028. The order also required that 50% of the total acreage shall provide habitat benefits for fish and wildlife. Each annual milestone requires an annual report be submitted to the State Water Board within the first quarter of the following year. Also to note, the stipulated order does not confer additional enforcement authority to the State Water Board. Next slide, please. The stipulated order added condition 28 to the water transfer order, which requires the State Water Board to hold a public workshop.
Justine, are you able to hear us? Because we have lost you in the coastal hearing room, and I think others on the Zoom did as well. We're going to try to give Justine a quick call on her cell phone.
Thank you, Michael. We'll just buy it for a moment. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, bye. Hi, sorry, can you guys hear me? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what happened. It looks like there was a glitch in my internet, but it came back around, so.
Good. Yeah, thank you. And we, apologize to everyone, but such is the life we all now lead. So thank you, Justine. Glad you're back.
Okay. Can you just let me know where I got cut off at so I don't repeat myself too much?
You had just moved on to the requirement for us to hold a public workshop here in condition 28.
Okay. All right, so I'll start at the beginning of the slide. Okay. So yes, the stipulated order has condition 28, which requires us to have the board workshop to receive written comments and oral comments on the status of the Salton Sea, which is supposed to occur by March 31st of each year. However, the March 18th workshop had to be canceled due to the COVID-19 emergency. Today's workshop satisfies the requirement of condition 28. The State Water Board, as part of its oversight role, was selected to hold the annual public workshops to provide transparency and provide a public forum for governmental agencies, residents, stakeholders, and other interested parties to provide input on the progress of the state's efforts to mitigate the effects of this receding shoreline. Next slide, please. Okay. The order requires a report to be submitted to the State Water Board. The annual report needs to cover the following 6 topics at a minimum. What projects were completed for the previous year, the amount of acreage of projects completed, upcoming projects to be completed, the status of financial resources and permits, any anticipated departures from the annual acreage milestones, and what progress is being made towards the long-range plan. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go into the SSMP's annual report that was submitted. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, it has to cover those minimum 6 topics, which the report does. The report also covers topics including project delivery, planning, partnerships, community engagement, and next steps in phase 1 of the SSMP. I won't go into any more detail on this report since CNRA will do that within the presentation following mine. I do want to note that one of the actions requested by the board members at the last workshop was to have the annual report submitted earlier in order to provide time for people to review the report prior to the workshop. CNRA was able to submit it on time on February 24th, or at least earlier on February 24th. And obviously there's been a lot more time to review that report with the workshop being pushed out later. The annual report is available on CNRA's Salton Sea webpage, saltonc.ca.gov. And it is also available by link on the State Water Board's Salton Sea webpage. Next slide, please. So as part of the workshop, written comments were solicited. Written comments were received for today's workshop as well as March's workshop. So here's a list of written comments that were received back in March. We received another 22 written comments for today's workshop. A list of all the written comments as well as March's comments are available on the board's Salton Sea webpage. Anybody who wants copies of a specific letter or all letters can contact me to request those documents. Next slide, please. Just to provide an overview of the workshop again, it consists of two sessions. The morning session has included my presentation, followed by CNRA. After that, we'll have several panels, which includes the Regional Water Quality Control Board, air quality authorities, local entities, federal entities, and wildlife and community groups. After those panels, the workshop will go into open public comment. Next slide. And then in addition to the morning session, we have an evening session that begins at 6 p.m. The evening session will again include my presentation for those who couldn't make it or watch today's presentation. Presentation by CNRA. And then after that, the rest of the time will be yielded to accommodate additional public comments. And then when those comments are over, the workshop will come to a close. Next slide. So this concludes my presentation. Here's my contact information for anyone who's interested. Also, the State Water Board has a Salton Sea webpage that includes past actions by the Water Board and will be updated for any new actions that occur. There is an email subscription service for the Salton Sea. If anyone wants to stay up to date on State Water Board actions related to the Salton Sea, getting onto that email subscription would be the best place. And then anyone can subscribe to this by going to the board's webpage, which is the URL is shown here. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justine, and thank you for bearing with us with technical assistance, technical issues rather. Any questions from fellow board members or comments at this moment? I do want to acknowledge that we have another elected official, Riverside County Supervisor Manuel Perez is here with us. Supervisor, would you like to go now? We had a moment earlier for electeds and would offer you the opportunity now to speak before we would go on to the Resources Agency presentation. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, Chairman. Nice to see you again. Appreciate your efforts, your good work, and as well, I want to say thank you to Secretary Crowfoot. Had an opportunity to listen in earlier and texted him, letting them know that I thank him for the good work he's doing. And I do appreciate the fact that since his tenure, your tenure, as well as our governor, there is a renaissance, if you will. There is a recommitment, if you will, of the state to engage in ensuring that we do everything possible to advance the efforts around the restoration, the mitigation of the Salton Sea, and that needs to be commended. And thank you for that. From the very beginning, I noticed the shift, the cultural shift, if you will, among staff and the willingness, the political will as well as just the willingness to listen and ensure that our voices are heard. And I just want to echo a lot of the points that were made already by CDWD board member Castro Estrada, as well as Patrick O'Dowd. I'm also a member of the Salton Sea Authority, now serving as the vice chair. And obviously for folks like Patrick, yourself, Joaquin, folks like Castro, this is very personal to us, being raised out here in the Coachella Valley. And then for me, not only being a board member with the Salton Sea Authority, but also as a former legislator, working with folks like Senator Denise DeCheney and Senator Vargas, and now, for example, Assembly Member Eduardo Garcia, to make sure that we move forward with the SSMP. I'm very proud of the fact that I worked with those folks back in the day to pass that legislation. That's AB 71, and here we are today in hopes that we get to see the fruition of that work as the bill, and then now seeing the action. And so one point that I really want to make is, as far as the North Lake plan is concerned, I know that there's efforts going on the south end, and I appreciate those efforts and will definitely be supportive and have been supportive of those efforts. But I want to make sure that we continuously engage on the North Lake plan on an ongoing basis and have these type of roundtables, if you will, workshops specific to the North Lake plan moving forward when possible. We did some of that early on before COVID hit, right? As we were having these conversations, and then obviously here comes COVID, and we had to put a pause on those efforts. What I like to make sure moving forward is that we definitely have roundtables and workshops where we also engage the community, as was mentioned earlier by Secretary Crowfoot and other folks. It's important that we have that voice at the table, and would like for us to have that when time permits, that we have that type of workshop, whether it's virtual or in person in the future. And the purpose behind that is so that we can get into discussions of engineering, so that we can get into further discussions and dive deeper into permitting and ensuring that we are efficient, and ensuring that we have folks like the Army Corps of Engineers and Fish and Wildlife and all the other agencies, as was mentioned earlier, at the table, so that we can talk about the North Lake plan. And then, as well, as was mentioned earlier, the larger project. What does that mean when we're talking about water transfer? Because I'm also being asked by our constituents throughout the Coachella Valley that the short-term plan, the SSMP, they can appreciate that, but what does that mean ultimately as we're talking about the restoration of the Salton Sea? What does that mean when we're talking about the longer-term strategy and the potential for water transfer? And so I wanted to bring those points up. Appreciate obviously the fact that now we're looking at an office of management at the sea. We were talking about internally how we can really partner with the state. And I think to some degree we've been able to do that, but what does that really look like on the ground, right? And so I think that one way we can do that is to ensure, working with Arturo and others, that we do actually have some sort of management office at the sea, at the North Shore area, the yacht club, something of that sort, so that we can engage with the community, so that we can also, as electeds that are local, can have those robust conversations, not only on restoration of habitat and wildlife, but let's talk about the economics of the area, as you did earlier, Joaquin. Let's talk about recreational opportunities for our folks around the North Shore area that unfortunately, have not had those opportunities over the course of years. And so thank you once again. And I also want to just say thank you for the release of funding. That's a major victory for us, the $30 million for the Salton Sea. I want to thank Assembly Member Eduardo Garcia for moving that and advancing that effort forward as well. And obviously the $20 million that are going to the North Lake. And so if there's anything else that I can just say, one last point is that let's truly partner. Let's continue that commitment. Let's sit at the table and let's put together the plans that are necessary so that we can begin to break ground as soon as possible. It was mentioned earlier, within 5 years. I'm shooting for 2 to 3 years. Let's see what we can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor, and thank you for the sustained leadership. It definitely starts and is about that local leadership around these discussions and aligning state and federal agencies and discussion. And I think there is an incredible opportunity to do so and see actual progress where it's languished, certainly. So thanks for that continued leadership, and thanks for joining us today. With that, we'll move back to then our panel. Next up, we have the California Natural Resources Agency. We have Arturo to provide the resources presentation. So good to have you, Assistant Secretary. And you should be, there you are.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Okay.
Yes. Good to see you. Glad for you to join us today.
You bet. Good to be here. Why don't I just go ahead and get started? I think we have 45 minutes set aside for this presentation. I think I may need about half hour or so. I'm going to try to go through it pretty quickly. I think at any point in time, if you have any questions, please let me know, and I can address any questions. However you would like to handle that.
Great. Thank you so much.
You bet. Okay, so good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Arturo Delgado, and I serve as the Assistant Secretary of Salton Sea Policy at the California Natural Resources Agency. I'm pleased to provide an update to the 2020 annual report of the Salton Sea Management Program on behalf of the California Natural Resources Agency, the Department of Water Resources, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Despite certain work-related restrictions due to COVID-19, since the release of the 2020 annual report in February, the SSMP team has worked diligently toward meeting the requirements of the stipulated order and the vision outlined in the annual report. Can you please move to the next slide, please? At the highest level, the California Natural Resources Agency remains focused on and committed to the following priorities: making significant visible progress in implementing the Salton Sea Management Program 10-year plan, which aims to improve conditions around the sea by constructing 30,000 acres of projects to suppress dust from exposed emissive lake bed and to create habitat for fish and wildlife, establishing a long-term pathway for the Salton Sea beyond the SSMP 10-year plan, building the capacity of the SSMP team to significantly improve the state's ability to deliver projects, and strengthening partnerships with local leaders and communities to facilitate timely project implementation and institutionalize community engagement within and across SSMP projects. In the presentation that follows, I will identify and describe specific actions that are being undertaken to achieve these priorities. However, before I do that, I would like to provide a high-level overview of the SSMP program, our project timelines, which quite frankly, I believe will help connect dots on where we're at and where we're going. Next slide, please. So I'll just spend a couple of minutes on this chart. We included this chart in our annual report. From my perspective, I really feel that this really kind of helps really to connect the dots on, what comprises our Salton Sea Management Program. So as you can see, the top box is the SSMP 10-year plan, and then the box below is the SSMP long-term plan. We are moving forward on both of these fronts. With respect to the 10-year plan, there's multiple tracks. A couple of the tracks are related to project delivery, where we've identified several thousand of acres of projects that will be implemented over the coming months. The first of those is a species conservation habitat project. We have selected a contractor, and Department of Water Resources is in the process now of actually finalizing that contract, and work on that project is going to start this fall. At the same time, we are moving forward in earnest on implementing several thousand acres of dust suppression and restoration projects. We completed our first project earlier this year in January, and in the coming months, we're going to be implementing thousands of acres as part of that plan. While we're doing all that, we're also working on completing the remaining environmental compliance requirements that need to be met, specifically with respect to the National Environmental Policy Act. Here in August, we're going to be releasing our project description. We're going to be holding public meetings this September. And then this winter, we're going to be releasing what's called an environmental assessment and hold additional public meetings and then finalize that programmatic environmental document in summer 2021. For example, that NEPA document is going to provide, NEPA compliance and coverage for projects such as the North Lake Pilot Project, the totality of the North Lake Project, additional aquatic habitat around the Salton species conservation habitat on the south, and maybe at the Alamo River as well. But I'll get into more specifics on this and in subsequent slides. So while we're doing all that, we're also starting work on developing the long-term plan. We put out 2 requests for proposals to recruit an independent reviewer to conduct a feasibility analysis of water importation. We were unsuccessful in via both of those attempts. We are exploring options now, and we hope to have an independent reviewer on board this fall. So once we have that independent review panel on board, they're going to be conducting a feasibility analysis of water importation. That's going to help inform our long-term plan, which, quite frankly, we hope to start in earnest this fall. We're going to start kind of the preliminary planning, and then in the spring we're going to kick off the public engagement process with the goal of having a completed long-term plan that we can submit to the State Water Board by the end of 2022. So that's really kind of a high-level overview of the Salton Sea Management Program. We're moving the Salton Sea Management Plan, 10-year plan forward, implementing thousands of acres of projects, completing the required environmental compliance, and at the same time, we're moving forward with developing a long-term plan. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the first priority, and now I'm going to kind of drill down a little bit deeper into some of the specific actions that we're taking to help meet this priority. Next slide. So as I just mentioned, we are in the process of implementing the Species Conservation Habitat Project, and that is moving full steam ahead. The SSMP team received complete proposals this spring from 3 pre-qualified design build candidates. Evaluation of these conflict proposals was completed, and Kiewit Infrastructure West Company was selected as the best value design build entity. Kiewit and the Department of Water Resources are in the process of finalizing the contract with contract award expected in the coming weeks, and initiating construction of this major habitat project as expected this fall will be a notable milestone for the SSMP. Next slide, please. As I mentioned in the overview for the Gantt chart, we are also moving forward on several thousand acres of dust suppression and restoration projects. The SSMP team conducted a public engagement effort in late 2019 and early 2020 at communities around the sea to start developing the draft dust suppression action plan. We received written and oral feedback during this engagement, and that was used to develop the draft document that was released to the public for a 30-day comment period at the end of February. After receiving additional public feedback and consulting with air quality authorities, landowners, and tribes, we completed a revised plan in late July, and that plan is now posted on our CNRA website, Salton Sea website. The updated plan outlines approximately 9,800 acres of project planning areas on exposed lake bed around the sea, and will serve as a living document that will be refined over time through continued collaboration with local air districts, monitoring and adaptive management, as well as continued engagement with the communities around the sea. Our team is ready to start delivery of the first of what will be several thousand acres of dust suppression and restoration projects identified in the plan to add to the 112-acre project completed earlier this year. And as you see there on the slide, here's our project acreage goals through the end of 2021. As I mentioned, we completed our first project earlier this year. By the end of this year, we expect to have 1,500 to 2,000 acres of additional acres completed. By the first quarter of next year, likely by the end of March, an additional 2,000 to 2,500 acres. And then by the end of 2021, an additional 2,500 to 3,000 acres of completed work. So basically by the end of 2021, we will have somewhere in the range of 6,000 to 7,500 acres of work completed. And, and quite frankly, this is really how we get caught up and get back on track. Okay, so while we're moving forward on these projects, we've been actively coordinating with federal and local partners to meet regulatory requirements, obtain necessary permits, and negotiate land access agreements. I think it's really important to mention that, none of these projects can move forward without environmental compliance and permits. That's just basic, you can't implement anything until you completed that. And then I also kind of want to really emphasize, we're not a landowner, and we have to obtain land access agreements before we can implement any projects anywhere. So we are aggressively working on obtaining required permits, complying with applicable laws and regulations, and at the same time, trying to secure land access agreements so that we can actually implement projects on people's backyards. And so I just really kind of want to emphasize that point. That takes a lot of work, and it's a lot of work that's happening behind the scenes that really is not really visible, but it's a lot of heavy lifting that we're doing behind the scenes. So while we're doing all that, we're also increasing our ability to deliver projects by executing contracts and agreements so that we can secure equipment, we can secure contractors, we can partner with, we can enter into agreements with various partners so that we can basically speed up our project delivery implementation schedule and add more capacity. The first project in the queue is a temporary dust suppression project that is located within the footprint of the SCH project. The reason we are proactively implementing temporary dust control measures at this site prior to the start of construction of the habitat ponds is due to the potential for emissivity within portions of the project area. Permitting for this project is completed. The SSMP team is working with the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District to obtain approval of a dust control plan that will enable work to begin upon approval. Next slide, please. So these next few slides just kind of show some examples of the various dust control restoration projects that could be implemented at the sea. This first slide on the left here is temporary surface roughening, which is basically tillage. Temporary surface roughening is achieved by constructing 2 to 4 foot deep furrows perpendicular to the prevailing wind direction. And I just really want to be clear about what we're doing with respect to these type of projects, assuming that we can implement these type of projects at the sea, is that these are going to be just temporary measures that we implement that we will then follow with some restoration component, such as vegetation establishment or creation of shallow water habitat, wetland areas. Can you move to the next slide, please? Shallow flooding is an example of something else that we can do on some of these sites. And then I also just included a photograph here of sand fencing. This is sand fencing at Oceano Dunes. There's some areas that are pretty remote that, we are currently working on developing monitoring wells that we hope we can convert to, water production wells at certain locations. Some of these locations are very remote and we don't currently have a water source, so we have to develop a water source. So in the interim, we may have to consider implementing certain things like sand fencing at certain locations. So this is what sand fencing looks like as an example. Next slide, please. So as I just mentioned, we are doing a lot of work behind the scenes. Our engineers are really super excited about some of this work that we're doing. And one of our engineers took the liberty to develop this simulation of stormwater spreading on the San Felipe fan. I thought it was pretty cool. I thought I'd share it. On the left, it basically shows what this might look like as we get storms that come down San Felipe Wash. And then we have, this could be like furrows or small berms that help spread the water across the exposed lake bed there. And if you don't mind, if you can please hit there's a short video on the right. If you can play that video, you can see what that might look like in real time. It's about 30 seconds, and it shows the storm water coming down the wash, and then it hits, there you go. I thought that was pretty neat. And so by doing that, you're able to spread that stormwater, you're able to saturate the soil, it helps facilitate revegetation. If we are actively planting plants down there to revegetate the area, it helps create shallow water habitat. It also encourages natural revegetation. So there's a lot of opportunities there. So that's just an example. Next slide, please. Okay, as I mentioned before in the overview Gantt chart, if you will, we are at the same time also moving forward with completing environmental planning for the SSMP 10-year plan projects. So our team is working with the Corps of Engineers to develop a draft project description for the anticipated environmental assessment for the SSMP 10-year plan. This environmental assessment is intended to provide comprehensive National Environmental Policy Act compliance for all 10-year plan projects, including but not limited to additional aquatic habitat around the Species Conservation Habitat Project and Alamo River. So if you look at the map here, the Species Conservation Habitat is that purple polygon there. And so what this NEPA document would allow us to do is to get comprehensive NEPA coverage for really up to 30,000 acres of additional projects so that we could get our entire 10-year plan under compliance under NEPA so that we can quickly move forward with implementation of these additional projects. So this kind of gives you an idea here. This would cover areas such as these additional aquatic habitat ponds on the south side that are shown in blue. On the north side, it would include the entire North Lake project. And I think if we can zoom in a little bit there on the North Lake project also includes the North Lake Pilot Project, which Supervisor Perez mentioned earlier. It's a 156-acre small project there on the north side of the sea. That North Lake project proposal basically extends from the north side of the State Recreational Park on the northeast side, loops around and extends down to the southwest as far as Desert Shores. So this is the type of projects that we are intending to cover under this environmental assessment. In addition, if you look at the green, those areas that's where we could probably do some additional dust suppression and restoration projects on the exposed lake bed. So the idea here is that we can, in one kind of, large comprehensive NEPA, we can cover the entire 10-year plan, complete the required environmental compliance needed to fully implement this program, and we can do that pretty quickly. So our schedule for moving this forward is we are planning to release the draft project description this month, and we plan to hold virtual public workshops in September. The draft environmental assessment is expected to be released this winter with virtual public workshops planned at that time. And we are anticipating finalizing the environmental assessment by the summer of 2021. So as I mentioned before, upon completion, this comprehensive NEPA compliance process will enable the SSMP to proceed with full implementation of the 10-year plan projects in an expedited manner. Next slide, please. So while the SSMP team is executing the 10-year plan and we are simultaneously advancing a path forward for long-term restoration of the sea beyond the first decade. Next slide. The long-term plan will establish a strategy for long-term restoration, and options evaluated to inform this plan will include project build-out based on projected future water inflow and water importation for a whole sea alternative if importation is found to be feasible. The SSMP prepared 2 requests for proposals in February and June for an independent reviewer to conduct a feasibility study, of water importation proposals. However, no proposals were received in response to these RFPs. We are currently exploring further options to secure an independent reviewer to conduct this analysis and plan to have a reviewer on board this fall. And if you look at the path forward there, this fall, we hope to have an independent reviewer in place to begin the feasibility analysis of water importation. In the spring, we plan to launch public engagement on development of the long-term plan. And then in the winter of 2021, we anticipate that the feasibility analysis will be completed. That will help inform our long-term plan. And then by the end of 2022, we intend to complete the final long-term plan that we will then submit to the Water Board. Okay, next slide, please. So as we implement the 10-year plan and advance development of the long-term plan, we are at the same time building the SSMP team's capacity, both in terms of organizational and operational capacity. Next slide. So this is a draft org chart for the SSMP team. And as Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, despite the COVID-19 impact on the state budget and a demonstration of a continued commitment to the Salton Sea restoration, the governor and the legislature has approved the addition of 10 new positions dedicated full-time to implement the SSMP program. And I'll just do kind of a quick overview of those positions. I'm hoping folks can see this. So we received the 10 positions. 6 are going to be at Department of Water Resources, 2 at California Natural Resources Agency, and 2 at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'll start with Department of Water Resources. Oh, before I do that, and out of the 10, 8 are going to be located down here locally. 6 specifically will be stationed at a new temporary Salton Sea office, which I'll get into in the next slide here. The positions that are slated to be placed down at the new temporary Salton Sea office are those positions that are that have the kind of the gold yellow around the box. So let me start with Department of Water Resources. So at the Department of Water Resources, we're going to be adding a new CEA, a career executive appointment. That's a high-level executive management position. The DWR Salton Sea program will be consolidated under that leadership position. In addition to that position, we're also adding an attorney that will be dedicated full-time to the Salton Sea management program. And then under the new CEA, we will be adding a new supervising engineer that will then also have 2 senior engineers and an air resources engineer. Those 4 positions will be located at the new temporary Salton Sea office down in Imperial County. And then moving over to California Natural Resources Agency, we will be adding 1 deputy assistant secretary that will be located here at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife office in Bermuda Dunes, and also adding an information officer 2 that will also be located here at the Bermuda Dunes office. And then both of those positions will report to me, or my position. And then moving on over to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we will be adding 1 senior environmental scientist supervisory position under the CEA at DFW. That's Gail Severance. I think some of you have met Gail. That'll actually free up Gail to really help support a lot of the work that we're doing and help with kind of the high-level coordination. In addition to that senior environmental scientist supervisory position, we will be also adding more boots on the ground by adding the fish and wildlife technician that position will be located down at the new temporary Salton Sea office. Next slide, please. So we have been looking at various options to establish a temporary office, and we needed to establish a temporary office pretty quickly as we are committed to move forward rapidly on filling these new positions. In fact, we are on schedule now to have these positions filled in the coming months by this fall at the latest. And so we really, we looked at options ranging from placing an office here at the Worcester Wildlife area versus maybe looking at leasing some commercial office space down in some of the local communities. But as many of you know, it could take up to 2 years having to lease commercial space because we have to go through our Department of General Services. Long story short, we landed at the Worcester Wildlife area. It made a lot of sense for a lot of different reasons. One, it quite frankly enhances business operations and increases our local presence there locally at the sea. Number two, it's centrally located to all current and future state-funded habitat and air quality projects. The third reason is it's a centralized location to key communities around the sea. And then four, it's a state-owned public facility. It's going to be very cost-effective for us. It's already a facility that the state owns and administers. We can quickly move forward on that site. So we are going to be looking to place some temporary office trailers at that location. We're going to be running some power, and we're hoping to set that up in the coming months. Okay, next slide, please. And this slide just basically shows basically distances from the Worcester Wildlife area. The left table there shows distances to kind of key locations. So for example, from the Worcester to the New River, which is where the Species Conservation Habitat Project is going to be placed, that's about 20 miles. To the Sunny Bono National Wildlife Refuge, that's 12 miles. To the Alamo River, that's 8 miles. California State Recreation Area is 25. And then to the Whitewater River, where the North Lake could be at, that's 35 miles. And then the table on the right is just distances to nearest communities. As I mentioned, it's near Bombay Beach. It's 25 miles from Brawley, 27 miles from Westmoreland, 45 miles to El Centro. And you can see the rest there. Okay, next slide, please. So finally, I would briefly like to touch on what we are doing in the area of strengthening partnerships. And next slide. So specifically in the area of community engagement, since our late last year, the SSMP team has been developing and refining a draft community engagement plan in collaboration with the SSMP Engagement Committee. We recently formed a subcommittee of the SSMP Engagement Committee to assist us with finalizing the engagement plan. The plan will be presented to the SSMP Engagement Committee at the September meeting. In addition to the assistance being provided to complete the engagement plan, this working group is also providing guidance to help support our planning and ahead of the upcoming NEPA public workshops to maximize community input, particularly among underserved communities during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our team is also developing options to streamline the SSMP advisory committee structure. And then we continue to provide ongoing updates via the SSMP e-newsletter and dedicated website established earlier this year. Next slide, please. We have also been active and engaging with various partners. Earlier this year, CNRA and the Salton Sea Authority entered into a memorandum of understanding that outlines how we will coordinate and consult to support the broader goals of the Salton Sea restoration and to collaborate on federal funding opportunities for projects that will help restore the sea. CNRA and Imperial County Air Pollution Control District recently entered into an MOU outlining how we will coordinate and collaborate on the Desert Shores Channel Restoration Project. This project proposes to refill channels located between residents on the Salton Sea shoreline in the disadvantaged community of Desert Shores. Imperial County Air Pollution Control District will serve as the lead to plan the project and will act as a project manager. It will also lead outreach and communication efforts in coordination with CNRA. Under the MOU, CNRA will analyze and document the project's public benefits as part of our upcoming 10-year plan, NEPA analysis, as required for funding under the SSMP. The SSMP team continues to coordinate and collaborate with various stakeholders and partners to conduct important fish and wildlife surveys, assist with water quality sampling, and among other data collection efforts. Next slide. So in closing, on behalf of the SSMP team, I'm proud to report on the continuing progress since the February 2020 submittal of our annual report, despite the unique challenges brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. Our team is laser focused and have scaled up our efforts to make significant progress and deliver several thousand acres of priority projects in the months ahead. At the same time, we are developing a path forward for long-term restoration of the Salton Sea beyond a 10-year plan. We are significantly enhancing our organizational and operational capacity. And finally, and most importantly, we are strengthening partnerships with local leaders and communities to complete projects that improve conditions for the local communities and fish and wildlife dependent on the sea. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Assistant Secretary Delgado. I really appreciate what was a very thorough update, and particularly the emphasis on the increased capacity and siting offices there around the sea, and continuing to emphasize, I think like the supervisor brought up as well, the need to actually be down there, be down at the sea, continue to show investment and opportunity for jobs and work around these critical projects and creating a momentum around that. So I appreciate that particularly. Any questions from my fellow board members or anything particularly like to flag or comment on?
If I may?
Yes, please. Board Member Doda.
Thank you. Thank you for that very comprehensive and very exciting update. Lots of activities coming to fruition this year and next. And much congratulations to all of you for what you've accomplished and for being so focused on the remaining task. The one area that I'm hoping you could provide a little bit more information on is the community engagement plan. I understand that the final is expected fairly soon. I was wondering if you could share some highlights of that plan, anything in particular that jumps out as being something that either is very promising or something that you think, well, the reason I ask is we're always very interested in the issue of community engagement and how to do better at engaging communities in the decisions that we make and in the projects that we are involved in. So if there's anything you could point out and share, and I'd love to see, obviously, the final plan when it comes out, but if you can provide a teaser, I guess, if you will, anything exciting in that plan that you could highlight for us today.
Yeah, I think I can do that. If you don't mind, can we go back to slide number 3, please?
Yes, that should be coming up here momentarily.
Okay, thank you. And I failed to mention, there was a lot to cover here. I failed to mention this earlier as I was going through slide number 3. And maybe I'll just start, as we pull that out, maybe I'll just start talking about that now. So I think one of the, at least from my perspective, is quite frankly, the beauty of slide number 3 is really our game plan. It really shows at a high level what we are doing, where we're at, and where we're going. And this really specifically relates to the community engagement plan. Quite frankly, we didn't have this before. We were not able to specifically identify specific touch points on when we needed to reach out to the community. And we now have that. I think this is significant. We can now say, hey, we are going to be reaching out to the community and starting our NEPA planning process and we're going to have workshops in September. We can now say that we're going to start, we're going to have a draft environmental assessment that we're going to put out for public review, and we're going to have additional public workshops this winter. We didn't have that before, and I think that's going to be a really key piece of our engagement plan so that we can really start to identify touch points along the way, if you will, so that we can have meaningful engagement with the community and the public. I would probably say that, to me, that's probably one of the most important things that I think is going to bring to fruition, is really having this meaningful engagement that we can identify in this engagement plan.
Thank you. A follow-up question, if I may. As part of your community engagement plan, has there been any discussion about community capacity building? Obviously, based on our last visit there, we know that the local community has a great deal of interest in all of these projects and all of these issues, and there was a lot of interest in participating in all of these processes. Has there been any consideration of what some possible needs might be for community capacity building and what some options might be to address those needs?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question, and thank you. You're reminding me of all the good things I probably should have been saying as well. So thank you. Absolutely. So as I mentioned, with the 10 new positions, we are adding a public information officer too. We are adding that deputy assistant secretary. Those positions are going to be laser focused to really start to make our community engagement process more robust, to reaching out to community leaders, local organizations, to start building that capacity so that we can, quite frankly, have the boots on the ground, engaging directly with the various groups, building up the capacity with, interacting with groups like Alianza, Comité Cívico, for example, right? Partnering with them to see what we can do to further engage some of the disadvantaged communities around the Salton Sea. Yeah, I think this is a wonderful opportunity. I really see us, by bringing on these additional positions, we're going to really be able to ramp up our efforts with respect to community engagement, interacting with the various local leadership groups so that we can really bring the information that needs to be brought out to these communities. Absolutely.
Thank you so much, board member. Any other questions for Assistant Secretary?
I just had a question following up on a similar topic. On that same slide, there was, which I found very helpful, thank you, that there was, in the long-term plan, it looked like the feasibility study was going to be finalized before the community engagement meeting in 2021. I was just wondering if, if built into that process, if there is going to be, structured public engagement as part of the scoping for the feasibility study.
Yeah. Let me see if I can clarify that. So the feasibility analysis is really going to be an independent reviewer to conduct a feasibility study of the proposals that were submitted to CNRA as part of the 2017 request for information. So we really want that panel to be an independent reviewer to really assess and determine whether or not water importation is feasible. That's going to help inform development of our long-term plan. The result of that study will come back to us as a report that we will then incorporate into the long-term plan, which at that point, we will share with the public and with folks involved in assisting us with developing the long-term plan. So I think it's going to be, sequential, if you will, but we really, at least from my perspective, and what I'm hearing loud and clear is also we want to make sure, and quite frankly, loud and clear from a lot of members from the public, is we want the the feasibility study to be really an independent review process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think, yes. I mean, it makes sense to me that there's a independent reviewer. I just wonder if there's a process around scoping for what the independent reviewers, reviewing the scope of that, if that's going to be a more public process to get input on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately it's really a feasibility study to determine whether or not if water importation is feasible, technically, engineering wise, from an environmental perspective, the compliance perspective, financially, right? And so I guess from my perspective, I think it's pretty clear what we're going to be tasking the review panel with on the type of information that they need to assess to help inform whether or not water importation is in fact feasible.
And it sounds like the public engagement plan, I might be using the wrong term, but that also will help to clarify kind of the purpose and practice and touch points that the agency is developing with local partners. So there's more clarity and structure ongoing around that, which, I mean, it's really exciting to have a local office and far more folks from and in the region to help with implementation of this. I think that gives huge new capacity to, effectively engage with stakeholders. And I think having that, it's exciting to see, and it sounds like there will be a clearer plan and sort of structure around, the touch points and purpose and ongoing work and practice with community engagement, and that's something that's being that's in the process of being developed and should be finalized soon.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Adding 10 positions, and I probably didn't mention this earlier, we have 16 dedicated positions now, right? So we're almost doubling, in effect, doubling our capacity. That's significant. And, when we look at the scan chart, for me, it just provides clarity on what we're doing, right? Where we're at and where we're going. And that's significant too. It's really, this is our game plan. And now I believe it provides much needed clarity and transparency for the public on how we're moving forward, right? And quite frankly, the burden is going to be on us to execute this plan, right? Stay on schedule, stay on course, and we are fully committed to doing that. And so more to come. I mean, there's a lot of details here. I don't have all the answers, but we're working through a lot of these questions that are being asked, and we're listening and carefully considering what the best option is to how to best move it forward. So yeah, more to come on this.
Great. And then my last question, which I think you answered, but I just want to confirm. So that timeline that you laid out, which is, I think exciting, really helpful to see, and exciting, the increased pace that we'll be able to, see advancements on. Just, there was a few, this year in particular coming up, and I was just wondering if already, given COVID, if there's anticipated delays in some of those kind of more immediate timeline goals that you had laid out. But it sounds like that you said no, and that we're still on track. So I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, so the goal for this year is 1,500 to 2,000 acres by the end of this year, right? But I'm going to caveat that and just be blunt about it again, is we're not a landowner, so we need to secure land access agreements, right? And we need to secure permits. So quite frankly, we need cooperation and collaboration from landowners and regulatory agencies. That's the bottom line. And assuming we can, and folks are working with us now, we made good progress on developing strong relationships with various partners. So I feel really good about that. But at the same time, all this hinges on our ability to obtain land access agreements timely, as well as get the necessary permits.
So that, absolutely. Sorry, just so that timeline on that same slide, on the short-term work, that's still, those sort of, all those interim pieces still are on track despite a lot of the challenges with COVID.
These are, putting together this dust suppression action plan that I talked about earlier, quite frankly, provided a lot of clarity and how it was really helpful because it really gave me a reality check on what's realistic. I feel comfortable that this is realistic.
Great.
But again, it's going to be dependent on timely execution of access agreements and permits.
Absolutely. Yep. Great. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
All right. So I have a couple of questions as well. And I think the recurring theme here today revolves around slide 3. So I hope we can pull that one up again. And I just want to say that I really appreciate all the steps that Resources Agency has taken this past year to elevate your game in terms of communicating to the public. The improvements in the annual report and the update that came after that just recently are greatly appreciated. And just to see all the work that you've done in ramping up project delivery and execution is really encouraging. And so just echo the other board members' comments thus far. So I want to focus a little bit on that project delivery and kind of some of the caveats you've laid out very clearly in that there's, oftentimes there's factors outside your control. You don't own the land, you have to get permits, land access agreements. Sometimes there's unforeseen things that pop up. And, my background as an engineer in consulting and project delivery, I understand that very keenly. And so I am looking at your schedule and just a couple questions popped to my mind, and one is on kind of the allocation of projects. And you have this balance between dust suppression projects and habitat restoration projects, and so and it looks like I can't tell from the maps. It's a little hard to suss out exactly where the projects are relative to one another. But I just want to be clear. So at the end of the 10-year plan is the idea that you'll have at least 15,000 acres of each, dust suppression and habitat restoration, and there won't be overlap, but these are separate investments. Is that how that's envisioned to work?
Absolutely. Yeah, we are committed to fulfilling the commitments in the Stability Water Order, which is to have at least 15,000 acres of habitat projects at a minimum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. And then, so just, thinking about the stipulated agreement and, our role as an oversight agency, part of this was that it does have annual milestones, and those milestones are every year, starting a couple of years ago, and we know about the difficulties in ramping up thus far, but the milestones then continue to 2028, I think. And so, one of the things I haven't seen in the annual report is sort of that, not the long-term plan, but sort of the midterm plan once you get past the SCH project and some of the dust suppression projects, as to what's going to be happening from 2023 to 2028. And so interested in any thoughts you have on that. I know you're doing NEPA right now, and perhaps maybe the next version of the annual report or other updates could include that longer term vision in terms of how you anticipate meeting the milestones all the way through the end of the 10-year period. So anyway, any thoughts on that would be appreciated.
Yeah, you bet. No, that's a great question. I would say that I did briefly touch on that. I think as we move forward with the species conservation habitat project, we're also moving forward with the dust suppression restoration projects, right? And I also mentioned that we're also moving forward with the North Lake pilot project. We do have funding for that, as Supervisor Perez mentioned earlier, right? The NEPA document is going to provide NEPA coverage for that project. As soon as we complete that NEPA, compliance document in the summer of 2021, we will be moving forward on implementing that North Lake pilot project. After that, quite frankly, we're going to have to identify additional funding sources. And let me take a step back. I would also say that as we're developing this NEPA document, quite frankly, that's going to provide a lot of clarity on identifying specific projects, right? And I would say probably when when we provide the next report, probably next March, I think we'll be better positioned to have more specifics, because at that point we would have had the advantage of having these public meetings these public workshops that we're going to have right on the project description, as well as I'm hoping that we would have also had the public workshops to talk about the environmental assessment and kind of a refined project description, as well as a range of alternatives. So I think we'll be better positioned next spring to provide more clarity on what that midterm plan looks like. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that would be very helpful to see next year. And, for me, it's just all about keeping our foot on the gas and keeping up the momentum that you're already well underway of building. Just making sure, I understand funding is a huge challenge, but just making sure that we continue to do everything we can to meet those milestones as much as possible. So again, thank you for all your efforts on this.
No, you bet. And I can say that definitely we definitely have the pedal to the metal, if you will, and it probably went through the floorboard.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Yes. So I'd just like to follow up on something that Board Member McGuire already raised, and that is permitting. So I know you spoke to it briefly, but could you provide any additional information regarding any pre-consultation or MOUs or anything that you've done to help provide a streamlined process as much as possible on permitting, and any flags that you may want to raise for us at this early stage?
Yeah, I think one thing that's important to mention is that we did execute a water resource development agreement with the Corps of Engineers that basically allows us, the Corps is able to then dedicate staff to support our efforts, as well as to prioritize our projects. I think that's been significant in allowing us to be able to make the progress that we have been able to make with the Corps on the projects that we have. I think the idea of, and this gets, I don't want to get too much into the weeds here because this can get weedy pretty quick here, but I think doing this programmatic environmental document also is a strategy that we're trying to use to comprehensively bring all of these projects into NEPA compliance, if you will, so that we have one document and it's completely covered and we can move forward. So I think that's the strategy that we're employing here. Some of the strategies that we're using on quickly implementing these dust suppression restoration projects is really focusing on these exposed lakebed areas that are emissive, that are likely outside of the Corps' jurisdiction, so that we don't have to get a 404 permit, as an example, as well as avoiding impacts of listed species, so that we don't have to consult under the state and federal Endangered Species Act. Those are definitely tactics that we're employing to kind of fast track implementation of these projects. So I think hopefully that answered part of your question.
Yes, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you both.
Sorry, I had one other follow-up along that line that made me wanted to just ask for, to the extent possible, I think there's so many moving parts here that, that the team is, like you said, working full speed ahead on, and there's so many different local, state, and federal partners that have different components of this, including permitting, but also implementation. And, I think that's that is why we have so many panels and sort of stakeholders at this meeting today. I wonder, something that would be helpful for me, and maybe for kind of transparency and helping with some of the streamlining, is trying to map out more clearly that, publicly, you all may have this internally, but the different responsible agencies for permitting and implementation of, this, the SSMP in particular. I think that may be a tall order, but I think it might help certainly me understand, and I would imagine a lot of other folks, in terms of helping to effectively engage and kind of navigate all these different agencies and permitting processes that we have to go through, so that ultimately all of us can achieve this goal of a more sustainable sea and successful implementation of the project.
You're on mute. Sorry.
Okay, there we go. Great, thank you. Yes, we can definitely provide that, and you're absolutely right. This is, I don't want to say it's complicated, but there's a lot going on and a lot of moving pieces, and I think, yeah, we can definitely provide something to provide more clarity on what the regulatory framework looks like with respect to these multiple tracks.
Great, thank you both. I do want to be respectful of our interpreters. We have been going for a while now, and I know we have a lot of panels and additional commenters, about 36 it looks like, to work through. So I want to just acknowledge and thank for everyone's patience as we work through the panels, these discussions. Really appreciate Assistant Secretary Delgado, your presentation and the questions here from board members. What I'm going to recommend is we go ahead and take a 10-minute break and come back, and then we'll start into the second panel.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you all. And so let's come back at 11:25. Thank you, everyone.
Brian, with County of Imperial, I know you had your hand up. This is Michael Loffer with the Water Board. Was there an issue, or was there something you were just going to try to comment on?
Yeah, Michael, I guess I'll wait until my presentation, but I did have a comment to Arturo's presentation.
Okay, yeah, let's try to weave it into the presentation, just because I'm concerned if folks start trying to pop off on each of the individual presentations, it could get a little chaotic. So thanks,
Okay, no
appreciate it.
All right.
Hello, everyone. It's 11:25. I think we're ready to start coming back here. So our next panel will be composed of the Colorado River Basin Regional Water Quality Control Board. So I'd like to invite the panelists to begin to come on camera here, and really appreciate the regional board's participation today. And just, I think it's part of the agenda, but just so folks know, run of show as well, so you can help prepare yourselves. After the Colorado River Regional Water Quality Control Board goes, we will have the next panel be air quality authorities, followed by our local entities panel, and then our federal entities panel, and wrapping up with wildlife and community NGO, non-governmental association panel.
And Chair Esquivel, this is Michael Loffer. I just wanted to point out we did have a number of people join the Zoom meeting over the last hour and a half since we had made a public announcement. And for those of you who are joining in under the Zoom platform client control tools, at the bottom of your window, you will see an interpretation option. It's a globe with the word interpretation underneath it. And if you are an English speaker, you will want to go ahead and make sure you select the English feed, because we will have some public commenters that will be speaking in Spanish. And if you are in the English feed, you will hear it translated. And likewise, if you're a Spanish speaker, we won't repeat the whole statement, but there is an option there for Spanish.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Appreciate the reminder on that. Great. I think we can begin our panel here. Ms. Davidova?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is Maria Davidova. I'm an environmental scientist at the Colorado River Basin Regional Water Quality Control Board. I'm here today to give you a brief overview of the Regional Water Board's responsibilities and activities regarding water quality and how that relates to the Salton Sea. Next slide, please. The Colorado River Basin Regional Water Quality Control Board is one of 9 regional water boards throughout California. The Colorado River Basin region is outlined in charcoal on this map. As you see, the Salton Sea watershed, which is shaded in gray, takes up almost half of our region, and most of the populated centers within our region are located within it. Regional water boards are semi-autonomous from the state water board and make critical water quality decisions for their respective regions. The state responsibilities that are performed by water boards are outlined in federal legislation called Clean Water Act, and specific responsibilities of regional water boards are outlined in state legislation called Porter-Cologne Water Quality Control Act. The way we fulfill those responsibilities is described in our Water Quality Control Plan for the Colorado River Basin region, which we call the Basin Plan. I'm going to go over some of those specific duties and responsibilities that pertain to the Salton Sea watershed in the following few slides. Next slide, please. We designate water quality standards for water bodies within our region. Water quality standards consist of beneficial uses and water quality objectives, and are listed in our Basin Plan. Beneficial uses describe how each water body is used, for example, for municipal and domestic supply, or for wildlife habitat. To protect the beneficial uses, we establish water quality objectives, which can be expressed as concentrations of pollutants that should not be exceeded, or as descriptions of what water characteristics that should be met. These descriptions are also interpreted using numbers from other state or federal recommended standards. Next slide, please. We assess the water quality of water bodies within the region to determine whether the water quality standards are being met. First, by monitoring it through our water quality monitoring program. Then we analyze the data we collected to identify impairments. Any pollutant that exceeds the water quality objective for a specific water body is an impairment, and it impairs the beneficial use that the objective was based on. Once an impairment is identified, it is our responsibility to address it by developing and implementing a plan on how to eliminate it if possible. Sometimes before we develop that plan, we may need to evaluate the water quality standards that the impairment was based on. We use that number to determine that a pollutant's concentration is too high and the water body is impaired. But is that number appropriate for this water body with its site-specific conditions and existing beneficial uses? Is a more stringent standard needed to protect the beneficial uses, or would a less stringent standard be sufficiently protective? Now, if the water quality objectives and beneficial uses are appropriate, we must develop an impairment control plan. Impairment control plans are called TMDLs, which stands for Total Maximum Daily Loads. They describe and direct actions that must be taken to improve water quality and get rid of the impairment. Next slide, please. We also issue permits for waste discharge to ensure that the discharge does not cause the receiving water body to exceed the water quality standards. For direct discharges to surface waters from wastewater treatment plants or industrial facilities, we issue federal permits, and all such discharges in our region happen to be to Salton Sea tributaries. We issue permits for stormwater discharges for construction, industrial stormwater discharges, and urban runoff. In the Salton Sea watershed, all stormwater either recharges as groundwater or discharges to the Salton Sea. We issue general permits for agricultural runoff for individual farmers to enroll in. Within the Salton Sea watershed, we have such permits for Coachella and Imperial Valleys. And finally, there is the state certification of water quality, or 401 certification. This is for any other activity that may result in discharge to surface waters. We issue 401 certifications for activities around the Salton Sea, such as aquatic habitat construction. Next slide, please. Now we're going to take a closer look at how we address water quality impairments within the Salton Sea watershed. Next slide, please. So why talk about the Salton Sea watershed and not just the Salton Sea itself? Watershed means that all of the water in the gray area on the map ultimately ends up in the Salton Sea. Rivers, creeks, and drains that discharge to the Salton Sea are called its tributaries. The Salton Sea is a terminal basin, meaning that there's no outlet and all discharges to it just stay there or evaporate from the surface. As water evaporates, some pollutants concentrate. Pollutants come from discharges like the ones we issue permits for, and most of those occur to the Salton Sea's tributaries first, and then they are discharged to the sea at the outlets. That is why, when trying to address water quality impairments at the Salton Sea, we must take a watershed-wide approach by looking at the tributaries as well. Next slide, please. This is a list of Salton Sea impairments or water quality objectives that are being exceeded. The blue squares indicate current listings or impairments currently identified in an approved list of the region's water quality impairments called the integrated report. Purple circles stand for proposed listings, which are additional impairments that were recently identified and still need to be approved by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or US EPA. As you can see, most of the impairments found in the Salton Sea are also found in some or all of its tributaries. This makes sense because the tributaries are the main sources of water. Because some pollutants concentrate, or possibly because of data gaps, 2 impairments are listed for the Salton Sea only. That's arsenic and salinity. There are also impairments that are present in the tributaries, but not at the Salton Sea, which are not shown here. Next slide, please. But some of them are reflected here in this table of Salton Sea watersheds impairment control plans that are currently under development or are being implemented. I know that's a lot of pollutants, but the good news is that we are working hard to address these impairments. In this table, impairments that are also present at the Salton Sea are shown on the which were shown on the previous slide, are highlighted in italics in the left column. Plans that have been completed and approved are marked with a star. They have been approved by US EPA and are being implemented. All of our approved plans in the region so far are for Salton Sea tributaries. Plans under development are marked with a water drop symbol, and it means that we're in the process of doing research or taking administrative steps necessary before the plan can be approved by US EPA. And finally, WQS stands for impairments that are being addressed with the Water Quality Standards Amendment that is being developed. There are various ways of developing an impairment control plan, or TMDL. Some plans are incorporated into the basin plan before they can be incorporated into permits. Others can be implemented directly through permits or other regulatory measures. Some plans are developed for groups of pollutants and or groups of water bodies, and others are for individual pollutants or water bodies. So you may be wondering, why are so many of these plans all focused on the tributaries? And why are not all of the Salton Sea's impairments being addressed? With limited resources, we are unable to get to all impairments at once and have to prioritize what we work on first. If an impairment at the Salton Sea also occurs at one or more tributaries, then we already know that the tributary impairments must be contributing to the problem, and we start there. Once impairment control plans for a pollutant are developed for impaired tributaries, we can then incorporate those plans into an impairment control plan for the Salton Sea, and then address the rest of the watershed that was not covered in the tributary plans. So in other words, an impairment control plan for a tributary is a component of an impairment control plan for the Salton Sea. Impairments identified only in the Salton Sea, however, arsenic and salinity, would need to be addressed separately. All impairment controls for the tributaries will contribute to improving water quality at the Salton Sea. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide. So maybe you have ideas regarding what pollutants or water bodies we should be focusing on. You have a great opportunity coming up to get involved. We are in the process of doing our 2020 triennial review of the basin plan, where we develop a 3-year work plan of what water quality standards projects we will be working on. We already solicited public input on what projects should be prioritized, and a lot of people said Salton Sea impairments. We took that into account when we developed the draft triennial review work plan, or list. We plan to send out a public notice in September soliciting input on the draft triennial review list, which we will release at that time. And I urge you to go to our website, waterboards.ca.gov/Colorado River, or Google Colorado River Basin Water Board. And it's important to include all 5 words. And once you're on our website, click on subscribe in the top right corner and sign up for our mailing lists, especially the Basin Plan list, so that you'll receive that public notice when it's sent out. The notice will be on the public notices page, accessible from our main website as well. And while you're on our main web page, you can also go to our program pages to learn more about what we do. If you're interested in water quality data that we collect, including Salton Sea data, you can go to CEDEN, CEDN.waterboards.ca.gov. And this concludes my presentation. We will be happy to answer any questions about the presentation or other topics related to the Regional Water Board's Salton Sea activities. And I will be joined to answer your questions by our Executive Officer, Paula Rasmussen, and our Legal Counsel, Catherine Budding.
Thank you so much, Ms. Davidova, and welcome to Ms. Rasmussen, the Executive Officer of the Regional Board. Good to see you. I don't have any questions off the bat, other than to say I appreciated the note regarding opportunities for the public to engage around the triennial review and the priority projects then that the Regional Board is looking to undertake. You know, I think this is an example of really looking for ways that we can all, in our own state agency capacities, contribute to the success down at the sea. Looking at these water quality objectives and impacts are really critical to support the sorts of habitat and work that I think we know the Resources Agency is pursuing, and that will be part of, you know, the sea's future and success. And so we always, you know, it's a careful, you know, discussion, certainly balancing many interests, as we all know, for the regional boards and even at the state board when it comes to the beneficial uses of water. But just want to, you know, think that there is an opportunity for the public to further engage, and look forward to that discussion as it unfolds at the region. Any comments or questions from fellow board members?
I'll just add thank you. I'm really grateful that you all were part of this overall framing for the Salton Sea, because I think the regional board is a, you know, critical partner and has a particular role to play within all of this work. And also just a great opportunity with all of the stakeholders that are working hard to try to create a more vibrant and sustainable sea and communities that they can understand how best to navigate the different agencies and engage with the regional board in particular. So I just am really grateful for the good overview there. And also, as the chair said, just highlights on how to continue to engage. And just, I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, but I'm the state board liaison with this region. And I just encourage folks within the stakeholders and the public to continue to engage with the region, which is, you know, I think been continuing to evolve and do great work, but also really relies on partners to help, you know, inform the different priorities that that the board works on. And again, feel free to use me as a resource as well. I, you know, certainly am following and looking to link in and support the work of the regions with the state board's work. So grateful for staff's presentation, and look forward to continued work together.
I want to acknowledge that the chair of the Regional Water Quality Control Board, Ms. Nancy Wright, is here with us as well. Chair Wright, did you want to reflect or provide any comment? Just wanted to make sure you had the opportunity as well here. And but also open to, hello, good to see you, Chair.
Hi, good afternoon. No, I thank you, Laurel, for your comments. Very, very nice. And
yes, we have been doing a lot of work on water quality in the Salton Sea for many, many, many years. Love to see this. Thank you for having this. I know in person's better, but this is great anyway, just to get some outreach out and whatnot. I really liked Wade's comments in the early, Secretary Crowfoot's comments in the early part of the meeting, excuse me. And I thought that might be a good pre-recorded situation that we might use in other venues. You know what I mean, Joaquin and WQCC. Anyway, thank you for today. Look forward to hearing the rest of it, and we'll be participating or be looking in on tonight's 6 o'clock meeting also. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Really appreciate your participation and continued leadership down in the region. Other board members, questions for the regional board staff and others? Okay, hearing none. Thank you again so much. We can move on then to our next panel, which will consist of our air quality authorities. I think Kurt Carpereros, sorry, Kurt, to butcher the last name a bit. I think you're with the California Air Resources Board, maybe going first. Good morning.
Chair Esquivel, thank you. You did fine on the name. No, I won't call you out on that at all. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about a really important statewide program, AB 617, carried by Assemblywoman Cristina Garcia a number of years ago. The enabling legislation didn't provide it a name, so we did in our guidance, CARP, Air Resources Board did in our guidance, and we call it the Community Air Protection Program. And with that word community, it really sits in a place that complements our the state's existing programs that operate on a global scale for climate change and a regional scale for traditional air pollution under the Federal Clean Air Act of particulate matter and ozone, for example. Beyond just the scale, there are a number of other really important differences in the Community Air Protection Program. First is the focus on the cumulative burden within communities. The programs, our climate program and our criteria traditional pollutant program is focused on one pollutant at a time, an ozone strategy, a particulate matter reduction strategy. Within the communities, the residents are breathing a mix of pollutants from gas stations and dust and soot from a variety of sources. And so this program, not only just in scale, but also in terms of thinking of it as a holistically, the full spectrum of pollutants that an individual is breathing. Very, very different for that reason. But probably most important in terms of the difference between the Community Air Protection Program and our existing programs is the engagement with the community and the role that the residents play in shaping the program. Traditionally, an air district or the Air Resources Board would develop a plan for reducing ozone or another pollutant and then bring it out for public comment. Under the Community Air Protection Program, it starts with the conversation with the community between the air district and the community members about what their priorities are, what they see as the most critical sources that need to be addressed within their community. That's implemented through the program through something called the Community Steering Committees. That is made up primarily of residents, but also currently, depending on the community, has representatives from industry and advocacy groups and local government, all who might have a role in reducing the pollution burden on these communities. We're a couple of years into the program. We've had lots of learnings about how to do this well, and as any program that starts off fresh, we have learnings about what not to do in the future, what can be done more importantly to improve the program. Those learnings are being reflected in an update to the governing guidance called the Blueprint. And even the development of the update to the Blueprint is being done through this new approach, where not starting with a staff update to a document and then asking for public comment, we're actually working with a consultation group with representatives of air districts and industry, and then most importantly, community advocates, to identify and prioritize the type of changes that they believe are needed in the Blueprint. And then staff will take that ultimately to the CARB board for its action. As I said, the program's a couple of years old. Under the program, the Air Resources Board is required to annually identify communities for incorporation into the program. In the first year, in 2018, CARB identified 10 communities. 7 of them were what we call SWRCB communities. That's an acronym that stands for Community Emission Reduction Program. So that's actually mapping out the actions and the projects that will take place in that community to reduce the pollution burden. And 3 are monitoring communities. That's sort of the precursor to developing a community emission reduction program. You want to have a baseline information on what the emissions are if you don't have that already. The 7 communities in the first year are an amalgam of Wilmington, West Carson, and Long Beach. That's one community. Also in the Southern California area, East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights, and West Commerce. And then finally, east of there, the San Bernardino-Moscow region. Coming north, West Oakland, so very, very near the port in Oakland. Shafter, down near Bakersfield, representing an agricultural community in the state. Moving a little bit north, staying in the Central Valley, South Central Fresno. That's an area where there's a lot of development and logistics and warehouses going in. And then finally, relevant to your thinking today, the El Centro, Heber, and Calexico corridor. The 3 monitoring communities were South Sacramento, the Florin area, Portside neighborhoods in San Diego, that's near the region's communities near the port, and then finally Rich and San Pablo area in the Bay Area. The CARB added 3 new communities in 2019 in the second year of the program, and then also elevated the participation of the San Diego community from just monitoring to include the development of this community emission reduction program. But the 3 new communities are Stockton, near the port in Stockton, Southeast Los Angeles, and then again, relevant to your thinking today, Eastern Coachella Valley. Turning the focus to the 2 communities near the sea, as I said, the El Centro Heber Calexico corridor was selected to develop a community emission reduction program. One other thing, I should have mentioned this earlier, one other thing that's very different about this program is the timeline. The legislature gave very, very ambitious timelines to develop these programs. A traditional air quality program plan may take 2, 3, 4 years from start to finish. The legislature gave the air districts, the communities, and CARB 12 months. So the Imperial County Air District, working collaboratively with the community and its steering committee with really important leadership provided by Comité Civico, developed the SWRCB for this area. And I should note that each of these communities in the relationship that's been developed between the air districts and the communities has differed across the state. And the relationship between the steering committee here in Imperial and with the air district is one that's being looked at as a model out elsewhere in the state, is one that was very, very productive. The key air quality concerns for that region, not surprisingly, windblown dust from roads and open areas, agricultural activities, both dust and then ag burning, truck idling and traffic associated with the border crossing. And then finally, pollution that is generated, the area is impacted by pollution that's generated south of the border and then carried by the air, winds and breezes into California. And all of that, you can imagine, overlaying on a very vulnerable population to start with, that's even been made more vulnerable by the pandemic. Near-term actions in that SWRCB relate to paving to reduce dust, school bus replacement, updating the district's ag burning program, air filtration and urban greening, and then finally improvements to the school's flag program. Since the program, the community emission reduction program in that first 12 months was developed, they're now focused on implementation. And of course, the reality of the constraints and frictions of the pandemic have impacted that implementation, but nevertheless, things are happening. There's been air filtration action taken with 2 schools in the area. The district has initiated discussions with the cities about urban greening. And there also work is going on to expand air monitoring, both in terms of fixed sites and mobile sites, which have been found to be extraordinary. The mobile sites particularly have been very, very important in identifying what are the sources within the community when you're trying to really find those local near source exposures. Turning to Eastern Coachella Valley, that, as I said earlier, was a community that was added last year. In fact, actually, the action by the CARB board was in December. Their effort is right now still focused on organizing and defining the relationship between the community and the air district. That was one of the lessons learned in the first year, that identifying that process, getting it down on paper in the form of a charter or some other mechanism was critically important. And that has been primarily the focus to date in Eastern Coachella Valley. And there is a informal agreement within the community and the air district that they would not get into substantive issues in terms of what actions to take and timing until they had that charter landed. But they have discussed their air quality priorities. Not surprising, on that list is Salton Sea, but also pesticides, open burning from ag, and illegal dumping. And then, as we see in all communities across the state, large and small, vehicle traffic, particularly truck traffic. And then in a region like the high and low desert, paved and unpaved road dust. So in respect for your time, I will stop there and let others speak, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the comprehensive and holistic approach that the Air Board is taking to, I know what are a lot of compounding challenges there, and dust, fugitive dust from playa at the sea being one of those, obviously. So thank you. Any questions from fellow board members?
Yes, I've got a few. First of all, good to see you again, Mr. Carperos. Thank you for the update. And it's exciting to hear about this program, and also appreciate just hearing about other regions that you're involved in addition. But honing in on the Salton Sea area, could you talk a little bit about, it sounds like these are shorter term timeframes that you're working on through the Community Air Protection Program, at least initially. And so if you could talk a little bit about how that program is interfacing with the management plan and the intersection between the community engagement and desires of the community, and where the local air district and also ARB play a role on incorporating those interests with the information that you have on monitoring and science.
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair Diadama, and it's a pleasure to testify in front of you again. It's been many years, so thank you for the question. First, I should have mentioned earlier, while the timeline for developing the community emission reduction programs given by, mandated by the legislature is short, 12 months. The focus is on getting actions in place quickly. The plans themselves have an immediate 5-year planning horizon, but the community would stay within the program for an additional 5 to 6 years based on the reporting period. So I think in that way, the timeline of that community emission reduction program actually does dovetail fairly comfortably with the actions that need to be taken on the sea. One of the issues that has clearly come forward, it's the spirit of the program, is engagement with the community and identifying what they see as the priorities for addressing. So I think when the time is appropriate for East Coachella Valley, that there be a fulsome discussion with the steering committee about the actions that are deemed being taken place at the sea, and incorporate their feedback into not only what might happen with the SERP, but also to inform you and the other players in terms of addressing the dust at the sea. The critical part of ensuring for these communities that we are addressing the cumulative impact of pollutants means while it will be from a CARB perspective, while it's very important that the issues related to the sea be aired within the context of the community emission reduction program, CARB staff working with the Air District staff will be focusing, will be stressing that the community also needs to look at other sources. That it's not, they are impacted not by just from the sea, to be perfectly frank. And so to reduce that cumulative burden, they need to be looking at all of those sources. Lastly, to your question about the role of CARB, CARB staff participate in essentially all of the community steering committee meetings. And one of the things that is being discussed at this consultation group that I spoke about earlier in terms of updating the guidance is the perspective of the community members in the role CARB plays when we are at those steering committee meetings. The first year, we were there to provide information, but we did not take a leading role. We felt it was important for the air districts and the community to engage. So one thing that will be discussed in terms of the updates to the blueprint is should CARB take a more active role when we're in those meetings. So let me stop there.
Appreciated. Any other question or comment from fellow board members? Well, great. Really appreciate it. Again, thank you. And we'll move on to then our next speaker, who is Katie Burnworth with the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District.
So I have a presentation also.
Okay, great. That should be getting pulled up here in a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, should be up.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time today, everybody. My name's Katie Burnworth, and I'm an Air Pollution Control Special Projects Coordinator with Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. If you can go to the next slide, please. So Imperial County has the regulatory authority over air pollution and air quality in Imperial County. So right here is just a map that gives you an overview of where our actual jurisdiction is, and if you see, it's a majority of the Salton Sea. Our rights come out of the Clean Air Act, which under that gives us the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. For Imperial County, and mostly for the Salton Sea, the biggest pollutant that we're worried about is PM10. So PM10 has a standard of 150 micrograms per cubic meter over a 24-hour day. This standard cannot be exceeded more than once per year on an average of a 3-year period. Currently, right now, Imperial County is actually considered a serious non-attainment area for PM10. And currently, in 2018, we submitted what's called a state implementation maintenance plan for PM10. And right now, it's all the way up at the federal EPA, waiting for a redesignation request to get put back into attainment. It was passed by the California Air Resources Board, but we have to wait for the federal approval before we can move forward and say that we are in attainment. If you can go to the next slide. So just a big thing on the maintenance plan. In our maintenance plan is the state's SSMP and also IID's Salton Sea Air Quality Mitigation Program. Our maintenance plan relies on these plans doing what they're supposed to do. The biggest source of PM10 in Imperial County comes from fugitive dust. And so since we're in non-attainment right now, essentially that means that our cup is full. So if the Salton Sea is not mitigated, then we're already going to pretty much we're going to overflow our cup of PM10 that we're allowed to have. And so by doing so, the US EPA has determined that we have to use best available control measures for these significant sources of fugitive dust, or PM10. If you go to the next slide. So this is our regulation 800, and the purpose of this regulation is to reduce fine PM10, or fine political matter, in ambient air that are a result of emissions from anthropogenic sources. So pretty much if they're man-made. The Salton Sea is considered an anthropogenic source just because it was man-made because of the QSA water transfer and other human activities that go into it. So therefore, it is required to do what we call best available control measures in order to mitigate those controls. And if you can go to the next slide. So specifically in our Rules 800, there are a series of rules, but the one that is specific and will be used for the Salton Sea is our Rule 804. And so this area, this rule and regulation is for the ambient air emissions that come off of open areas. So an open area is considered a 3 acres or more parcel within a rural area, such as those around the Salton Sea. Those areas that are man-made and disturbed, so just as almost every acre of playa that is because of the receding shoreline is considered a disturbed surface, just as once the water uncovers it. And so we have best available control measures that are determined by US EPA and the Air District that can be placed on those to mitigate those measures. And those are to apply water, so shallow flooding to all areas, establish vegetation coverage, gravel or chemical stabilizers. And just note that those, just because they're applied, it's not this walk away, and leave it there. So you can't just go put down gravel and not maintain and monitor it. So for us, the biggest thing at the Salton Sea that we really need to have is the maintenance and monitoring. For you to show that these measures are working, because if they're not working, then we need to go in and do contingency measures. Also in there, we have alternative backup for exposed playa at the Salton Sea. That way we allow the agencies that are working together to be a little bit more creative, with their measures, but they have to follow our rules and they have to demonstrate a stabilized surface and meet the 20% opacity requirement. So pretty much they can't have a dust plume that comes off of the playa that is over 20% opacity. These measures then, you have to go under a technical review, which has to get the stamp of approval from Imperial County Air Pollution Control District and also the US EPA. And so it's not just a one-stop getting approval from us. We then have to pretty much go to bat for your measure up at the US EPA. And if you can go to the next slide. And so how does Rule 804 in the Salton Sea work? So pretty much Rule 804, to implement Rule 804, Imperial County and the Imperial Irrigation District collaboratively worked on the Salton Sea Air Quality Mitigation Program. And this is the information that is needed so that we can use our exceptional events rule. And so our sectional events rule is one of the really big tools that we have to use in our state implementation plans or our maintenance plans that allow us to actually take a bigger look, under a microscope of what sources are actually, creating these problems. And so in this case, if Salton Sea's not mitigated for, then we won't be able to use our exceptional events rule. And that will then pretty much immediately knock us out of federal attainment for PM10, and that's going to trigger a lot more effects. And if you can go to the next slide. And so as the Salton Sea recedes, backup measures, so best available control measures, are needed to mitigate potential emissions from the exposed playa in a robust and permanent manner. There would be significant air quality impacts and to our public health if backup measures are not used on the Salton Sea. Also, not only does it have a public health aspect, of consequences, there's also state and local economic consequences that Imperial County can't, if Imperial County does go out of attainment. And so since Imperial County is already considered a disadvantaged community, our county really cannot afford to go out of federal attainment. And also this would require Imperial County Air Pollution to adopt more stringent controls at the Salton Sea, but then also kind of have a domino effect where we have to put more stringent and harder PM10 rules all throughout Imperial County. So pretty much everybody in Imperial County will suffer the repercussions if the state does not meet its Salton Sea requirement. And on that photo is a picture of Red Hill Bay project, where you can see very clearly that there is a dust plume coming off the exposed playa. And that picture right there shows that it is not in attainment and it is in violation of our Rule 804. You can go to the next slide, please. So on the Salton Sea playa, currently the exposed playa, there's about 24,000 acres of exposed playa. But if you put that into something that's more easily for everybody to look at, that's about 37.5 square miles of exposed playa. And just to note that we've only stopped mitigation water for about 2.5 years, and we expect that to exponentially increase. So far, the SSMP has only implemented projects that cover 112 acres, or if you put it in this perspective of square miles, it's 0.17 miles of exposed playa. Also, I just want to note too that measure that was implemented at the Bouchard Road project does not meet our Beckham requirements. And so therefore at the Air District, we don't really recognize it as a control measure. It is something temporary that can be done in a proactive manner. However, since we do see these plumes off of the playa, I want to believe that it's more of a reactive matter, not necessarily something that's proactive anymore. And the only way to, we really appreciate the temporary dust control measures such as surface roughening. However, the only way that we can protect those measures and mitigate something fast and easily in a temporary manner is to put it under what is called a stipulated order for abatement, which then will require the state to give us more increments of progress. They'll have timetables and milestones to meet, and there will be repercussions if they don't. And so right now our legal teams are working together to get a stipulated order for abatement for the temporary dust control measures that Arturo mentioned in his plan earlier that will go under the species conservation habitat. The species conservation habitat as a whole covers about 5.9 square miles of exposed playa. And currently Imperial County is working with them to make sure that they can get their temporary dust control measures in place and under an order for abatement to kind of make sure that the air quality of Imperial County is protected while we wait for the long progress of the SCH project to be constructed. So far, Imperial County has issued violations on the Salton Sea playa and about roughly 600 acres of exposed playa at the Red Hill Bay project. Same thing, we're going through an order for abatement process right now with the agencies that are involved. And if you can go to the next slide, please. And if you can play that video that's on there. So this video right here, if you could see it, is actually of the Red Hill Bay project area. I know for many years we talked about this is coming, the dust events off the playa are coming, they're coming. Well, now everything that we've been talking about is coming is actually here. So the time is now for us to get our act together, and Imperial County is committed to making the Salton Sea controlled under our rules and regulations, but it takes a lot of cooperation from the agencies. And yeah, so with that ends my presentation for today.
Yes, Burnworth. I appreciate the images and certainly the anecdotal but still evidence of fugitive dust. I guess my question is just maybe trying to put a a finer point on it, do we know what percentage fugitive dust from the playa contributes to challenges with non-attainment or particulate matter versus ag and other existing uses as well? I know it's always been, it's still, a tremendous amount of concern from the communities that there is a significant amount of dust coming off of these exposed lands, these playa already. But I was trying to recall if we had a better understanding of just what the share is of it, just insofar as some numbers might be concerned. So
yeah.
I don't know if you recall.
And so we actually do. A lot of the numbers that have been seen, and I know that your water board has seen, they actually compare which is the desert, which is not a man-made. It's considered a natural source. And so it really can't take into factor those measures because it's not realistic to go and, pave the entire desert. And so then also, the Salton Sea is a man-made thing. So it does require these reasonable or best available control measures. Agriculture, again, is pretty small source of our overall PM10 airshed. But as I mentioned before, the desert is, the BACM rules do not apply to our desert. The Rule 800 really only is man-made sources.
That's helpful. So, yeah, very, very helpful. I appreciate that. Any other questions or comments from fellow board members? Well, great. Hearing none, thank you again, Ms. Burnworth. I appreciate the time and your presentation today.
Thank you for having me.
The next presenter will be Kevin Durkee, who's the Quality Assurance Manager for the South Coast Air Quality Management District. Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, afternoon.
Good morning. Yeah, afternoon now. Okay, great. Well, so I'm Kevin Durkee, QA Manager for South Coast. I come from a long history of doing meteorological and air quality evaluations for the South Coast AQMD, including work done in the Coachella Valley. So I've been involved for quite a while. Let's see, next slide, please. Okay, so who is South Coast AQMD? We're a regional air quality management district. Our authority is mainly for stationary and area sources. We have very limited vehicle fleet authority in the mobile source area. As you can imagine, mobile sources are extremely important for much of our jurisdiction, which includes all of Orange County, the non-desert portion of Los Angeles County, Riverside County, and San Bernardino County. And then in addition, we also have desert portions of Salton Sea Air Basin, which is the Coachella Valley in Riverside County, and then part of the eastern portion of Riverside County as well, is shown in the bold area on the map. Our responsibilities include adopting air quality rules and regulations and enforcing rules through periodic inspections and response to air quality complaints. We also have responsibility for clean air planning. We put out air quality management plans on a pretty regular basis. We also do a lot with clean technology advancement, especially trucks and clean fuels and things like that. We have pretty significant air monitoring presence. We have 42 permanent regulatory monitoring stations for air quality, and then we also have a pretty significant set of monitors out at any given time, sometimes for long periods of time, for compliance and community monitoring projects, including the new AB 617 work. And we also have a pretty stringent public outreach presence. Next slide, please. So I've kind of narrowed this down to the eastern Coachella Valley. The map shows, that area from Indio basically down to the North Shore, our jurisdiction, portion of the Salton Sea included. So our current monitoring in that area, starts in Indio, where we've had long-term monitoring for ozone PM10 particulate matter, PM2.5 fine particulate matter, and of course meteorology. And then in Mecca, we have particulate matter, PM10 monitoring, as well as H2S, hydrogen sulfide, and meteorology monitoring. The nearshore site is an H2S monitoring site. It's actually a site that the IID has. It's on Torres Martinez property, tribal property. So that's our nearshore site for H2S. H2S is an odor-causing pollutant, sulfur, rotten egg smell, and comes from natural processes within the Salton Sea. So we're able to at least identify, when that's hitting our jurisdiction. So ozone is a big concern for us, especially in the South Coast Basin, but we do have ozone non-attainment status in the Coachella Valley. And that is primarily, well, pretty much all from transport from the basin. The local impacts are much less significant. And of course, we're PM10 non-attainment as well in the Coachella Valley. We have other monitoring in the Coachella Valley up in Palm Springs, and then in the pass up at Banning, where we monitor most of these pollutants that we have at Indio also. The purple boundary is our AB 617 community boundary. Of course, including the Salton Sea. If you go to the next slide, please. I'll talk a little bit about that. Try not to repeat too much of what Kurt, has already said, which is probably most of this. But focus of AB 617 is really to reduce emissions from air pollution in environmental and justice communities. The ECV, as Kurt said, was generated as a year 2, designated as a year 2 community in December of 2019. We began community engagement starting in January of 2020. And that's, as you can imagine, with the community engagement focus is a rather involved process. And we have developed this community steering committee, the CSC. And we've also finalized the community boundaries. So the boundaries include communities of Indio, Coachella, Thermal, Mecca, North Shore, and Oasis, and all the desert areas in between, desert and agricultural areas. So the CSC committee includes active residences and community leaders, community organizations, schools and colleges, hospitals, local businesses, as well as tribal and government agency representatives. So it's a pretty large group. I want to say there's close to 50 members and then several alternates. So quite an active group. Next slide, please. So this process and the next steps. So far we've, as Kurt mentioned, we have come up with an initial priority list of Eastern Coachella Valley air quality concerns based on what the community identified. Actually, number 1 on that list was Salton Sea, including dust, odors, and toxics. Pesticides and fertilizers are big in that area. As far as concerns, open burning, both agricultural and non-agricultural burning, and that would include the illegal burning that we've seen down there. Then, of course, paved and unpaved road dust, and there's a list of 20, I think, or so that would really fill this out but these are the top 4. So what are our next steps with the Eastern Coachella Valley AB 617 program? So we've kind of done this first ring to collect CSC input on top air quality priorities. We'll continue to refine that with the group. Part of that process is having meetings and priority workshops for those air quality concerns. We have had one workshop end of July that covered Salton Sea issues as well as pesticides. It was quite involved in a very, very good series of presentations with a lot of different groups involved. And then those will continue for that and other issues. We'll be working on green papers with the committee to kind of identify and flesh out those priorities, and eventually they'll become part of the community emissions reduction plan and our community air monitoring plan, the SWRCB and the CAMP. So those documents are expected to be completed and approved by early 2021 with implementation by spring 2021. The monitoring and emissions reduction work will focus on increased understanding of the Eastern Coachella Valley air quality concerns and community emissions exposure reductions. Down at the bottom, there's a link to our ECV website on our web pages. If you'd like more information on any of this, there's quite a bit there. I believe including the presentations from the workshop we had recently. And if there's no further questions, or if there are questions, I'm glad to answer any. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Durkee. Any questions from fellow board members or any follow-up? Really appreciate the signature program that is happening there in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Hopeful that there's even lessons for the other, the Imperial County district as well, and how we continue to, it's a massive watershed, and the fact that it covers 2 counties, two air districts, and multiple entities here means I think there's a lot of learning to do amongst us all. So just appreciate that the program is prepared to help provide that space and facilitation and collaboration. So just thank you.
I think the AB 617 process has been an amazing learning experience for all of us, and the community involvement, down there and in other areas that we have activities has been really impressive, and a lot of knowledge and a lot of concern and a lot of people willing to work really hard to make something happen.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Okay, we'll move on to, and so what I'll flag for everyone now is that we are at 12:30 nearly. We have our local entities panel next, which I would like to get through. If each individual is at about 5 minutes, it's about 30 minutes worth of comment provided, and so that'll take us to about 1. And so we can do a late lunch, then come back at 1:30 and finish off our last 2 panels, and then get to public comment. So just to kind of flag for everyone's kind of timing and preparation, what I'm thinking there. So we'll go ahead and move then to our local entities panel now, which I believe first up will be Norma Galindo, who's the president and the board of directors for Imperial Irrigation District. And it's so good to see you, Norma. Oh, here, one moment. I should be asked to unmute now. You should be able to. There.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see you. I'm glad all of you are staying healthy. Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel, board members, and workshop participants. My name is Norma Sierra Galindo, and I am the president of Imperial Irrigation District Board of Directors. I have had the honor of serving on this board since 2013. Today, you have been hearing from the stakeholders and community members who continue to advocate for progress of a smaller but sustainable Salton Sea, and who are growing more and more impatient with each passing day. The Salton Sea finds itself in rapid decline, causing impacts to the environment, wildlife, and the people who call this part of the state their home, not to mention the impact to the greater Southern California region, as well as Mexico. As we engage in today's discussion, it is important for me to provide some background on how we arrived at this point and in front of your board to the State Water Board. On 18th November 2014, the IID filed a petition for modification of revised water rights on Order 2002-13. We did this to start a collaborative process that would ensure restoration of the Salton Sea and help prevent a public health and environmental crisis. Because to date, the state of California had almost completely ignored its responsibility there. Since 2003, IID met its water transfer milestones and delivery obligations under the Quantification Settlement Agreement. And yet our community has been left holding the bag with regard to the impacts of these agricultural to urban transfers, and the state failing to initiate restoration activities for more than 1 decade. On 18th March 2015, 4 months after IID's petition was filed, the Water Board held its first Salton Sea workshop to hear directly from the district, Imperial County, various local government partners and environmental advocates, the agricultural community, public health experts, and a long, long list of community members, some of whom carpooled to be in Sacramento on that day. On 7th November 2017, almost 3 years later, the Water Board adopted its revised order, which set, for the first time, annual acreage targets for the Salton Sea projects. More specifically, the order stipulates 30,000 acres of habitat and dust suppression projects must be completed by December of 2028. Despite not being the responsible agency, IID and its team of staff and consultants have assisted the state through project management, sharing of scientific data, and ground level experience. Most recently, IID worked closely with the state to complete the 112-acre Brujard Road project that you learned about earlier in the day in the Natural Resources Agency's presentation. While this project is quite small when compared to the total acreage of exposed playa, we hope that it signals a change in that more on-the-ground projects will follow. Recent funding commitments by our Governor Newsom's administration and supported by the legislature show us that there is a need, indeed, support at the highest levels of government, and this is so gratifying after so many years of distractions and delays. We are also very pleased to hear that additional staff will be hired by the state, some of whom will be working locally near the Salton Sea, which can only be positive. We need this staff to be from the area because denizens of our county are vested, sensitive to the issue, and committed to bringing the project into fruition. However, we also need to emphasize the restoration of the entire body of water rather than focusing on the North Shore because of the significant difference in the emissions, with the largest of them coming from the southern perimeter. Having a local presence is something we have long advocated for, and my expectation is that project management and the communication with local agencies will improve, and that community engagement, which has been talked about a lot during this session, is not just limited to 2 advocacy groups, but that will include churches, education, medical services providers, athletes, and businesses alike. In closing, once again, I reiterate that priority be given to the Salton Sea and by extension to all those who live near it. As you know, the Salton Sea is connected through the IID water delivery system, the Colorado River. It is, as you also know, the linchpin of the QSA and the environmental proving grounds of the nation's largest agricultural to urban water transfer. The viability of those water transfers in a very real sense depends, as it always has, on a sustainable path forward to the Salton Sea and the urgency that all of us have assigned to it. The best way to protect the QSA and ensure there will be water resiliency in Southern California is to afford that same kind of resiliency, commitment, and dignity to the Salton Sea. Thank you kindly for your continued leadership on restoring a smaller but sustainable sea, an issue of obvious local, statewide, and Colorado River concern.
Thank you so much, President. Really appreciate your longtime leadership and commitment to these issues, and Imperial Irrigation's continued commitment to the long-term viability of the entire watershed, and especially the sea. I believe
Thank
next
you.
we have Tina Shields from the Imperial Irrigation District. Hello, Ms. Shields. Good to see you again. Oh, one moment. Should be able to unmute now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Doing well. It's good to see you again.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tina Shields, and I'm the manager of the Imperial Irrigation District's Water Department. I'm here to talk briefly and quickly, given time constraints, about IID's Salton Sea Air Quality Mitigation Program. Next slide, please. This program was developed in coordination with the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. It is a comprehensive, science-based, adaptive approach to proactively implement projects that will prevent significant dust emissions at the Salton Sea. To date, IID has implemented projects on approximately 2,000 acres of exposed playa, with another 7,000 acres of projects in various planning stages. And we're working on this in collaboration with the state's efforts in trying to funnel some of those projects to help them meet their milestones. Next slide. The Salton Sea Air Quality Mitigation Program consists of 3 primary steps, the first of which is calculating an emissions estimate in order to determine where the dust is coming from. This helps us to prioritize projects. As you can see from this graphic, the primary areas of concern are those shown in yellow, orange, and red, while the green areas have much lower emissivity. The data indicates that only about 1% of the playa emissions occur on the north end of the sea based on the most recent survey efforts, and we do these annually, while about 20% of the playa acreage contributes to 80% of the total emissions at the sea. This has been a consistent ratio for the past 4 years, and I think it's a really important point to remember as we go forward in implementing these programs. Next slide. Step 2 of this program is the proactive dust control planning process. It has 5 components. These are important to the design and planning steps to make sure that the most appropriate control measures are implemented on the right areas and the right soil conditions at the playa. This step also collects data to guide future implementation and planning, including water resource development, which is a critical piece. Next slide, please. The first part of step 3 is implementation. Of the currently exposed 23,900 acres of playa, approximately 7,900 acres are controlled with projects or natural playa vegetation. Near-term projects account for 3,600 acres. These are planned for the next 12 to 18 months. And there's 3,400 acres of more complicated projects that will occur over a series of years and phases, with scaled-up implementation planned over the next 36 months. Next slide, please. The last part of step 3, after construction, is performance monitoring using various lines of evidence. And you heard Katie from the Air Pollution District talk about how important this is. That data determines when O&M activities are necessary, and it's really critical to helping our local regulatory agency maintain their compliance and protecting our public health. Next slide. There are many challenges at the sea. I've listed a few here, and that's above and beyond the sheer magnitude of the acreage that we're having to work with. These are most problematic, particularly on the west side, and those are adjacent to the dunes, and it's where the lack of the water resources is. So those are really the troubling areas, and they have the highest dust emissions as well.
If I can, sorry to interrupt, Tina, but if I can ask there, is that where some of the projects that Arturo mentioned off of groundwater wells perhaps are being proposed then?
Yeah, so a lot of our programs overlap and we're working hard to coordinate these activities. We've been doing it a couple years more than the state's efforts, so we're trying to educate them about our plan and our details so that they're, number one, not duplicating effort, and number two, so they can hit the ground rolling. And we're sort of funneling some of our projects into their process as well to help meet those milestones. But yes, we're doing some groundwater pilot test wells in that area. Reclamation is helping us out on some federal lands. And really what we need is a source of supply to get some vegetation established.
Thank you.
Let's try the next slide. So you've all seen this chart. It doesn't need much explanation. It hasn't changed much over the years. I'll just note there's a little typo there on the 2020 acreage so far. That was the original goal of that project, but when we got out in the field, there wasn't as much land available due to the soil conditions. IID and its stakeholders are hopeful that this year is the turning point, but that remains to be seen. I want to add one piece of advice to this state as they attempt to fill in the blanks in the future years. I think it's really important, despite these huge acreage targets, that the state focus, particularly in the near term, on the quality of the projects instead of the quantity of the projects. As I mentioned earlier, over 80% of the emissions are from just 20% of the playa. So if you really care about progress and not just checking off boxes and meeting those acreage milestones, and you target that 20% of the area, you're going to see the air quality improvements that have a much higher priority than just an acreage number. Should the state fall short of any more milestones, I think there's just a much better story to tell on these projects if they've been implemented and cited on the areas that have the most significant emissions contributions. Next slide. So the last slide is really just for more information for folks. IID has established a website at iid.com/air quality. If you go to this website, you'll see all of our program documents that explain the details of our air quality management plan. It has the coordination with the county and has that performance monitoring component. We also have a lot of data here that people can download, and there are links to different cameras we have at the Salton Sea as well, so that you can actually in real time go out and see what's going on at the sea. We use these as lines of evidence to help identify areas that are problems and cite projects, but there's a lot of information for stakeholders that just have a more interest in the finer details of this program. Thank you again for your opportunity to share.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shields. Really appreciate the suggestions and flag that there are opportunities here to maximize where projects go based off of their emissivity and impacts to human health. And I'm sure the Resources Agency is very much interested in that sort of maximization. To your point, even though the acreage targets may be hitting low these next couple of years as we ramp up to catching up, but again, opportunity to maximize them even in just the work we're doing now. So thank you for that.
I have a question.
Yes, Vice Chair, by all means.
So thank you, Ms. Shields. I appreciate your presentation. Could we go back to, I think it was slide 5, and if Arturo is available, maybe he could answer my question as well. So this just, this information just caused me to remember that the last time I was on site, and this is anecdotal more than anything, but there were some areas where there was just natural regeneration. And they may have been either in areas that were slated for projects and areas not slated for projects. So what resonated with your statement today, Ms. Shields, was just, focusing on quality projects. And so could either you or Arturo comment on this issue of natural regeneration, and if there's anything in particular that you're seeing out there regarding that, and if it is targeted, or if where there is, again, anecdotally, have been natural regeneration, has it been in areas that are already slated for projects, giving us a better sense of, maybe getting it right in terms of soil types and location?
So I think it's a little bit of a hybrid. So IED has implemented about 2,000 acres of projects. They start off as tillage. That's the quick and easy method to get out there. But then we collect native seeds and we vegetate those furrows. And then at times we irrigate to get the plant stands established. But if you have nature working in your favor, you may get a rain event when that occurs and it naturally revegetates. So there's about 5,900 acres of exposed playa where the shorelines receded, but on its own, and probably due to water sources that have had some intermittent flooding, have revegetated on their own. We've seen on some of our sites where we go out and do work and then we vegetate, the wind blows, it picks up seeds, and then you have a rain event, and it's supplemented our activities. So we have a couple sites out there that started off as sort of man-made projects, but they look very natural now because the vegetation has occurred on its own to supplement what we have manually done. But all of that is really contingent upon the water supply. And that's our challenge on the west side of the sea where it's the sandy soils, so it's the wrong soil type for tillage. And then you have these dunes on that western desert that are creeping about, I think it's 50 meters or so a year. And then as the playa recedes and you have all this new acreage exposed, it's just going to scour across when the wind blows. And even if the areas had a surface crust on them, because you have that essentially sandpaper blowing across, it's just going to exacerbate the issue. So these groundwater resources are super critical. It doesn't have to be drinking water quality. It just needs to be less saline enough to get the native vegetation established. So we're hopeful for that and crossing our fingers that solution, but it's complicated, and if that doesn't work, it's a much more difficult challenge.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Shields. Assistant Secretary Delgado, is there anything you'd like to add?
I guess the only thing I would add is that if you recall in the NEPA slide, we had some areas that were highlighted in green. Some of those areas actually include some of this naturally occurring revegetation. So we do intend to get those areas under compliance and capitalize on what's already happening out there naturally. So absolutely, yes, that is part of the plan.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Thanks all, appreciate that. Next up is Imperial County Supervisor Ryan Kelly. Supervisor Kelly, you should be invited here in a moment to share your video if you'd like and unmute.
Here I am.
Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
Oh, I'm happy to be here, and greetings to you and the members of the board and those that are attending for the audience. So if you don't know, I'm Ryan Kelly from the County of Imperial. I represent the district in Imperial that covers the Salton Sea. I noticed my name was spelled wrong on the agenda, so just a shout out that my brother has some sheet music that if you knock the E out of Kelly, Kelly will knock the hell out of you, but nobody's threatening any violence today. I want to thank you for holding this meeting, and we have been experiencing the recent COVID challenges across the state and especially here in Imperial County. So I pray that you and your families are safe. And we've been riding this roller coaster across the state. Here in Imperial County, after 5 months of being locked down, basically not moving at all, we're at a point where we are going to be sending our attestation into CDPH and hopefully be able to open up again. Our hospitalization and positivity rate is down, so it's a positive for us and it's a good thing to look forward to. But now onto the topic of this discussion, the Salton Sea and the Salton Sea Management Program. I would like not to, be giving a report card today. I'd rather focus on some opportunities. And I'm not an environmentalist. I am I'm not a doctor and I'm not a scientist, but I'm a citizen elected by this community to represent our interest. And I was a Boy Scout. I was an Eagle Scout, if that's still worthy of sharing in public. But I've picked up a lot in that exposure, and was taught, you pack it in, you pack it out. And so we've got a good motto to live by with that. So today I'm asking for your attention to some asks that would benefit California, benefit Imperial County, and that would also benefit the Salton Sea. So California has the investment from the park bonds into the North Lake and the New River Improvement Project. And the North Lake in Riverside County can be the beginning of a perimeter lake, which may be the long-term plan that coalesces, from all stakeholders. But then, the New River Improvement Project, it has a direct benefit to the Calexico community, which is important to us. And the future phases of that have the hope of cleaning the dirtiest river in North America. And that has a direct impact on the Salton Sea. So we're very optimistic, and we remain actively optimistic on that. Imperial County and the Air Pollution Control District, working with California Natural Resources, have been collaborating on a few things, and those have been successful in recently. In fact, we signed an MOU a few weeks ago, and Natural Resources returned it last week on one project that I want to share as an opportunity. So I know that all of our funding is going to be more restricted due to what we've just experienced. And so these opportunities are not, they're not huge costs. And some of them are actually just asking for some advocacy from your board and those that are listening. So the first one I wanted to share with you is this Desert Shores Restoration Project. It's on a smaller scale. The cost is less than $1 million. But this project has air pollution, habitat, and community benefit. It is on that west side where there's water challenges and where we have that exposed playa and the western desert contributing to the particulate matter. The West Shores communities actually brought this forward to the county, to the Salton Sea Authority, to Natural Resources, and to the Water Board as something that was developed organically within their community as a starting point. So prior to if you go to back a couple of slides. Yeah, you're going the wrong way. Well, I'm sorry, you must not have the updated one. So we'll just leave it at that slide. Prior to the water transfer, Desert Shores Marina was open to the Salton Sea. And it was active, fishing, corvina, tilapia. After the water transfer, the marina is closed off to the Salton Sea, and it suffers from algae blooms of cyanobacteria and ground flies, or there's another name for it. But the breeding that's coming off of the Salton Sea is infesting the West Shores communities. So cyanobacteria it can be found in the Desert Shores channels. These strains have the potential to produce toxins that are a health hazard to our community. Imperial County's posted warning signs at Desert Shores and other locations along the Salton Sea. And then the balsa bug, the flies, they're breeding in the channels, and the insect infestation is a direct impact of the declining Salton Sea aquatic life. The tilapia aren't there to eat the larvae. So after a restoration project, and I'm sorry you can't see that illustration. I know that we had updated our slide deck, but the marina could be a focal point for Salton Sea restoration, a visual example of restoration, circulating water, either fresh or salt water or groundwater. reducing the algae bloom and the insect breeding occurrences that are happening there. And then conservation. It would be a conservation area for the community that could be replicated at other marinas and harbors around the sea, which was a mitigation acknowledgement from the QSA. So our ask in regards to the Desert Shores restoration is that we need to see work on the ground so we can point to some progress. And Imperial County is asking the State Water Resources Board to support, advocate, and endorse this project, either through your policy, your action, or direction to natural resources. We ask that the Water Board engage in this project and stay focused on it, because there is a vocal community that is very vested in seeing something happen. As IED President Galindo mentioned, is we have a community that is feeling less and less enthusiastic about anything actually occurring. The second opportunity I want to share with you is about lithium extraction and geothermal development in the south of the Salton Sea. So this slide is showing you, or if you would go back one slide, thank you. This slide is showing you the geothermal and the renewables in Imperial Valley. The majority of our geothermal exploration or development is in the South Salton Sea, those red dots at the South Sea. That is a known resource or known geothermal resource area that has 2,000 megawatts of untapped geothermal power. Why is that important to us? Well, it's important to anybody on this call because it has a direct relationship to the Salton Sea for air mitigation, economic development for a community that needs it, and new California revenues. So if you go to the next slide, the lithium extraction, there's so much global demand and momentum. You're probably hearing and know that the lithium battery is being used for vehicles and for battery backup to solar and wind generation. And the uses of it are exceeding the availability. We've been advocating for this development for quite a while in Imperial County. And we believe that that shortage and the availability of the resource is out of country. We need to have a secure source in America that can give us a large supply, and that's located in Imperial County. That would create resources and industry for California, new careers for our citizens in Imperial County, property tax revenues that we don't see with wind or solar, and new revenues for the state of California. Geothermal energy is also in this area, and we see that as, one that was left out of the RPS, and it's a green energy that has not been on equal playing field with solar and wind. Geothermal is at a crossroads after multiple attempts to create a more secure future. Baseload renewable energy finds themselves outside the RPS. And as you've seen, probably, if you haven't seen, Cal ISO is sending out these notices about the heat wave currently, and that the availability of power distributed in California is limited because of their reliance on wind and solar power. So we've been speaking at this, and we would like some help in making this part of policy for California and developing a resource in Imperial County. So our ask specifically is that the Resources Board look at geothermal, endorse lithium extraction, and do mitigation. Any development that occurs for lithium extraction or for geothermal has a mitigation element on the Salton Sea. And that we'd ask the board members to have advocacy with either policymakers or other regulatory boards to make those policy changes that will bring this back into attention and help the Salton Sea. The Public Utilities Commission has an upcoming integrated resource plan, and geothermal procurement needs to be elevated in its stature, and independent operators and municipal utilities should be adding that to their portfolios. So either through your board policy, administrative action, or direction, even with, and I know this is already occurring, the state of California procuring power for its own facilities and adding geothermal to their portfolio. I do want to mention, I did see Mr. Delgado's presentation, and we've been communicating and working well, and I hope to continue. We're going to have some further conversations about Desert Shores Restoration Project. But in the staffing that we are very happy to see, the location for Worcester for natural resources staff should be reconsidered. As the majority of the Salton Sea lies within Imperial County, we need to have these positions located in one of our cities or towns, residing in our community, and be accessible to our citizens. Worcester is a remote location, and there are limitations on being able to get there or to be able to have direct access to people that are working on projects at the sea. In closing, I'd like to say, you know, Imperial County is not a little guy, but in the context of Southern California, we're the smallest in population. And our voices are usually drowned out in Sacramento, but we persist. And our county is experiencing, you know, the effects of COVID-19 just like everyone else. The only difference is that Imperial County had the highest unemployment, the highest poverty rate, the highest food insecurity, and the least opportunity of California counties before COVID. Help us make a change and offer hope to this corner of California. Help the forgotten Californians. Thank you for your attention, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Kelly. And I can promise you, communities aren't forgotten, and you know, these venues are incredibly important to bring voices out. And your note to Assistant Secretary Delgado's noted. I'm sure he's here, and I think it is an intent to ensure that there is greater access to the communities through these programs. But again, really appreciate your time today, Supervisor, and the thought around how we create multiple economies around the sea that contribute to its success. It's not any one aspect or project, but how really it all does add up to a more healthy community and watershed writ large. And so I know you, Supervisor, are committed to that, and others, and so I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Next, we have Tony Rohotas, who's with Executive Officer for the County of Imperial.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members and attendees. My name is Tony Rohotas. I'm the County Executive Officer for the County of Imperial, and it's a privilege here to be able to comment here today. And I will keep it short because I know you guys, I'm holding you guys up for lunch. I want to thank you for today on the overall progress and implementation of where we are with the SSMP, and for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Imperial County. As you've heard from various representatives of Imperial County, I want to make it very clear we are here to work in a collaborative spirit with the state and other entities to assist with the implementation of the 10-year plan and the development of long-term plans and effective in an organized manner. As local stakeholders, most of us are directly impacted. We are here to provide our unique, imperative perspectives, recommendations on the opportunities where we can work collaboratively. But I think the bigger aspect here is the people you are hearing from today are people that have lived in this community our entire lives. We've made Imperial County our homes. We've raised our children here, and we truly have the Imperial County's community at our heart and do what's best for the community overall. As you've heard from some of those opportunities we can collaborate to be the most impactful in would be supporting the implementation of the Desert Shores Restoration Project, launching the Perimeter Lake Project through the investment in the North Lake Project, and recognizing how lithium extraction and geothermal development at the Salton Sea can play an important role in the stabilization. And one that I would like to add to this list is working with federal agencies like the Army Corps of Engineers to streamline processes, permitting processes, to accelerate the mitigation efforts, address air quality impacts to Imperial County residents and its properties. I know Supervisor Kelly mentioned that he was an Eagle Scout and other accolades that he dealt with, but one that he left out that I think is extremely important and something we spent decades of our lives in, and that was providing fire and EMS services in our previous careers. And the reason I think that's important to point out is, as paramedics, both he and I were, as long as firefighters, we responded a great deal to emergency medical incidents throughout this entire county. And we always talk about the effects of the dust, the impacts it could have. We've seen that firsthand. We've treated those people. We've treated hundreds of people with respiratory difficulties, and it's still a long-standing issue within our county and something we need to address. I think today he and I are in places where we can address that as a much larger need and have an impact to make a true difference in this county. And I just want to say on behalf of Imperial County, myself, my board, and my staff are here to help make that difference. We want to be true partners, and we want to make a difference, not just for Imperial County, but our visitors and our neighboring communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. I want to acknowledge that there is obviously a lot going on in the county, and the Salton Sea and its challenges are but one of what are a lot of compounding and, as a supervisor, flag endemic challenges around poverty and access. So really appreciate your continued leadership and many others in the community around trying to continue to serve in your different forms, and appreciate that anecdote as well. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Deputy General Manager, I believe it is, for the San Diego County Water Authority, Mr. Dan Denham.
I actually...
Oh, sorry. It looks like we have Kelly Rogers instead. Sorry, Ms. Rogers. I have an old list here. I apologize for that. Good to see you. Thank you for being here on behalf of the authority.
Great. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Yes, my name is Kelly Rogers. I'm the director of the Colorado River Program with the San Diego County Water Authority. We are the administrative and financial arm of the QSA-JPA, and I will be brief as well. I just wanted to offer a few words to underscore our commitment to the Salton Sea, and just very pleased to be here today. On behalf of the Water Authority, we are certainly pleased that under Governor Newsom's administration, really a corner has been turned. The Sea's inclusion in the water resilience portfolio and the stepped up efforts of the California Natural Resources Agency to implement the Salton Sea Management Program are both positive indications of that. And while we do have our concerns on the past lack of progress, we really feel that these additional resources and some of the restructuring in the office at the Salton Sea will really help to gain some momentum on the SSMP, and we have hope for that. In terms of the QSA-JPA and our efforts on the mitigation program advocacy with our partners, we've met our commitments to impacts of the QSA, and we are committed to continuing to do so. And then we've always maintained that the sea must be recognized as a critical part of the Colorado River system. And to that degree, the sea must be prioritized for restoration and be a pivotal part of the future discussions on the management and operations of the river. And so that's why, in terms of our efforts under the QSA-JPA, the Water Authority has worked cooperatively with our partners to fund and implement IID's Salton Sea Air Quality Mitigation Program that Tina described. While its purpose is to focus on mitigation, we really believe that the program can work hand in hand and has demonstrated it's very complementary to the state's restoration program and the efforts of the Salton Sea Authority. And so we look forward to continuing to work with our JPA partners and with the County of Imperial to ensure projects we do are meaningful and beneficial to the community. We also will continue to work cooperatively with the state, both as a member of the JPA and engaged in the state's SSMP. And to that end, the Water Authority worked with IID Imperial County, the state environmental justice organizations on drafting of the revised water order. The goal was to help the state move forward with restoration. And again, we remain hopeful that the revised order will lead the kind of projects that can make a difference at the sea. And so beyond that, we are hopeful again, and we are state of California and the federal government and all those involved to ensure protection of the sea in all future talks related to the management and operation of the river. And again, on behalf of the Water Authority, we remain committed to continue to work with our JPA partners on the mitigation program and remain committed to staying engaged with the state on their SSMP. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Really appreciate the continued commitment from the authority and your statement today. Last on the local entity panel, we have, but not least, certainly, Mr. Phil Rosentrader from the Salton Sea Authority. Mr. Rosentrader, you should be invited to share your camera and or audio.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Esquivel, board members. I also want to thank our colleagues, Secretary Crowfoot from Resources and Arturo Delgado, especially the colleagues at Salton Sea Authority and the member agencies. The progress that we see today from the Salton Sea Authority standpoint, we believe is largely attributed to the kind of cooperation that is exemplified among the member agencies of Salton Sea Authority, and to the extent we can cooperate and collaborate with our partners at the state, we believe there is tremendous new opportunity because of the state investments and because of the consensus around the Salton Sea on priorities like perimeter lake. We believe we can bring in the federal government, our major missing partner in many of the investments and the planning efforts around the Salton Sea. So this is a very encouraging point in time from our perspective. I'd like to advance this slideshow. We certainly don't have time for a next slide. I just want to point out, this is how we frame the Salton Sea Authority Board of Directors frames up its priorities. The board met in November and again last month in July to have a strategic planning workshop, and they capsulize the obligations, responsibilities, and the opportunities with an acrostic, H2O, in this order of priority. I'm very happy to hear numerous speakers address the opportunities because we see the Salton Sea Authority embraces our challenges with limited resources and multiple challenges. We think we are best positioned to meet those through an integrated approach that is captured here. Healthier and more prosperous Salton Sea is what we are seeking, and we understand we cannot do that alone, nor should we. The state is obligated, and we also have federal partners that are part of this too. So we have immediate opportunities with the $30 million that is now in the process of being drawn down from the state to the local entities, Salton Sea Authority foremost. So please advance slide. Advance. Next, I just point out this slide to remind folks, the air quality issues at the Salton Sea are not limited just to those around this shoreline. Those people suffer first and foremost, but in the correct or certain weather situations, an entire Southern California population, tens of millions of people are impacted with air quality from the Salton Sea. Next slide. nor is the scope of our dilemma on habitat limited to the environmental conditions around the shores of the Salton Sea. This is an intercontinental issue. Next slide. We all know doing nothing is the worst, most costly, irresponsible option. So that's why it's particularly thrilling today to have an opportunity to discuss the progress toward project delivery and implementation. Next slide. Next slide. Some of the most important consensus building has actually been attributed to local entities that were at one point at odds with each other. The local agencies have understood that whenever we've reunited and come together in consensus, we have been able to achieve progress we could not achieve any other way. Next slide. At the local and state level, this effort has been captured years ago with this legislation that was mentioned earlier by Supervisor Manuel Perez. And this is one of our guiding principles. This is how we operate at Salton Sea Authority in partnership with the state of California. Next slide. This is not a new concept. We've heard integration being mentioned numerous times today. I was thrilled to hear our colleagues at Regional Water Quality Control Board frame the Salton Sea as not an isolated orphan in the lower portion of a watershed, but a portion of a larger watershed. And that is the kind of comprehensive, integrated planning that Salton Sea Authority has embraced as our set of solutions for working with the state and the federal government. Next slide. Next slide. Here's a layout of the perimeter lake that has been mentioned several times. This is taken from the financial feasibility action plan that was produced by the Salton Sea Authority under contract with the California Natural Resources Agency. This is the concept guiding investments moving forward. Now, keep in mind, this is a fraction of the water that would flow into the Salton Sea. That blue area around the edge is the perimeter lake. Lower areas, interior, could be mitigated for dust with those waters that are distributed around the upper perimeter. So there are multiple benefits: habitat, dust, and recreational opportunities. Next slide. This gives you an indication of the historic support for that concept you just saw in front of you. And we realize we cannot build this all at one time. And there are plans that are on the table that have been endorsed, the SSMP 10-year plan. So how do we take that plan, marry it to what we have with the perimeter lake, and start moving forward? That is the challenge. And we're, again, thrilled that we have opportunity to make an incremental step forward in demonstrating project viability in those areas. Next slide. Overview of current projects in near-term design and construction. Next slide. There is a joint agency project that is ancillary to the 10-year plan, but it is a demonstration of progress already underway. Salton Sea Authority facilitating cooperation between the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy, Riverside County as owner of that land and facility. This is the North Shore Yacht Club, where we are on our way to restoring access to the Salton Sea. This access needs to be restored quickly, as there is no other point at this anywhere around the Salton Sea. So those funds have been secured with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy, and very soon with DWR. We're very pleased that this project is making progress. Next slide. This is a view of the North Shore Yacht Club launch ramp. The marina still needs to be dredged. Those contracts are headed to approval for this Riverside County Board of Supervisors, who is acting as the lead agency for the project. This is important because it provides an example of how agencies can work together on a project that everyone benefits from and all can contribute toward. If we work together, we have a much better outcome for all involved. Next slide.
Bill, I will just add, that seems like a very simple project. I'm sure to most folks that are taking a look here, it's kind of, well, why wasn't that done prior? But I think it's incredibly meaningful. And as someone from the local community knows, it is the only, if one of the few access points to the lake. And so ensuring that access continues, that the community is thought of in having and continuing to maintain those sorts of access points is really critical. So just thank you for that.
Thank you. And I want to thank again, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, the County of Riverside acting as lead as project manager, and the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy and the Department of Water Resources. This is how we believe multiple agencies can work together to get projects done around the sea. Next slide, please. This is a descriptor I won't go into for sake of time. Next slide. A overview schematic gives you a picture of where it is. Again, using an existing facility for the North Lake Pilot Demonstration Project, that'd be the North Shore Yacht Club, and then traveling up along north and west along the shoreline to those ag drains that come out and can supply water to that demonstration project. Next slide. Let me back up 1 second on that, just so folks know. The County of Riverside, in cooperation with the Salton Sea Authority, has secured additional resources, civil engineering resources, to cooperate with our state counterparts in making a transition to define the scope, the budget, the roles, responsibilities, tasks, timelines, and a funding agreement. We expect that to come forward in the next month and a half. Next. High priorities, you mentioned, most polluted river in North America. We have now an opportunity to bring the folks together that successfully created a solution in this area. Calexico reports they have filed their notice of determination on July 23rd. No opposition to that. So that means this project is heading into its final stages of permit. And that's with Army Corps, Regional Water Quality Control Board, and Fish and Wildlife. So we're excited. Next 6 months to a year, this landscape will also be changing in a much better condition. Our concern is in these instances where we have state and Salton Sea Authority and member agencies working together, we have great benefit, but we also have an opportunity that we need to exercise, and that's the federal engagement. Next slide. There are common obligations in most situations for the federal government on environmental resources. There is an existing MOU. It's non-binding. Salton Sea Authority would like to see that language strengthened. Our federal legislators are interested in helping in that. And we think there's great opportunity if we work together to make sure all of the parties involved have something more lasting and healthier and more prosperous at the end of this process. Next slide. That concludes my comments. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rosentrader. Any comments, questions from fellow board members? Hearing none, thank you again for a very thorough review, but also I think the real key takeaway is the exciting opportunities and already partnerships that are happening, and it's going to require a lot more of the same if we're going to actually see really, really huge, meaningful, successful outcomes here. But it's great, steady work. Okay, with that, we will break for lunch. And I do want to just flag the next two panels will be our federal entities and then wildlife and community non-governmental organizations. Before we break to lunch, which at this point we'll have 30 minutes then, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock, I just want to really thank Mark Gutierrez, our interpreter, for his incredible work. We've been going a long stretch here, and I really do appreciate the work, and Itzel and everyone else, Adriana from the Office of Public Participation, for the good work on the translation services. So just big thanks on that. and we can return then at 2 o'clock to finish off our two panels and then move into public comment. And just thank everyone's patience as we go through what is a number of a good number of stakeholders and really interested folks, and hopefully everyone is gleaning good discussion and further thought for collaboration here. Mr. Loffer, anything I'm missing before we go to lunch?
The only thing that I ask is, other than our interpreter crew, for others, if you have the capability of leaving the Zoom meeting live while we go out on our lunch break, if you would please do so, just because that facilitates getting folks admitted back into the meeting.
Thank you for that. Well, thank you everyone for a fantastic first half of the day. Let's have a lunch and we will continue on. So thank you.
So we have one individual who joined the Zoom meeting from an iPhone, and it's just identifying as an iPhone, so we don't have a name to associate with you. I'm going to invite you to unmute so you can identify yourself, and we can tie you up with the speaker queue.
Hello?
Hi, this is Michael Loffer with the Water Board. Can you identify yourself so that we can give you a name, and then when we get to the public commenters, we can invite you to speak at the appropriate time?
Awesome. My name is Ron Spears, S-P-E-A-R-S.
Great. And Ron, I think we've got you on the speaker list already, so that's good. Now we'll be able to actually identify you in the speaker queue. Thanks so much. And I'm going to be putting you back on mute now.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. It's 2 o'clock, so we can begin to make our way back up. And I think we'll be starting with our next panel here, which was panel number 4, our federal entities. Genevieve Johnson, Program Manager for U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, I think is going to be speaking first. And I would just start by saying there has been a very historic role that the feds have played down at the Salton Sea, a long time land ownership and management role. And even going back to 2000, although with the quantification settlement agreement, the state took on a larger, more direct role in restoration of the sea prior, in 2000, was the Sonny Bono Salton Sea Management Act, which was passed. And so, again, want to acknowledge that Bureau of Reclamation and our federal partners have had historic relationship and leadership down at the sea. And now, as we particularly talk now about how we really maximize these opportunities, look forward to having further discussion around it. So thank you.
And thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. As mentioned, I'm Genevieve Johnson. I'm the program manager here at Bureau of Reclamation for the Salton Sea program. And you can advance to the next slide. Just really quickly, our program originally was connected to the agricultural drainage from lands irrigated by the Colorado River. Reclamation does own about 90,000 acres of withdrawn lands under and adjacent to the sea. So we're also a land owner there, a land manager, and have that responsibility. We have been involved, as you mentioned, with sea activities for a very long time. And specifically for reclamation, we've been involved with restoration efforts for about 40 years. In 1997, we were designated as the lead federal agency to work with state and local agencies on Salton Sea activities, just as a way to try to coordinate, have one point of contact instead of having several. And we continue in that role today. And then our goal really is to provide those resources for implementing activities that protect air and water quality, reduce habitat impacts, and maintain a secure Colorado River water supply. Next slide. As has been mentioned throughout the day, a lot of our work goes through memorandums of understanding between different agencies, just as a way to really kind of create that framework for collaboration. We do have a 2016 MOU between the Department of Interior and California Department of Natural Resources. This provides that framework for collaboration through 2026. As Mr. Rosentrader mentioned earlier, it doesn't force anybody to do anything, but instead kind of creates that ability for us to work together. And Reclamation has been working under that framework since 2016. It also recognizes the state's role as the lead on sea management. And so we really want to support the state in their goal to meet acreage coverage for wildlife habitat and air and water quality projects. In that MOU, the DOI agreed to pursue $20 million for operation and maintenance costs of projects associated with the SSMP and $10 million for state managed monitoring of SSMP projects. And another thing I just wanted to mention, there's a few other bullets in that MOU, but another one I wanted to specifically call out today is continued USGS scientific and technical support, which also included this selenium management discussion during implementation of the SSMP. Next slide. Reclamation's annual program funding is $300,000 a year. So that is what by Congress we get every year. It provides our base funding for staff travel and time, coordination. We do some environmental compliance activities and monitoring, and then some small technical support. So for us to really get other work done on the ground, we need to receive additional funding. And that additional funding comes through various programs within Reclamation as well as the Department of Interior. And so since 2016, we've actually received almost $11 million in additional funding for the Salton Sea program. And on the slide there, you can just see it by our fiscal year, which runs October to October of each year. One thing I want to note about this is that when we've been really successful in getting additional funding, it's because we've had really clear project descriptions. We know what is being planned, we know who the partners are, and we know that there's other funding leveraged for those projects. And so we can come in and make the argument that this is a great project to get going on the ground. It has a clear objective, it has a clear footprint, and we have clear partners to work with. And so the last couple of years, that has really increased our annual funding. Next slide. These are just a few of the projects that we've been really involved with since 2016. And so I just wanted to note how we've leveraged that funding and used that funding over the years. In 2016, for instance, we provided $3 million for the Holtville Alamo River constructed wetlands. That's really a project to improve water quality on the Alamo River. So again, one of the key goals is for us to make sure that we're addressing water quality. The same thing with the New River Demonstration Wetlands monitoring effort. Those are wetlands that have been constructed along the Alamo and New Rivers, and we've been working with IID to continue monitoring of those, make sure their work, and see how we can potentially use that information elsewhere around the sea. Ms. Shields noted the Salton Sea Wash Test Well on the west side of the sea that we're working with IID to install a well there. And that's, again, as she mentioned, to look at if there's a sufficient quantity and quality of groundwater that we can use for dust suppression in that area where there isn't a lot of water available. We've also worked very closely with Sunny Bono National Wildlife Refuge on building some new habitat, as well as improving their water infrastructure, and providing funding for Red Hill Bay construction. So hopefully we've closed the loop there. There was not quite enough funding to finish that project, and hopefully we provided that funding now so that that loop is closed. We are working with California Department of Water Resources on their dust suppression action plan, the dust mitigation and suppression project. So far, we've provided about $700,000. That was to really kind of help everybody get on the same page about where suitable locations and methodologies were for dust suppression activities. And we're working right now with them to complete the environmental compliance for those Phase A projects, as well as provide for land use access. This year, and then as Mr. Rosentrader noted, restoring North Shore Marina access, we've provided funding to restore boat access there. And hopefully that will also be a cornerstone of the North Lake project as that effort moves forward, to reconnect people with the sea, be able to provide them that recreational opportunity. But also, a lot of agencies and organizations do monitoring out at the sea, and we continue to have issues with accessing the sea just for monitoring activities. And then this year we're working with Audubon on the Bombay Beach Habitat and Dust Control Project, which is an effort to reduce playa emissions and provide habitat for wildlife near Bombay Beach, and with IID on the San Felipe Emerging Wetlands pilot. This is, as Mr. Delgado noted earlier, this idea of how can we look at these emerging areas where vegetation is growing on the sea and manage that in a way that makes it sustainable for the long term. And then lastly, with USGS, we are working on the selenium risk summary. This is really an effort, it might be really of interest to folks interested in the water quality issues, where we're summarizing data. So this isn't new data that's being created right now, but we're trying to summarize all of the selenium information at the sea, really focusing on assessing the risks for wildlife first, and being able to use that information then and how we develop some of these wetlands in the future. And next slide. Future program activities, as of course we have been an active partner. We have been actively involved with trying to support the work that's going on out there with the people who are doing the work on the ground and live in the area. So we want to continue those actions to reduce dust emissions, especially for us on federal lands, on reclamation lands. Improve that water quality and restore habitat, as well as provide economic development opportunities through those actions. We are partnering with both California Department of Water Resources and IID this year, and we'll continue to do so in the near future to implement those dust suppression activities that are being planned currently. And of course, always interested in collaborating with other partners for developing those project descriptions and seeing if we can provide additional help in those areas as budgets allow. And then where appropriate, where we are still working to coordinate some of those federal activities so that we can work together to streamline that environmental and cultural compliance and permitting. And last slide. If anybody has any questions about these projects or just more of what Reclamation is doing, that's my contact info, and you are welcome to contact me at any time.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Appreciate the presentation and the highlight of the projects. Particularly was interested in the Selenium water quality project, given the nexus, I think, with the Regional Water Quality Control Board's decision or discussion rather around water quality projects around the sea and updating in the triennial review the basin plan to support those activities. So I can see where that project particularly can help really inform maybe some of that discussion. So see a lot of opportunity for collaboration and appreciate the continued collaborative space that Reclamation has provided here, including across the entire Colorado River system, which we all well know the sea is very much part of. And so thank you. Any questions?
One thing I should, I'm sorry. One thing I should mention really quick about that selenium study is we entered into that agreement with USGS just a couple of months ago, and actually expect a draft report out at the end of September, early October. So we're trying to get that information pulled together very quickly. And that draft will be available to anybody who would want to participate or comment or anything like that too.
Thank you. And there acknowledge the long-standing great relationship with USGS. Doug Barnum comes to mind, and the former USGS office. And I know through some consolidation that office is not necessarily open, but still USGS is a really committed collaborator in this entire space. So glad to see that projects continue on with them. Any comment, question from fellow board members? Well, then thank you, Ms. Johnson. And I'm sure if something further comes up, we'll ask here in the course of the discussion. So thank you. And next on the panel here is Kyle Dahl with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and is the acting section chief. Good afternoon. Good to see you, Mr. Dahl.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay, yes, I'm Kyle Dahl with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Los Angeles District Regulatory Division, and I'm the chief of the San Diego and Imperial County section. And our area responsibility is San Diego and Imperial counties. Our office's primary responsibilities are for reviewing and issuing permits under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. However, I did want to give a step back, because one of the questions we get a lot when we do public outreach and events is just about the structure of the Corps. And usually the way I describe it is there's two larger wings to the Corps. There's what's called the Civil Works branch, and then there's the regulatory branch. Our Civil Works branch primarily works on congressionally authorized and funded projects. And I did want to touch on this because I know it's been an issue in recent years. Sorry, my lights just went off. But the summary is that the Salton Sea restoration projects have been authorized by Congress. The funds have not been appropriated, however. The Corps made a recommendation for certain funding in FY 2020 and 2021, but that money is not part of the president's budget right now. So I want to bring that up because that question often comes up when we have discussions about the Salton Sea.
I really appreciate that. And so was that a request made through your work plan then? And
that's correct.
Funded ultimately. Okay. And appreciate
that's exactly right.
And making its way through the work plan. I know that as well wasn't always the case because of sometimes cost-benefit analyses that. And I think this authorization, sorry, maybe sometimes just a little too knowledgeable on this one, but it goes back to 2007, and it's about $30 million pilot projects, not unlike the species conservation habitat type projects that we're seeing down there, but would have been done by Army Corps. And Senator Boxer, I think, got those in there. But yes, a story appropriation or authorization still needing appropriation. So
correct. That's right. So our Civil Works folks are looking at different lines potentially to fund those projects, but I did want to bring that up just as a reference. My role is in the regulatory realm, so issuance and review of permits. That's sort of the other side of the Corps operations in terms of the non-military operations. But just in summary, things that we've been working on, I think Arturo brought up earlier, one of the big things that was accomplished was the Corps and the state entered into a Water Resources Development Act, or worded 214 agreement. And the benefit of that agreement is allows the Corps to prioritize staff and time to expedite projects out of the Salton Sea. And I think we've already seen some of the benefits of that through some of the dust suppression action plan approvals and some of the work that we've been doing on SCA, Species Conservation Habitat Project, in addition to some of the SSMP developments that we have, but I did want to mention that. The projects out of the Salton Sea are largely being handled by this office. So this is the San Diego and Imperial County section, understanding that the sea physically goes into Riverside County as well, but the projects themselves are largely being handled out of this office. But just in terms of some of the things that we've been working on specifically to the regulatory actions, regarding the Dust Suppression Action Plan project, we've come up with a really straightforward and predictable path ahead in terms of identifying potential aquatic resources out in the sea. And the intent of that was to assist in facilitating these delineation approvals so that we could give the state basically a thumbs up to go in and start doing some of the dust suppression work. So we've done 2 of those so far. We've worked very consistently with the state in order to continue that process. So we expect that to continue in the future. The first project was really sort of the litmus test in terms of figuring out how to identify some of those resources, but we think we've got that process down pretty well now. So our anticipation is that in terms of dust suppression projects and this office's involvement, that we'll largely follow that model and be able to expedite those as much as possible. The other thing that we've been working on extensively is, of course, SCH. Right now, we're in reinitiation with some of the resource agencies to get final approval so that we can give our final thumbs up and get that project out to construction. This office has been involved with all sorts of conversations, ranging from conversations with the contractors to the biologists in terms of endangered species. So we've been heavily involved in that as well. And then, of course, the sort of overarching thing, the development of the SSMP project description. The Corps, as of now, will be the federal lead for that action under NEPA. And we're working with the state extensively on development of the project description for that to carry through into the NEPA analysis. We're also participating and assisting with the public workshops and public involvement. So we've had some extensive conversations and continue to have conversations about the scope of that and the Corps' involvement. But like I said, we've been extensively involved over the last probably 6 months to 8 months with the state team. We think we've made a lot of progress in terms of especially the dust action plan and the project description for SSMP. So I think we're starting to see some of the benefits of that dynamic. And I'm available for any questions if anybody has anything.
Thank you, Mr. Dahl. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
There's been a re-engagement with the Corps, and I think that it's really showing. And appreciate the coordination on NEPA and all these fundamental permitting activities that really before weren't really coming together in a way that was allowing for program implementation to happen in any way it seemed, and project implementation more importantly. So thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Really great to have you at the table. Any questions from board members or comments to Mr. Dahl here? Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much again.
Right.
Appreciate
it.
Yeah. Next up, we'll shift to panel number 5, which is our Wildlife and Community Non-Governmental Organization panel. And first up would be Andrea Jones from Audubon, California. And on behalf of Pacific Institute, Audubon, Sierra Club, Defenders of Wildlife, and Environmental Defense Fund, it looks like here. So thank you, Andrea, for being here. You should be invited here momentarily to share your camera and or microphone. Hello. Oh, I think we still can't get audio coming through from you. You want to down at the bottom of your Zoom window where it's the microphone and it says mute, there's a small up arrow. If you click on that, you can select maybe another microphone. Maybe the wrong one is selected there. Sometimes.
Hey, how's this?
You can hear you now. Hello.
Okay. Sorry about that. Again, my name's Andrea Jones. I'm with Audubon, California, and I'm speaking on behalf of all of the environmental organizations that were already mentioned. Our comments today will address habitat planning, while my colleagues on this panel will address equally important community engagement. We first wanted to commend the state for the incredible progress over the past year. We really appreciate the focus and the hard work of the agencies on the Salton Sea and the board's continuing oversight. As stated in our March letter, our joint letter, we are concerned that neither the SSMP annual report or the recent update letter include any plan to cure the state's cumulative 900-acre habitat project deficiency through 2019. If the full SCH project is completed per the state's schedule by 2023, and we're excited by that progress, and all of these acres provide habitat value, not just dust suppression, the state will still be deficient by almost 2,000 habitat acres. So we're asking for a plan to develop those additional project acres needed to protect and provide long-term fish and wildlife habitat and restore the aquatic and shoreline habitat at the sea, as mentioned in the Fish and Game Code. Also, regarding the SCH project, we would like to know how the state or stakeholders will evaluate the contractor's design to determine what wildlife values it is meeting. And I don't mean just by commenting on the EIR when that comes out, but is there going to be a proactive effort to include outside groups? Also, is funding secured to monitor and adaptively manage the SCH when it's constructed? Because as several people have noted today, including Tina, you can't just construct something and walk away. So we'd love more information on how that monitoring is going to happen. In my remaining comments, I want to focus on the long-term planning and how that will be accomplished and how experts and stakeholders will be incorporated into that process. As we know, long-term planning is important to ensure that the dollars are spent wisely and to ensure efficiencies in water use, which is really important right now when building habitat and dust control projects. As Tina Shields from IID said today, quantity and quality are not the same thing. How at the end of the day will we know if we have lost or gained habitat to protect wildlife and the health of surrounding communities? A few years ago, Audubon quantified almost 70,000 acres of habitat ringing in the sea in 2010, and that could serve as a baseline. However, we do not currently know which species or guilds of birds future habitat projects will benefit or what baseline the state would use. What are the habitat goals of the various projects and how will these habitats be connected to each other? These are all really important questions. We already know that over the past 5 years, almost 6,000 acres of newly formed wetlands have emerged, mostly at the end of irrigation drains that no longer reach the sea. And these wetlands have a dual purpose. As do all wetlands, they are both controlling dust and creating habitat refuge as the sea recedes and conditions degrade. So we ask that the state make sure to incorporate these wetlands into future planning, and both Arturo and Genevieve have also noticed that. Groups including Audubon are already looking at how some of these emerging wetlands can be used to enhance habitat and create additional habitat, control dust, and provide public amenities. Without a holistic ecosystem approach to the long-term planning at the sea, in 10 years, are we going to look back and realize we've missed an opportunity or lost irreplaceable habitat and wildlife? And I have a few other specific questions. We were previously told by the state that a habitat action plan would be completed. Is this still the case, and how will stakeholders such as Audubon and other groups be incorporated into that process? The Dust Suppression Action Plan, while good in its own right, does not and is not set up to address statewide or seawide habitat needs. Secondly, what is the status of the state's monitoring plan? Initially, that was going to be released more than a year ago, and the science committee that would have reviewed that has not met in many, many months. Coordinated monitoring of water quality, wildlife, and food resources are going to be extremely important to determine if habitats are meeting objectives. Funding, as I mentioned, also needs to be secured for long-term monitoring. Thirdly, we request a stakeholder advisory committee be established to support and consult on the SCH design and implementation process, as well as on the long-term planning. And lastly, we request clarification from the board on how the Dust Suppression Action Plan, specifically the Phase B projects, might be counted towards satisfying habitat acreage milestones in light of the stipulated order's clear language. We're concerned that in the DSAP, it notes that biology, water quality, and other are generally outside the scope of the DSAP. And other biology comments are out of the scope of the DSAP. So the Phase 2 dust control projects may have a habitat benefit component, but that hasn't been quantified, nor does it satisfy the need for a habitat action plan that would take a more holistic approach to planning and quantifying future habitat at the sea. Again, we're not saying the DSAP isn't important. It's a great document, but we just equally need a habitat action plan to accompany that. Finally, Audubon and our partners are here to express our commitment to and interest in supporting, partnering, and working with the sea to do long-term planning to ensure that the future of the sea continues to be a vital part of the Pacific Flyway, is viable for wildlife, healthy for communities, and accessible for residents and visitors to enjoy. We acknowledge and appreciate all the state has done in the last 2 years, and we look forward to continuing to work with the state to achieve the SSMP and the broader issues that we and our partners are discussing today. It's a good time to be both reactive and proactive as we think about the future of the sea. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jones. Appreciate the comments and the flags on several issues there. Much appreciated. Next up, we have Luis Olmedo from the Comité Cívico de Valle. Mr. Olmedo? You should be.
Okay, there we are.
Good to see you. Good afternoon. Glad you could join us.
Good afternoon, Chairman Joaquin Esquivel and members of the board. For the record, again, my name is Luis Olmedo. I'm the Executive Director of Comité Cívico del Valle. And we're all here today to talk about the status of one of the state's public health emergencies. And we can't talk about the progress made at the Salton Sea without highlighting the deeply rooted inequities, disparities, and injustices that have been taking place over the last century. Historically, the communities along the California-Mexico border have been underinvested, underserved. That all has contributed to inadequate living conditions and health status of our community, which unfortunately is of concern and are now exacerbated by COVID-19. Before I talk about the historic progress made in the advocacy to address the urgent needs of the Salton Sea and in environmental justice in the region, I must highlight the inequities and injustices that our communities have to live as well as result of one of the greatest public health emergencies at the Salton Sea. Our community, made up of Latinos, immigrant families, agricultural workers that have lived with constant exposure to bad air quality, emissive toxic dust, and bad odors that present persistent health burdens to the communities along the Salton Sea region. As studies have shown, these burdens are making residents that live with exposure susceptible to diseases such as COVID-19 and exacerbate and create underlying health conditions. COVID-19 has left us gasping for air, and despite the economic struggles, Governor Newsom and the legislature have kept their commitment to fund projects at the Salton Sea and the New River. Thanks to community advocates, Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia, Governor Newsom, cabinet secretaries, today we can celebrate the New River funding win. The New River $28 million must remain at DWR, the California Department of Natural Resources, California Department of Water Resources, and all the monies should be committed to the New River project as one allocation. It makes no sense any of these monies be run through the Salton Sea Authority. The money should go straight to the city of Calexico to implement the project. I have not heard disagreement with this idea. I'm simply sharing it. The SEH project, the dust suppression and habitat projects are behind schedule. However, the Newsom administration is making progress. The North Lake project also that has been widely discussed at the Salton Sea Authority, supported by agencies both in Imperial and Riverside counties. And we must capture and learn best practices of these projects from proposal, funding to completion. To continue on this celebration, I would like to thank Secretary Crawford because he recognized that environmental justice and public health were not top priorities of the California Natural Resources Agency in past years. To address this knowledge gap, new jobs have been created. And as we heard today from Assistant Secretary Delgado, some of the new jobs will also be stationed locally in the Salton Sea region, in the Imperial Valley as well. This is a clear indication that Secretary Crawford and his leadership team are listening and delivering. Secretary Crawford spoke to this point of the community engagement as well. And we are very pleased with recent support from CNRA and DWR, allowing local community agreements to take the lead on developing localized messages in coordination with CNRA and DWR. This will improve messaging and accelerate engagement. By 2021, Comité Cívico will have expanded its operation and maintenance of 70 Ivan community air monitors consisting of PM10, PM2.5, and methane sensors throughout the entire Salton Sea Air Basin. The data we collect is being shared with government, academic researchers who are studying the ecological and public health impacts of the region. Our Ivan Air monitors is also providing real-time air quality information to the public and schools. As next steps, we still need RFPs and RFQs that outline clearly the metrics, performance measures, and guarantee community benefits. An example, local jobs, local investment, local access, recreational opportunities. For industry-focused strategies, we need experts to characterize how geothermal and lithium mining will zero out pollution, not only from the managed playa strategy, but also from their own waste streams. We need to know the net benefits so informed decisions can be made. Example given, if the plan is an economic plan, then we need this characterized. If the industry strategy is an emissions reduction strategy, then we need the emissions reductions on the entire project characterized and calculated to assure it is zeroing out the emissions on the playa and on their operation. This is not in opposition to industry-based strategy. This is simply being smart and educated and with a laser-focused vision on seeing benefits for the community. This is also a current air pollution control. There's also a current air pollution control notice of violation on Red Hill Bay project. These violations are costing IID ratepayers. We need federal government to step up and get the job done urgently. We also need these violation dollars to be invested in local community benefit projects. And I just want to note that we have been making a lot of good progress locally in identifying what these types of community benefits could look like. Finally, the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the State Water Board both have responsibilities and must be part of the solution in regulating water quality discharges from industrial and municipal sources. Comité Cívico has found many failures over the years from this agency, and we encourage this board to not only play a role of oversight, but to also be part of the solution because it has its own share of responsibility. Example, nothing happened with the notice of violation with National Beef despite millions of dollars in violations assessed. This can be accomplished in the spirit and obligations of AB 1071 and supplemental environmental projects. I appreciate Maria earlier today talking about the regional board and their work. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you so much, Mr. O'Mill. Really appreciate your contributions, continued contributions, and your comments today. Next, we have Patricia Leal with Alianza Coachella.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patricia Leal Gutierrez, and I am a community resident from the East Coachella Valley and currently work with Alianza Coachella Valley as a program manager. In collaboration with a number of local nonprofits focused in working on environmental justice issues such as air quality and the Salton Sea, through community engagement, our focus has been to uplift the respiratory health issues and impacts experienced by residents who live adjacent to the Salton Sea. Such communities are, but are not limited to North Shore, Mecca, Oasis, Therma, Coachella, Desert Shores, Salton City, and the urgency to take action is now. The reality is that the current pandemic only exacerbates this urgency for action. We appreciate the state's renewed efforts to engage community members by planning a number of community meetings. With increasing project activities such as the North Lake Pilot Project, there is a greater need to ensure that there is a clear structure in place to collect and incorporate ongoing community input and respect community knowledge and experiences throughout the entire process. Currently, the SSMP Community Engagement Committee, led by the state, is a committee that meets quarterly, composed of local organizations and other entities to support on engagement. We believe that there is a great opportunity to revisit the structure and goals of this committee and lay out a clear structure and clear process on how the intake of communities' recommendation will be integrated not only in the SSMP, but as we look at the long-term planning as well. We have provided input on the draft Community Engagement Committee document, and as the state increases its capacity, we look forward to restructuring the committee in a way that further engages residents and informs projects. Projects from the SSMP to the long-range planning, and really elevate and include community-driven solution that addresses community public health impacts linked to the Salton Sea. Having a local office located near the community around the sea is truly a good step in achieving this. Additionally, as the planning of the long-range plan happens during this fall or spring, we strongly recommend looking at creating a long-range planning committee or subcommittee that includes community residents who live adjacent to the sea and that also have decision-making power to really impact the long-term vision for the Salton Sea. We also recommend collaborating with key local agencies to conduct water monitoring at the Salton Sea, such as with the Regional Water Board. There are concerns about the contaminants in the water entering the Salton Sea from water runoff to the New River and other outlets, and its impacts to public health. Monitoring different parameters and contaminants could justify additional projects to treat inflows of water entering the Salton Sea. We really appreciate the state's ongoing efforts and call for more collaboration efforts from the state and local entities in both counties alongside community residents to ensure immediate and long-term project implementation to address the public health concerns of residents living around the Salton Sea. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. I really appreciate the structured, good comments around improvements. Earlier, I'm sure you heard Secretary Crowfoot said that he was looking for specific examples or recommendations from us at the board here as we listen as to how to improve not just the program here, but I think importantly to your point, the longer term discussions as well, I think, and making sure the communities are the basis for so many of the different touch points that aren't all just about the Salton Sea Management Program, and to your point are also about the Regional Water Quality Control Board, say, and opportunities there to further collaborate. I think that I just really appreciate the structured comments that you provided us here, and look forward to these opportunities to translate these back to the Resources Agency. And I think, again, the Outreach Committee, its structure, how it's chartered, what exactly it's reviewing, I think will be really critical. So thank you for that. Next, we have Rebecca Zaragoza with Leadership Council.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Zaragoza, and I work with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability in the Eastern Coachella Valley. We are a social and environmental justice nonprofit organization that leads diverse community organizing and policy advocacy efforts across the state. We work in partnership with community leaders and partner organizations to address the larger impact that a declining Salton Sea is having and will continue to have on the Eastern Coachella Valley and surrounding communities. Public health is a top priority in this region, often choked with dust, and the related issues of climate adaptation and resilience can and must inform how Salton Sea management and investments at the sea can have multiple and long-term benefits for the community's health and environment. The SSMP has lacked the necessary community input through engagement, and we have seen this improve through the Dust Suppression Action Plan, but the timeline for implementing projects still undermines the continued input and priorities of the most impacted communities, including those in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Dust suppression is a critical element of a resilient Salton Sea region, along with other programs and projects that can support public health, recreation, and economic opportunity, including mitigation measures like urban greening, parks, and air filtration in homes. Others include water filtration at entry points and stronger pesticide regulations to offset the continued contamination of the Salton Sea from agricultural runoff. Community residents have been active in developing climate resilient and adaptive projects near the sea and would encourage the appropriate agencies and stakeholders to consider the larger climate change impacts in their Salton Sea work and work together to incorporate these specific principles identified by the community. Like others have mentioned, it is imperative to enhance our cross-sector collaboration and community engagement to help simultaneously develop comprehensive and intersectional plans that range from dust suppression, air monitoring, and multi-benefit infrastructure projects that best serve the region's existing residents and existing needs. One of the programs in which we'd like there to be more transparent collaboration with is the AB 617 Community Air Protection Program. We have a great opportunity with AB 617 to enhance the air monitoring conducted around the northern part of the sea and create a community emission reduction plan that can expand upon and expedite dust suppression efforts to tackle Salton Sea emissions. The AB 617 program's air monitoring and emission reduction programs will identify highly emissive sites that have not been included within the Dust Suppression Action Plan due to the lack of data. Inclusion of these additional sites in the dust suppression and mitigation activities is critical to effective Salton Sea management and the region's public health. We would appreciate increased involvement from CNRA, DWR, and the Water Board to be more active in these spaces and provide their support in moving these plans and regulations forward. We appreciate the improvement in community engagement and look forward to seeing how our collective efforts on protecting public health and habitat at the sea can more thoroughly represent community priorities, build community capacity, and create a Salton Sea that supports a resilient and healthy region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Hearing again about 617, I think really reminds us of the opportunities of the intersectionality of various regulatory authorities we have here. There's obviously the air impacts and therein and various projects that can contribute to it, but it's that whole air, land, water interface that we find ourselves with. And so the better we can have a program that, although uniquely is, yes, driven through 617 or the Salton Sea Management Program as a component for these other projects, or even the economic opportunities, I think that we've heard a few times around, finding those ways that they all are additive, they all add to like a common decision support space, if you will, so that we are talking about the same discussions. And ultimately, what we're talking about are the futures of our communities, and making sure that our communities are empowered to engage and decide and help shape how they are going to continue on into the future here. And that means the economic prosperity that comes from and should come from so much of the investments going on at the Salton Sea on the habitat side, but also even air quality projects and economic projects therein. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the continued focus on that intersectionality. And I commit to us trying to do better to blend where we have staff and capacity, process and engagement around, but then also with our programs, do the same. Make sure that, and this workshop being an example of that, making sure that we're all continuing to have the same discussion amongst ourselves, particularly in these next months and years ahead, because there's a lot going on. And so appreciate it. Thank you. That's wraps up actually our panels at this point. Any other, as we transition here to the public comment cards that we have, which there are about, at this point, 23 or so. Are there any comments from board members? Anything you wanted to bring up, question, or make comment before we transition to the speakers? Okay.
Well, I was just going to ask if there's time, and it could be after the speakers, but I think if Mr. Delgado is able to just touch on some of the questions that were brought up by the environmental NGOs around habitat action plans. And again, not sure where that fits, but it'd be great to hear back on some of those questions.
I think that'd be, now is a good moment before we transition then to the set of public comments to kind of cap off maybe a little engagement with Assistant Secretary Delgado. So yeah, we'll invite him here to share his camera and audio and see if he has any further comment. And I know, again, the outreach committee particularly has been something that CNRA and the Assistant Secretary have been focused on. And so maybe have some quick thought to some of the comments we heard from Alianza and Leadership Council about improving maybe some of that.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I was actually in the midst of writing Andrea an email to ask if she can send me her list of questions. But I think just in general, I mean, honestly, totally hear that loud and clear. I would say the dust suppression action plan, we do intend to do restoration. As I mentioned earlier, kind of the initial focus will be to try to quickly implement, if we can, some of these surface roughening projects to really, honestly, to stop the bleeding, if you will, remediate the emissive lake bed areas, and then go back in afterwards to do restoration work at those sites. And again, it's going to be vegetation, it's going to be creation of shallow water wetland areas. It's going to be some of the stuff that we're thinking about is going to be very similar to Audubon's proposed Bombay Beach wetland restoration project. We're going to try to capitalize on some of those existing naturally occurring revegetation areas as an example. But I would also say that some of this is also going to be addressed in our upcoming project description that we're going to be putting out to the public here shortly. That's going to really start to address how we get to 30,000 acres and how much acres of aquatic habitat we're going to build, how many acres of these other revegetation areas we're going to do, these shallow wetland areas that we're going to create. And so that's, from my perspective, that's really going to be the best place where we can start to have that conversation to show how we're going to get from where we're at where we're at today to 30,000 acres, with at least half of that being habitat acreage. Did that answer the question to some extent?
Yeah, and just one follow-up is just so the description is going to be coming out soon, and that will provide probably a lot more of those details, as you said. And then, it sounds like a number of the presentations today have mentioned, there's trade-offs between quality and quantity and sort of pace and different ways of rolling out the different acreage projects. And I'm just curious where that process fits to kind of clarify the plans and give opportunity for discussion and engagement around how that's rolling out.
Yeah, I guess I would generally say, thank you for that question. I would generally say that I don't see it as an either or. I think we can do quantity, right? I mean, we have to follow through and meet our commitments, right? We need to deliver the acreage, but we can do that and still do quality work. And I'm not suggesting that we not do quality work. I think we can do both. And quite frankly, that was what I mentioned earlier when we put together the dust suppression action plan. That really started to provide a reality check for me on whether or not this is realistic and it's whether or not it's doable. And I think it is. But again, I need to really stress that it's only doable if we all work together, right? And that we're able to get land access agreements in place, and that we're able to get the permits timely, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I wonder if the community engagement plan, I'm forgetting the name of the document that you mentioned earlier, but that plan can help also highlight ways to talk through and clarify some of those on the habitat side, in addition to the, on a number of areas that the SNMP is working on, but be able to help, clarify opportunities to engage around that as well. Sounds like that's, maybe already in the works, but seems like a good.
No, I totally agree. And I think really kind of going back to the little game plan, the high level Gantt chart, if you will, really, that's really one of the primary purposes of that project delivery timeline, right? Is to really start connecting dots on where we're going and where we're at and how we're moving forward and schedules, et cetera, et cetera. And now we can actually actively identify touch points when those need to occur. And frankly, we didn't have that before. And so I totally agree. And I think we can start to build in these touch points, these opportunities for collaboration and conversations into the engagement plan as an example. And so I'm right there with you.
Great.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Assistant Secretary? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, board member, and thank you, Assistant Secretary Delgado. We'll now, we will now move on to our public speaker cards here. And first up, we have, and for those of you here on the Zoom platform, you'll see we do have a sort of a ticker here with the next individuals that will be coming up to kind of help you understand where you'll be. And we'll keep things at about 3 minutes. I'm requesting at this point to help us get through what are a number of comments. Can extend to 5 if folks really need in there, but otherwise appreciate everyone's opportunity to engage and provide comment to us here. Note as well that we will have a second session to provide public comment after 6 p.m. And so have a tranche of folks coming at that point as well. So hello, good to see you, Ms. Rowe. Good, thanks for participating.
Hello, thank you for having me today. I'm Annette Morales Rowe, a 30-year constituent of all the Coachella Valley elected officials participating in the program today. I've met with many of you in person about water importation for Salton, and my questions are for Assistant Secretary Delgado. According to the 2020 annual report on the Salton Sea Management Program, page 10, the SSMP project delivery timeline indicates the long-term plan was supposed to have selected an independent reviewer, and new proposals for water importation were then able to be submitted for review and feasibility at that time. That deadline has passed. Your presentation this morning showed an amended schedule shifting these tasks to fall 2020. This new timeline also appears to show that you are beginning preliminary planning prior to, not after receiving any new importation solutions. My 3 questions are as follows. Arturo, could you put a finer point on why the preliminary planning is being conducted prior to receiving new importation solutions? What is meant by preliminary planning and what is being evaluated? Last, how does the new schedule shift impact how new ideas for water importation will be included? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morales-Rowe. I will flag that as we receive public comment here, and it is less an opportunity to ask direct questions of other panelists. I know that the water importation discussions are something that continue to be out there and of interest. And so we'll just say then, if Assistant Secretary Delgado would like to respond to any of those specific questions, he may, but then otherwise appreciate the comments and interest I hear in importation plans.
Thank you.
But thank you, really appreciate that. Assistant Secretary, did you want to say anything regarding the direct questions? And hearing none, then we'll just pass along the questions and appreciate the comments. Thank you. We'll move to our next public speaker then.
Hello.
Fernanda Mercado with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Fernanda Mercado and I work with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability in the Eastern Coachella Valley. We are pleased that despite current economic conditions, the state has continued to invest in the Salton Sea. It is now critical to ensure that the funds support an efficient and an equitable future for the Salton Sea and region. For instance, the state should consider hiring local individuals for local positions and prioritize a community engagement and public relations position. The individual who takes the position should have skills and abilities that support effective outreach, program implementation, including bilingual language capacities, expertise of the region, and lived experience consistent with the goals of the program. Another critical issue raised by others is the importance of ensuring access to decision-making processes and public discussions, including events such as this workshop. It's essential that community members are aware of the opportunities to speak on the issues they encounter. This will allow individuals with firsthand experience of the effects of the Salton Sea to highlight how they are being affected. Outreach and accessibility to these hearings must be effective, especially during these times of the pandemic. For example, outreaching to nonprofit organizations that work with the Salton Sea directly a few weeks before the hearing will allow nonprofits to work with community residents and gather any immediate issues, concerns they have to ensure that community residents have the information they need to participate in the meetings. Also, it's important to ensure effective outreach in all relevant languages, including Quechua, Spanish, and English to help overcome language barriers. Lastly, making the public comment registration process more simple will help residents register. For instance, providing brief and clear instructions in Spanish, English, and other relevant languages more than a few days in advance. Overall, we're very happy that CNRA and other state agencies, community-based organizations are working together to resolve these issues. Yet there's more progress we can make. We look forward to seeing the next steps for a better, healthier, and more engaged community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mercado. Really appreciate it. Next, we have Kim Floyd.
I guess I made it.
You did. Hello, Mr. Floyd.
Thank you. Sorry. My name is Kim Floyd. I live in Palm Desert. That's about 50 minutes northwest from the sea. My primary concern today is the health of those living close to the drying playa. As reported in the Desert Sun, our local newspaper today, The 9 cities in the Coachella Valley represent 31% of our county's COVID deaths and only 20% of the county's population. Data shows that the rate of COVID infection in County Supervisor Perez's district is particularly high in low-income communities in the West Coachella Valley, i.e. near the Salton Sea. These communities are home to a large portion of our essential workers who cannot work from home. These communities have suffered from poor air quality for years, and as such are at higher risk for COVID infection. These communities need work completed at the sea to suppress airborne contaminants as soon as possible. Please, no more delays. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Floyd. Really appreciate your good comments today. Next up is Maria Posar.
Sí, buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan?
Gracias.
Buenas tardes. Yo vivo en el este del valle, en la comunidad de North Shore, que está, mi vecino es la laguna del Salton. Mi preocupación es que ahorita estamos a las temperaturas de 120 grados y ya se empezó a liberar el sulfuro del olor huevo, olor a drenaje, y es mi preocupación porque no podemos salir afuera, pero tampoco podemos estar adentro porque ese olor está penetrando adentro de mi casa. Tengo 2 niñas, una de 3 años y una de 10. Entonces, esa es mi gran preocupación. Y nosotros como miembros de la comunidad en general y también como miembro de la comunidad purépecha que vivimos aquí, quisiéramos pedirles de antemano de favor que por favor hagan algo ya. Podemos poner enverdecimiento, más árboles alrededor de la laguna, árboles alrededor de nuestras casas que nos proporcionen filtros de aire adecuados para que podamos estar en mejores lugares para vivir, porque todos somos hijos de Dios y merecemos vivir de la mejor manera. Entonces, esa es mi gran preocupación en estos momentos y nosotros no tenemos a dónde irnos a vivir. Este es nuestro lugar, es donde nuestros hijos están creciendo y por el momento ahorita las escuelas están cerradas y podemos tener a nuestros hijos aquí. Pero cuando ellos regresan a las escuelas, ¿qué sucede? Pues los olores también se penetran en las escuelas, los químicos, lo de los campos. Entonces, quisiera también que las personas que van a ser dirigidas a la restauración del lado norte, que sea una persona que está ya involucrada con la comunidad de North Shore, que conozca a la comunidad de North Shore y que nosotros tengamos esa confianza con él para que podamos guiarlo hacia cómo queremos mejorar nuestra comunidad, porque solo la comunidad puede saber qué es lo que nosotros necesitamos para nuestro mejoramiento ambiental. Sabemos que cada día nuestra laguna se nos está yendo, pero yo quiero que mis hijas cuando crezcan más puedan mirar algo de que sobró de la laguna. Ese es mi comentario, solamente en general a todos también, que por favor involucren más a la comunidad antes de hacer cualquier evento, porque nosotros somos los que vivimos aquí y queremos una restauración sana para nosotros. Muchísimas gracias por darme el espacio para hablar.
Gracias, señora Posar, para tu tiempo y tu voz de la comunidad. Gracias. Next, we have Miguel Hernandez from Comité Cívico del Valle.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity to provide comment. Again, my name is Miguel Hernandez. I'm with Comité Cívico del Valle and also resident in Brawley. And first, I want to thank you for hosting this meeting, even though, it's a few months after its original date. But we're here now, and it's a good moment in time to have these conversations and how we keep our commitments moving forward. And talking about commitments, I want to make sure that there's also a commitment between agencies and the Water Board and IID and the Air Pollution Control District and HMB to coordinate efforts. There's 617 in the southern part of Imperial County. There is 617 in the eastern Coachella Valley, but there's that gap in between that it's not covered in a way by the 617 program. But it could be a way, for air districts to coordinate and meet that gap to improve the air quality of that particular region, and enhancing or improving the whole airshed in the Salton Sea region. So also Arturo Delgado and Tina Shields mentioned that there's some overlapping on the projects, for the dust suppression projects, and I think that's a perfect opportunity to again have that commitment and engage and talk to each other, and make sure that progress in fact happens, and that is also a good opportunity to leverage funds to have a better or more robust strategies being implemented at the sea, in coordination, so there is no double efforts, or one is getting a permit and then the other one is doing the same thing. Just talk to each other and get things done in an efficient way. And I just also want to thank the DWR and CNRA for allowing us to have conversations. Also part of the engagement committee meetings that happen frequently, and have those conversations with them, so we can have also conversations with the community. The upcoming meetings that we have in September for the pre-NEPA process on the SSMP, allowing us to have these conversations at an earlier stage, allow us to have conversations with our community, make sure that we engage them in a proper way, that even though without a digital platform, we find ways to make things easier for them too. And it gives us time to, how to log into these meetings, how to provide public comments and things like that. So I do appreciate from this agency reaching out to us and allowing us to provide input and be part of this process too. And I actually look for a similar coordination or a similar partnership with the water board, hosting these meetings that happen annually, but reaching out to nonprofits, to community stakeholders will be a good way to engage in future meetings for the Salton Sea. And thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hernandez, for your really great comments, and really appreciate the artwork you have behind you there. It's pretty great. Thank you. Next up, we have Christian Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez.
Hi, everyone. Thanks to the board for allowing me the time to speak. My name is Christian Rodriguez. I am a community associate for Concrete Design Initiative, working primarily in the Eastern Coachella Valley. It's wonderful to see you all again. I want to start off by saying that I want to echo the comments of my colleagues Rebecca and Pati Leal during the NGO panel portion. In an attempt to not be redundant, I want to uplift what is possible when adding direct community design participation. First, I want to thank the California Natural Resources Agency for their support of the State Park project funded through Coachella Valley Mountain Conservancy, which Concrete Design Initiative will be leading and designing with community participation. As we roll out design engagement for our project, I would like to invite the board and all agencies involved in the Salton Sea projects to please use our project as a reference for holistic community engagement, community decision-making, and what is possible when the community is aware of clear project parameters. Our goal is to have this project address larger issues experienced by the community and have direct community amenities for those communities that are allowing us the opportunity to work with them. We encourage the state to undertake pilot projects to address immediate needs on the ground and to test multi-benefit infrastructure possibilities with this community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Rodriguez, and just want to commend your continued leadership and engagement. I have to flag, seeing Alianza and Leadership Council and others continue to build really incredible capacity in the Eastern Coachella Valley to engage, and in the Imperial County to engage in these discussions, to come to the table, to be able to understand where projects are at different points, and for the Resources Agency for really taking this last year to commit to that discussion, commit to these opportunities to engage. It has been a shift from the last update we've had, and I think one of the more encouraging ones. So thank you again, Mr. Rodriguez, for your leadership, and others I know the continued development of capacity and leadership in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Next, I'd like to call up Karina Andalon.
Hi everyone, my name is Karina Andalon, and as a community advocate for the Eastern Coachella Valley, I've been given the opportunity to experience different roles and nonprofit organizations to better shape the lives of our community residents. Our community has not only been shadowed by the luxurious cities of Palm Desert and Palm Springs, but we have also been neglected by our local government who do not put people, the community, first to decide how funds will be dispersed, creating in this manner gentrification within our valley that further forgets about our farm working, essential, undocumented workers who live in the incorporated cities of the Coachella Valley, essential workers feeding our country. Not only our people living in the desert with no to limited resources, such as convenience stores, clinics, and colleges, but they also reside near the biggest lake in the state of California, the Salton Sea. As we all well know, this sea is toxic not just for our living ecosystem in regards to the conservation of wildlife, but also very unsafe for our people to continue to breathe in. Exposed to such pollutants, I find it alarming that further steps have not been taken in order to implement a concrete plan to save our Salton Sea. Because at one point, this will become a hazard, not just for those living around the Salton Sea, but for the whole state of California. Where is the urgency? Where is the true urgency to take action? Only one project has been implemented thus far, and our health cannot wait. This 10-year plan cannot be the only plan we are talking about right now. Instead, we should be acting with a sense of urgency, implementing projects that will address the dust being exposed in my community, and simultaneously work on a long-range plan where my community, people like me, have a seat at the decision-making tables to influence the outcomes and implementation now. With the current pandemic, my community is experiencing an added layer of burden in a community where basic resources and health clinics were already lacking prior to the pandemic. Our community needs to be heard now and not when it's too late. I know how many of them wish they could speak out, but they don't because of the language barriers and inaccessibility to participate. I believe that there needs to be I believe that there needs to be a need to further involve the community regardless of age. As a youth, many of us have learned that we are here to uplift our parents and community's voices. And so here I am urging your commitment for change and action to be taken now so that my parents can continue to breathe healthy air and see me graduate from college. So that youth like myself continue to see our community grow and our communities that hold so much love, resilience, and strength. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandalan, for your incredible words. Easily one of the more powerful addresses to us today. And just gracias. Thank you. Michael Cohen with the Pacific Institute. Good to see you, Mr. Cohen.
Thanks, Chair Esquivel. Appreciate the time to make some brief comments here and appreciate your continued role and the role of the board and your continued oversight and the opportunity to, for the state to provide this information. I understand it's an additional burden on the resources agency to have to prepare for these meetings, but I think on the other hand, it's an excellent opportunity to get the information out there and receive some community feedback. And particularly want to thank the secretary for his continued and direct role in moving this project forward. I guess I'm a little wistful that this didn't happen 3 to 4 years ago when the task force really got off the ground, because I commend Secretary Delgado and others for building the capacity in these past 6 to 8 months and really getting additional funding to move these things forward. Had that happened 3 to 4 years ago when the task force started under the previous administration, I think we'd be much further along and many of these milestones would have been accomplished. So a couple of brief points here. One, on the long-term planning, several people have mentioned concern and frustration that there's been 2 RFPs issued without response. I'm wondering if the third time is going to be a charm or if we're going to try a different tack to get that response. And associated with that, there's some concern that I and others have about the agency's effort to streamline the committee process. So there is, or at least there was, a long-range advisory committee, which has been essentially defunct for at least a year now. So there's an opportunity to reach out to some of these interested stakeholders, or to the stakeholders, to help develop these alternative plans for the long-range efforts, which leads to my next point, which is Secretary Delgado just mentioned that it's only doable if we all work together. And I think that's a critical point in this whole process. But I'm a little, I guess, concerned or frustrated about this idea of specific touch points versus a continuing dialogue. So what we've seen in many cases is a really formalized approach to community engagement and to engagement from stakeholders more generally, as opposed to saying there's a scoping process and that's when community input is going to be accepted. We've been hearing about the project description even back in January, and certainly environmental and community organizations mentioned back in January that would be happy to help develop or provide input on the project description. Here we are in August, and we're still waiting for that opportunity. So certainly the formalized institutional path has an important component here, but I would say parallel to that, and would be very valuable in a parallel role to that, is continued outreach to the many, many groups that we're hearing from now to provide that input in a less formal context. And speaking of context, it's important to acknowledge the various other projects that are going on. We heard from Secretary Delgado, and in this revised dust suppression action plan, mention of Audubon's projects, of the IID dust control projects, but some of the maps that have been provided will be very helpful, I think, to indicate on these maps where these various projects are going to occur, referencing the North Lake and these other various proposed projects. So we have a better, broader vision of what the sea looks like more generally. So in terms of the vision, I think it's important to convey that. Again, understanding that the state is building this forward, building capacity, staffing up, and applaud the state for making all these important steps forward. But a vision and a clear articulation of the goals for the Salton Sea Management Program will help bring people together and move that forward. I guess on a more specific point, we heard a very brief overview of the Regional Water Quality Control Board's role in a general sense. I think there's an opportunity here for the Regional Water Quality Control Board to play a more active role, providing data support, water quality monitoring, and those other functions that it could provide to this important process using their expertise. And perhaps that's a way to leverage some of the existing staff, or perhaps an additional position at the Regional Water Quality Control Board funded by this Salton Sea Management Program funding to provide that broader interagency cooperation. I would also mention that, if I can continue a moment.
Yeah, you can continue through. Thank you.
Sorry about that. It's important to include costs. So there was a brief mention of costs in the annual report. The revised dust suppression action plan references back to the old report, although there's some additional information in this new report. So I guess my request would be in the next annual report that there's a much broader discussion of projected costs for these various dust suppression action methods, and that be included so that, again, people have a better sense of how the money is being allocated and what money might additionally be required in the future, so that other groups, the various environmental and community groups and others, can go to the legislature and help request and acquire that additional funding. And finally, I'll leave on maybe a longer term question for the board, is this question of quality versus quantity. So this is, I guess, is the law of unintended consequences. When we were developing the stipulated order, we wanted to have the milestones, which Bruce Wilcox himself and the 10-year plan put together, saying here's how many acres we're going to construct every year. And we focused on that as a way to measure progress. But as Tina and others mentioned earlier today, perhaps quality is a better judge of, or a better metric to measure the progress of this program. So maybe we'll have future conversations about whether simply building a lot of acres is the best approach and the best use of bond monies, or maybe it makes more sense to target the most emissive areas, give the state credit for doing that, and then make sure we have functional habitat out there. So again, I thank you for your continued oversight in this, and look forward to continued progress on the Salton Sea.
Thank you as well, Mr. Cohen, for what is a longstanding leadership and interest and prodding and continuing to help shape what is a really complicated challenge for the state, but I'm hopeful with particularly with the additional capacity then that we can really be making headway more quickly here. To your point, I think we're hearing a little more ask for a structured discussion around the long-term plan and what, how that kind of unfolds therein. Sounds like right now it is kind of a review of the previously submitted importation plans, but I think scoping out, other parts of it probably sounds probably pretty prudent. So we'll continue to work with Resources Agency in conveying that then. So thanks, Mr. Cohen. Really appreciate your comments. Next up, hold on one second. I do want to do a time check. It's 3:15. We'll want to take a break at some point here. Our interpreter's been going for about, well, I guess we came back at 2 o'clock, so we can. Sorry, Mark. We'll keep going for a good few more here and see where that takes us, and maybe in about 30 minutes or so we'll take a break. Okay, we have next Chuck Parker from the Salton Sea Coalition. Mr. Parker.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
I wanted to focus on a few problems that I think are ongoing. Our organization, as you may know, spent the better part of last year going to all the 9 cities in the Coachella Valley and the Torres Martinez tribe and the College of the Desert, and acquiring resolutions supporting ocean water import as that should be included in the long-term plan. We sent these resolutions to the Department of Natural Resources, to the governor, got no response. I'm beginning to wonder if maybe the idea of getting an answer to a letter is old-fashioned, is just went out of practice. We also attended meetings of the Region 7 Water Board last January with a group, about 20 community members who were concerned about the water quality in the Salton Sea and the fact that for 27 years they have been out of compliance with the requirements of the EPA Clean Water Act. They have not developed TMDLs for the pollutants in the Salton Sea. That was not mentioned in their presentation today. We sent letters to the director, Ms. Rasmussen. We sent a letter to you. We sent letters to the EPA, the US EPA. The only response we got was from the US EPA saying that the Region 7 board was going to prioritize TMDLs by the year 2030. And I mean, maybe that was a misprint, but if it wasn't, that's really crazy. I don't think that should be acceptable. The other problem that's ongoing, and I think it stems from the non-responsiveness, is I think that it appears to me that the current administration is trying to throw out the baby with the bathwater, and if they just don't discuss ocean water import or don't give us any recognition that most people want that, it'll just die away. And I have to call out the Salton Sea Authority for their presentation today, which was a gross misinterpretation of reality when they said that they put up a list of all the cities in the Coachella Valley and the Imperial Valley as supporting the perimeter lake concept. That's just plain not true. People on the street are not talking about the perimeter lake. People are talking about importing ocean water to save the sea. And where he got that, where that came from, was the Salton Sea Authority surreptitiously circulated an MOU that they had signed between Riverside County and Imperial County. And one of the 17 points on there was support for the perimeter lake. Our organization went around to the cities and asked them to amend that MOU to include ocean water import. About half of those cities decided to amend that and include ocean water import. The rest just passed a resolution independently in support of that. So, I mean, finally, I just wanted to say that the issue, the state saying that the Department of Natural Resources is recommending a feasibility study of water import. I think that's a misrepresentation of what they're really doing. Nobody needs to establish whether or not it's feasible to build a canal from the Gulf of Mexico to the Salton Sea. The state of California has a state water project. Water 800 miles from Northern California to Los Angeles, pumped it up over a mountain 3,400 feet high. The California Aqueduct, same thing, over 200 miles. There's hundreds of aqueducts, reservoirs, canals, and in California, which has made the growth of the state possible. So don't tell me that we can't bring water, that it's not feasible from an engineering standpoint to bring water from the Sea of Cortez, because it is. So what they're doing is they're under the cover of doing a feasibility study. What they're really trying to do is promote a perimeter lake, which is much less feasible project, and it'll probably cost as much to do that if there's enough water as it would to bring in water from the ocean. So what I would like to see is more honesty and less spin from the Department of Natural Resources and more responsiveness. Region 7 Water Board. There were 2 community members, retired engineers, who applied for vacancies on that board. They never received any response to their applications. Now, what's up with that? I mean, Aren't these public agencies responsible to respond to the community? I think they should be, because otherwise we're just going to continue along. 5 years from now, we'll all be patting each other on the back and saying what good progress we're making, and we won't be making any progress. Okay, that's all I've got. And I hope no one takes any of my comments personally, because I understand that the people who are currently in charge of natural resources, who are currently at Fish and Game, who are currently at the Department of Water Resources, weren't there 20 years ago when they signed off on the QSA, which was supposed to guarantee the water transfer legally is not supposed to take place if it's going to impact adversely fish and wildlife. But the fish and wildlife, the fish are gone. The birds that eat fish are gone. So we need to stop pretending, you know. I think we need to take fish and wildlife out of this equation because they failed. That's already water under the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Thank you for your time and your comments today. Next up is Ronald Spears from the Salton Sea Restoration Committee.
Okay. Hi. Am I on?
You are. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Esquivel. I want to say it's a pleasure to meet you. You are a Coachella Valley resident or alumni at least, and I know you have the Salton Sea issue in your heart to rectify it and to help the sea. So I appreciate everything you're doing. My name's Ron Spears. I'm chairman of the Salton Sea Restoration Committee. I'm also president of the Bahia Del Mar Property Owners Association out at Desert Shores. And I'm also a board member on the Channel Maintenance Committee for Track 662B at Desert Shores. Initially, I would like to thank certain people. I'd like to thank Katie Burnworth of the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. I would also like to thank Matt Desert, the Chief Officer for the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. I would like to thank Arturo Delgado, Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea Policy. And also, I'd like to thank Ryan Kelly, Supervisor of Imperial County Board of Supervisors, who has done an exceptional job in working to get a memorandum of understanding on the Desert Shores Channel Restoration Project. And last, I'd like to thank Deputy Secretary of CNRA, Tom Gibson, who hopefully behind the scenes directed the MOU project towards completion. Several times it got off the track, and I think Deputy Secretary Gibson was essential in making this happen. I'd now like to talk about the Desert Shores Channel Restoration Project itself. First, I'd like to address the board members of the Department of Water Resources. I want to thank you all for putting this on. And I would like to thank those members that reached out to include the community in discussions. I know the two or three of the board members mentioned they would like to have community involvement in the process, and we appreciate that. Sorry about the grandfather clock. I would like to address the board that I am the community that is going to be speaking to you board members, representing a lot of the members, a lot of the people of the West Shores at the Salton Sea. I'm talking about the Desert Shores Channel Restoration Project. I call it Desert Shores Restoration Project. I want to say did we lose me?
No, that was the 3-minute timer. So if you could try to wrap up somewhat, Mr. Spears. But you still have a few moments if you need to, by all means.
Okay. The one thing is you have an existing infrastructure at Desert Shores, which you don't have at most of these other projects. I think that's very important. Also, it's a relatively inexpensive project. The last I heard, it was approximately about $300,000. That's without operation and maintenance. I'd also like to say you have a large amount of local resident compliance in the project. And as president of the POA, I can assure you the state and county, we will work with them in anything they need to get done. The project itself requires basically to build a berm in the dried outlet to the Salton Sea to prevent water from seeping back into the sea and remain in the channels. It also requires building a pump system to pump the water from the Salton Sea to refill the channels. The only concern is the evaporated water that happens during the summer months to be replaced. The channels themselves can be desalinated and treated to restore tilapia, rebreeding, and bring back fish and birds back to the area. So that was important. I wanted to just say that $222.6 million has already been spent from Salton Sea funds. That was as of June 2018 from the legislative analysis report. Also, from 2010 to 2013, over $10 million was spent from the Salton Sea Restoration Fund itself. Let's see, last but not least, I want to talk about the local control. I think it's extremely important that Imperial County be the lead agency in appointing the project manager and engineers and construction workers. We've created a petition on the ground entitled Local Workers for a Local Project. So far, we have 563 electronic signatures, and that's within about a week's work. This will be presented to the Board of Supervisors to adopt a resolution requesting CNRA appoint Imperial County to be the lead agency, primarily Imperial County Air Pollution Control District to be the lead agency and control all local planning and development of the Desert Shores Channel Restoration Project. We would really like to separate the Desert Shores Channel Restoration Project from the SSMP general umbrella and see if we can expedite it by working from the local level and have the county basically lead that process. I think the necessary permits can be expedited by Imperial County. We do not want a project manager that is a large conglomerate consulting firm. We feel that will be buried in excessive studies and costs. I could go on for stuff, but I won't say much else, but I want to thank you all for your time and to listen to us on the ground. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Spears. Really appreciate you taking the time in your comments today and continue to hear, yes, the Desert Shores project is really a critical one for the community there to bring back, ameliorate really terrible water quality issues and bring back some quality of life there for folks. So glad to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up is Nathan White, and Mr. White, you have your hand up as well. So.
Hi, thank you so much. This is Nathan White. Actually on my way down to have a vacation in the desert this weekend with our family. I grew up in Cathedral City, but was never really made aware of issues related to the Salton Sea. Only after finishing my bachelor's and master's in architecture did I start to investigate it. Just want to give a little brief background. Our group at Ages Inc. Has been working on Desert Shores restoration efforts for about 3 years in coordination with the Ecomedia Compass and Tom Sefton of Sefton Water Technology. And it's really a small scale example of collaborating with all the different agencies from California Natural Resources, Imperial County IID, Salton Community Services District, and CBWD, as well as the SSA. So It's made a lot of progress. It's taken about 3 years of time. It is donation on all of our behalf so far. But back to what Ronald was just mentioning, it'd be great if there's local projects with local investment funds. So if there's a way to get small scale or medium scale projects where they can have grant solicitations directly from Imperial County or Riverside County, they actually go into the local economy. There was one recently about 3 years ago when we started Desert Shores. It was focused on property ownership and small scale dust mitigation. We had 2 proposals as a collective group, one of 80 acres and then Desert Shores. And that project never moved forward. I believe California Natural Resources Agency was going to take the mantle forward, and they haven't to date. But that concept of local jobs, local economy is really important when Desert Shores or Salton City, Riviera Keys could be a small scale project that gets local funding and actually puts that into the community with local subcontractors, local engineers, local builders, and also project management teams like ours at Aegis, but also the nonprofit branches. It really shows we collectively worked with IID. They donated property to the Eco Media Compass, which was a nonprofit group. We worked with Salton Community Services District to bring the project forward. And now, about a year ago, we started the MOU process. So it's taken about a year to negotiate the MOU. We hope it's not another year to actually get this project installed. We would ask and hope that we can release an RFP, RFQ on that specific project in the next few months, if at all possible. But to the larger extent, seawater import is a great discussion piece. We've been working on that additionally for about 5 years. And our collaboration in Mexico is actually getting a lot of progress. We're actively working on it now today. We've met with SILA. We've met with Canagua at the regional level. We're going to be meeting at the federal offices shortly with our partners, local engineering firm, Alan Dennis. He's already done a survey of the region. But the restoration of Laguna Salada, to our perspective, and the full restoration of the Salton Sea has an impact on our drought contingency plan. We're actually in what's going to be a 1,200-year mega drought coming up soon. The Salton Sea is related to that because of the monsoon cycles actually carry water to the Colorado Rockies and the Colorado River Basin. So a big part of the sea's decline will have an adverse effect on the emergency that we were just declared 2 days ago from the governor's office of extreme weather conditions. The restoration project that we're looking at can actually fully restore Laguna Salada and the Salton Sea with ocean water. It could actually mitigate some of that dust that's blowing from Ocotillo wells on the west shore with ocean water, seawater farming, different systems that could be implemented to restore that region. So we hope that since the RFI resubmittal process has taken so long, that it should actually transition quickly into an RFP, RFQ for seawater import once that third-party agency is selected. That's how our team is building the project. We're breaking it into 2 parts where we can actually restore Laguna Salada south of the border, then simultaneously work on water that would go into the Salton Sea. But there could also be projects that are less costly in the North Lake. They can actually start to do sand berms instead of large, heavy rock dams. So really, we could fix the entirety of the Salton Sea with salt sinks and North Lake projects with sea excavation pumps that are using sediment as opposed to imported rock. So keeping an open mind, we're grateful for everybody's work on this effort. And keeping an open mind is also about the North Lake. There's probably a potential redesign or a potential alternative option. So keeping an open mind to North Lake alternatives and opening it up to a wider group of input.
I think we may be losing you a bit, Mr. White. And I would ask you provided that picking up your comments. I think you've been a bit over time.
Thank you. Yep. I was just doing that right now. So I wanted to thank everybody's effort. It would be great if we could have local efforts, local investment into local projects, similar to the New River and the Alamo River. if we had funding, we could actually install some of our mitigation of that nutrient.
Yeah, I think we're starting to lose your connection again, Mr. White, and
It is, and distribute that to local owners. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate your comments. Next up, we have Tom Septon with Ecomedia Compass.
Okay, unmuted now, I hope.
Yes, hello.
Great. Okay, thanks for taking my comments, and appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board, and thank you, Mr. Esquivel, for leading this, and thank you everyone for listening. So we have 112 acres of dust suppression at a point where we were hoping to have 1,800 acres. But we see an acceleration of movement. Assistant Secretary Delgado spoke about pushing the pedal to the metal and pushing it right through the floor. And that's great that there's more movement, and we applaud that. We do have a bit of a concern that in pushing the pedal right through the floor, the car might be moving in reverse with respect to the species conservation habitat, because half of that area that should be starting to be built into aquatic habitat is now going to be tilled with furrows and become dry dust suppression for the immediate future. And we have the label on that as temporary dust suppression. We hope that temporary label is actually true, because there is going to be a certain incentive once the state spends some millions of dollars on turning 1,900 acres into tilled playa to just leave it that way. So we'd like to see some, and we've heard it spoken, but we'd like to see it in writing, that that SCH territory genuinely will be part of the 50% of habitat to support both the fish and birds of the ecosystem, because that's critical. And you know, we've heard some people lament about the ecosystem being gone. It isn't yet. I had the good fortune of seeing a school of about 40 inch long juvenile, based on the markings, I believe desert pupfish in the sea right at Obsidian Butte. So that represents a new generation that's coming up. So the fish are not dead, and right next to them were a smaller school of fry on the surface next to the rocks at Obsidian Butte, taking advantage of a current coming by and staying in a steady spot for more than an hour, grabbing food out of the current and being right next to the protection from the rocks. And we see at the same time, the thing that identified the place to look was Caspian terns, diving for fish. The day after that, I saw brown pelicans diving for fish just a little bit west of that spot. So the aquatic fish and bird habitat is still alive in the sea, but it is critically threatened. We know the numbers are way, way, way down. And we know that the salinity is going up very quickly now that the mitigation water is no longer going into the sea. And it's very, very important that the 50% aquatic habitat actually be put in, as much of it being aquatic as possible, because our fish and bird ecosystem is rapidly dying. And putting that off for several more years is really going to be a problem. So I hope that something serious can be done and done quickly. And I hope that that 1,900 acres actually does become aquatic habitat. That said, you know, we have some positive opportunities. You've heard Desert Shores mentioned several times. I've had the pleasure of being involved in that. Currently in a rotation as president of the board of Ecomedia Compass. We're supporting that very actively. Is that my 3-minute warning?
It is. It is.
Okay, so I'll pass on from Desert Shores just to say that we do know how to turn that into habitat. We do know the technology to make that a salinity managed, low selenium, low cyanobacteria spot that can be maintained in the long term. Additionally, you've got a problem on the West Shores that you don't have an answer for as far as dust, because you're still trying to identify a water supply over there. Well, one thing you can do is a proven solution that's already out there on the West Shores. You can drive by and see it at the Three Flags Ranch or at the Old Navy Test Base, and that's windrows. That's rows of trees used as windbreaks. They've been there for decades, and they work to stop sand blowing on the playa and to stop playa dust blowing back onto the towns. It's a proven solution. It can be done. The existing ones are using salt cedar, which is considered invasive, but you can do the same thing, and it has been done with native mesquite. And they will put down 100-foot deep tap roots, and once they're established, they'll survive. The Navy test space trees with similar deep tap roots are still alive after decades of no irrigation whatsoever. And if you need to irrigate, you can do it with 6 acre feet of water on a row of mesquite per mile. That's not a lot of water. 600 acre feet could supply the entire West Shore with rows of trees to block dust and to block sand intrusion from the desert onto the playa. It's doable. 600 acre feet is not a lot of water. And if you can't find it in the wells you're digging, we actually know how to provide it at zero net cost from the Salton Sea itself. And we have the technology to do that by using the salt to offset the cost of purifying the water. It is doable, and the salt is purifiable and sellable. We've done it already. We know it can be done. So please seriously take that into account. And the last quick point is we're dismayed to learn that 2 attempts have failed with trying to find a big company to evaluate the RFP, failure of RFP for the ocean water import proposals that were put in back in 2018. Well, if the state has failed twice, why don't you work with the local groups that are working hard to make this be something taken seriously? Why don't you work with Ecomedia Compass? Why don't you work with Salton Sea Coalition? Why don't you work with the local groups that are speaking for the local community? And we will help you find the panel of experts that you need. Yes, you need independent experts with expertise in water conveyance, expertise in desalination, expertise in biology. Let us help you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clifton.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. And particularly appreciate the points that the sea is, even now as it's evolving, is still a place of incredible biodiversity and beauty, and there are qualities that we should be protecting there. And so thank you for that.
Truly it is. Thank
next, you. Next, we have Carrie Morrison, also from Ecomedia Compass. One moment. There you are. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Fantastic. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for continuing to meet and shine light and focus on this project. My name is Carrie Morrison. I'm the director of the Ecomedia Compass for the last 9 years. I was former couple-term West Shores mayor. I've been the president of the board of the West Shores Chamber of Commerce, on the board of the state park, Friends of the Salton Sea State Rec Area. And I've noticed a few things over the years. I see 3 main challenges with the Salton Sea region and the ecosystem in general. Biggest challenge is not enough water. Number 1, not enough water for what we're trying to do for future generations and for future species. Number 2, too much salt. There'd be a lot more life, there'd be some pollutants, but if it's too much salt, that's our biggest pollutant unless we do something good with it, which we can. 3, then we have the TMDL, too many toxins of various things that need to be figured out. Yes, but number 1, not enough water. What we see is that if the Salton Sea is dry, there's a ton of dust. If the Salton Sea is wet, you get to meet my fish friends. We do see a lot of life still at the Salton Sea. What I'd like to recommend, after possibly interviewing more people about the Salton Sea than anyone else, possibly, is to add water. I believe that people get hurt or offended or put on guard for financial shortcomings when they feel that their project won't get funded. What if we find a way to put them all together? I think Desert Shores is great. We've been leading this and working with different leaders in the community This is the easiest thing to put a project that provides habitat, dust suppression, actually where people live, the only project where people live currently. This can be connected to a North Lake. This can be connected to a perimeter lake. That's great. But if there's not enough good water, the perimeter lake doesn't make sense. And if we build a perimeter lake, start a berm up from the south and circle all the way around and have seawater connect to the bottom, you can choose to match and change from. You can supply water for Desert Shores, for the whole West Shores, for Bombay Beach, for the North Lake. And you can choose to have zero emission from the playa, and you can let water out onto the playa whenever necessary. So I'd like to recommend all of the projects that everyone's talked about are great. The habitat being constructed, great, but make sure there's enough water for future generations, please. We can do this. We can approach Mexico with a couple $2 billion offer, have them bring water to the border. We have solar powered controls, send it back to Laguna Salada if it doesn't work, accept it when it's needed. Work on those other projects mentioned. We need flow, we need movement. Salinity can be addressed if we have enough water in the first place. Thank you all for coming together here. I once again want to say that I believe Desert Shores is a great first step. So many residents want to see this happen. As you may see over the years, there's just been a couple of residents that have been coming together to support the Desert Shores Restoration Project, just a few. We can do that. I think it's going to be an amazing thing. Here's a diagram by Aegis. So easy first start, water, then too much salt, then toxins. Let's make sure there's water for future generations. I appreciate you so much. I hope to see you again in person someday. Let's keep it wet. Then we have tools. All right, have a great one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Morrison. Thank you for your time as well and your comments here, and long time and committed engagement in so many of these discussions. Looking forward to that continued space.
Thank you so much.
Next is Mr. Brandon Dawson from the Sierra Club of California.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Brendan Dawson, Policy Advocate for Sierra Club of California. First, I want to thank you and the work your staff have done today to ensure that this meeting has happened. Also want to thank CNRA and the work they've done for preparing today, and also all of the panelists who spoke today and gave their perspectives on the Salton Sea and the crisis that impacted it. Our organization works closely with other environmental and community groups to ensure that the Salton Sea restoration efforts are, while transparent, expeditious, informed by, and benefit those residents near the sea that have felt the impacts the most. Whether those impacts are from the sea's ecological demise, air quality deterioration, or economic stagnation. So with that, I'd like to make two recommendations based off of the comments today. First was in regards to the ecosystem health and restoration. We align ourselves a lot with what the representative from Audubon had to say. But one point I'd like to underscore is that the Species Conservation Habitat Project would benefit greatly from more clarity around exactly how much it will cost annually to maintain, monitor, and manage that project once it's constructed, and also who will be responsible for that management and monitoring of that project. So it's one thing to construct the project, but another to make sure that the project is operating sufficiently, will also allow the state to meet its obligations and also cure deficiencies from past failures. The second point that I want to point out is something that my friend at the Pacific Institute actually brought up, which is around making sure that we have a formal vision and objective for the sea. So within the Salton Sea Management Program and the annual report, they both detail a 10-year plan that lays out annual habitat and dust suppression acreage targets that were obviously enshrined in the stipulated order. But the state's ultimate and actual visions, goals, and objectives for the Salton Sea remain unclear. Our concern is that without clear and defined goals and measurable objectives, the SSMP will be unsuccessful, as neither the state nor the public will be sure as to what exactly the SSMP is trying to achieve. So we know the state wants restoration at the sea, but what that means exactly is ambiguous. And even though providing this information is statutorily established by Assembly Bill 71, which was authored by then Assembly member and now Supervisor Manny Perez, that still hasn't been publicly released yet. And so next year, we ask that the SSMP and annual report include those clear goals and measurable objectives that guide and direct implementation of the 10-year plan, and ask that the agency also publicize these defined goals and objectives to make sure that the public has an idea of what the attainable vision and the plan forward that the state has for the Salton Sea. So with that, I want to thank you again, and you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson, and thank you for your patience and sticking through today's discussion and providing your comments here. I think particularly what salient was just, anyway, I appreciate your comments. Now I'm just kind of losing my train of thought. Been on the Zoom platform a little long. Next, we'll have up Pablo Garza from the Environmental Defense Fund. And I will say after Mr. Garza's comments, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
Hey, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. And just to echo what others have said, we really appreciate you holding this hearing at this time under these circumstances and all the work that has gone into it. At a high level, I want to say, the Newsom administration deserves a lot of credit for the progress they've made, and they've probably done more than any past administration has to make progress at the Salton Sea. That said, there's this legacy of inaction at the sea. The first project was done just this year, 17 years after the QSA was finalized. And there's this pent up frustration and need and urgency to get something done. So I think they've taken a lot of important steps, but need to do much more, much faster. And I think we all recognize that, and they do too, as Secretary Crowfoot said earlier. I think it's really encouraging that the staffing was approved in the recent state budget, the 10 positions, and I think that will really help scale up the program and give Assistant Secretary Delgado the support he needs. And I'd encourage us all to think even bigger. This is a big job. When you put it on par with the Bay Delta or Oroville, they have a lot more people in the state working on those projects, and I think we need to think that big for the Salton Sea as well. And I'm happy to support in whichever way you can, kind of filling out and building an even more robust program for the sea. And the final point I want to talk, there's been a lot of discussion about water importation today, and I think I just caution, I have many reservations about a water importation project. I think certainly it's technically and technologically feasible. We've built a lot of large canals and pipelines, as others have pointed out. I think the question is it financially and politically feasible? My sort of bias is that it is not. I think when you listen to Secretary or Assistant Secretary Delgado talk about land access for the dust suppression action plan and how complicated it is just for roughly 9,000 acres. Just imagine that issue alone, and trying to do that in another country as well as other parts of California, I think just makes it infeasible. And then the financing, secondarily is infeasible. So I don't think it's a question of is it technically feasible. I think it's politically and financially infeasible. And I think the other question is, as we're spending time and resources on trying to figure that project out, what else are we not doing? And I just think as we're experiencing, as the region is experiencing right now with COVID, we cannot afford to wait any longer to get projects done ASAP. So thank you again for your time and the opportunity to provide comments and for the forum you've provided.
Thank you, Mr. Garza, and I appreciate your reflections on water importation discussions. I think there again, hearing, I've been around long enough to know that the water importation discussions are decadal. They've been, discussed and held out there, and I think what is important is that as CNRA moves forward in its process, that it does get that fair shake, and I think they have by trying to put out 2 RFPs again to give it an independent analysis of what is possible on that side, what is feasible, help inform it, but also help us all come to conclusion on this discussion as a community, as a state. And so hope to just continue to build confidence in the resources agencies handling that. I have confidence in that, what I have heard so far. And I know that there were some commenters saying, just kind of give it to us, and we'll kind of figure it out. But if we can't get businesses out there to put an RFP, if you will, on this analysis, it means I don't know what it means, but no one's biting, and hopefully there is just this opportunity to have finally this discussion and understand how we do all move together as a community and see the sea as what it is. Either way, continued opportunity for economic growth and expansion in the valley, and should be seen that way. But again, it is a difficult discussion, and certainly not one that the board will ultimately make the complete call on. And it is a part of this discussion and community process. So thank you. So I will flag, I did say we'd go for a 10-minute break. It looks like we have about, if we stick to the 3 minutes per folks, we only have about 5 commenters left. And so maybe we'll just try to get through it, and then we'll be able to break, because we are coming back at 6 o'clock to conduct an evening public comment session. So let's go to do that and keep things rolling, and we'll move on to Bob Terry with the Salton Sea Coalition People Over Pollution.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank you for what you're doing today. I did want to mention a couple of things. First off, I'd like to have people stop using the phrase smaller but sustainable. That's not true. By definition, smaller would be more toxic. So quit saying smaller but sustainable. Unless you can be sustainable, well, you've got to have water to be sustainable. I like that you're finally looking at the Desert Shores projects, and would like that you had given some credit to Ecomedia for doing all the groundwork on that. They're the ones who brought this to your attention. They're the ones who went out and purchased their own pump and raft. They were ready to do this on a day's notice if the state had given them the okay. Really liked what Chuck had to say. We need more honesty and less spin. This has been going on for a long damn time. I'd like to see that it's going to be action and not just the talk that we've been hearing for years and years. Someone said that this whole thing is too complicated. Yeah, it's complicated if you take out the one real solution. A number of years ago, about 6 or 7 years ago, our supervisor at the time, John Benoit, wrote a Valley Voice article in our local paper calling for the residents to suggest what we can do about the Salton Sea issue. At the time, he was also the chairman of the Salton Sea Authority. And he said, basically, we're out of ideas. We're asking you for ideas. And in his next sentence said, importing seawater from Mexico is a non-starter. Well, my reply to that was, you tell us you want ideas and you take away the one thing that would actually work. And we're in that same situation now, another 7 or 8 years later. We're still grasping at straws and refusing to actually address what would work. So I guess that's really all I have to add. I'm glad that there are so many people being involved in this. I'm glad that we've got Imperial County finally, actually Riverside County finally working with Imperial County. And that's taken a long time to do. But they have agreed that all 9 cities in the Riverside County and in the Coachella Valley of Riverside County, all the cities in Imperial County and the Torres Martinez have all agreed to support ocean water import. Why can't we get the state to be serious about going that way? We don't need a feasibility study. We need the engineering. It would be cheap. It would take a small amount of money to do the engineering, and then we would have an idea whether this is feasible or not. We do not need a feasibility study to take another couple of years. We can be doing engineering at the same time we're doing all these other projects, and it does not cost more than $1 to $2 million for the engineering. It can be being done at the same time. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Thank you for your participation today and your comments. Next up is John Brooks Hamby.
Hi, thank you. My name is JB Hamby, and I'm a resident of the Imperial Valley. Last summer, I told your board that the true test of a person's character is what they do when no one is watching, and that the QSA water transfers were conditioned on the promise that the state of California would undertake the restoration of the Salton Sea ecosystem. Yet what we have seen is a very clear trend that can best be summed up by the statement, forget it and move along. As was shared today, after 17 years of water transfers from Imperial Valley to San Diego, nearly 40 square miles of playa have been exposed. Today, only 0.1 square miles of playa has been addressed by the state by plowing the playa in a manner not compliant with air quality standards, 0.5% in 17 years. Your board stated its desire to engage with local communities and leaders. Aside from poster sessions, what have we experienced in the Imperial Valley? The location of a new Salton Sea office that will consist of temporary trailers in an area so remote and distant from local communities and exposed playa to be rendered effectively a meaningless token. This despite the protest of local leaders and community members who point out that this location frees just 5 local employees from actually having to live in the Imperial Valley, where the sea's problems are most acute, to live instead in a more affluent Coachella Valley. I was particularly shocked by several statements made today. The first statement by Mr. Delgado essentially blamed the IID and the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District for the lack of progress at the sea. 2 decades of inaction is the sole responsibility of the state of California and has little to do with permits issued by IID or the Air District holding parties accountable. The second was the insinuation that the Salton Sea playa emissions have little impact on air quality in Imperial Valley. Clearly, the individual that stated this has not been sandblasted by a 35-mile-per-hour dust storm, as I have, at Red Hill Bay when visibility is minimal. Perhaps the lived experience of Imperial Valley people is merely anecdotal. In these infrequent updates, the public is admonished to ignore 2 decades worth of inaction and should instead focus on new and exciting upcoming plans. Yet we're continually disappointed by inaction and urged to ignore what we see with our own eyes and feel in our own lungs to instead believe in PowerPoint promises instead. The problem is quite simple. Instead of water being used in the Imperial Valley to sustain our way of life, hundreds of billions of gallons of water are sent to La Jolla and West LA every year. The result is that California's largest lake is disappearing along with endangered wildlife while spewing toxic dust into our air. Another inconvenient truth is that progressive values of social equity and environmental protection disintegrate when it means coastal 7-figure homeowners may have to live without a sprawling green lawn. The state has enjoyed 2 decades of escaping from its obligations while facilitating the enrichment of one community at the expense of another. The Salton Sea will not be fixed by the state on its own. It will be fixed once the QSA water transfers are challenged as a breach of contract and the Imperial Valley is made whole again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamby. Next up, we have Melissa McKeith.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
How are How are you today, Chair?
Good to see you.
So my name is Melissa McKeith. I'm the president of Citizens United for Resources and the Environment. And in 1997, the then governor appointed me to the Colorado River Board of California to work on the QSA. And the then Secretary of Resources, Doug Wheeler, said, give them hell. At that time, none of the water agencies, including the Imperial Irrigation District, wanted to talk about the damages to the Salton Sea. And fortunately for us, the State Water Resources Control Board, in approving the transfer, did require 15 years of mitigation water going into the sea. Unfortunately, a large error that this board made was to allow that mitigation water to stop and to ramp up so that there is no longer mitigation water going to the sea. And as Carrie Morrison pointed out, a few speakers ago, water is critical to being able to do anything. In listening to the many individuals who have made a lot of money working on the Salton Sea and a lot of government employees who have earned their salaries working on the Salton Sea, I have to say that it is probably far more expensive for an acre of restoration on the Salton Sea than it is for land in Beverly Hills or Ross or other wealthy areas in California. And recently, when asked by a reporter about my optimism, I said, frankly, I thought it would be cheaper to move people from the area. Because at the pace we are proceeding, it is unrealistic, almost delusional, to imagine that the Salton Sea is going to be addressed in a way that mitigates the air quality problems that everyone is experiencing and will continue to experience. Because what is lacking in addition to water is really the resources necessary. We've squandered a lot. So I have a few concrete recommendations. First, I think it's critical in the future when this board is making policies that it makes sure that it sets aside environmental resource water. Water before water is transferred, water before water is conserved under these new urban conservation programs to allow us to address environmental issues and climate. If water had been set aside as part of the QSA, which was one of CURE's recommendations in 2002 and 2003, we would have water for the sea. That was ignored. When you allowed the 15-year plan to cease, we came close to suing the state board. Mike Loeffler and I spoke with Kevin Kelly for the Desert Shores community, and Kevin Kelly committed to making that project work. Kevin Kelly even committed to actually providing some nominal water to Desert Shores in order to make that program work. And frankly, I was pretty dubious at that time, not with Mr. Loeffler. I know that he's genuine to his word, but had no control over that. But certainly with IID, their behavior speaks volumes about their commitment to actually accomplishing anything. So at least for today, I would say if this board at the end of this hearing could ensure that you prioritize the time and attention it takes to at least address Desert Shores, where you have a community that has invested time and effort. It's such a pimple on the elephant's butt, but at least it would be something. How, in second, I just want to say, because we heard the comments about the C2C projects. They've been talking about the C2C projects since George Brown was a congressman, which was in the 50s and 60s. And Ronald Reagan talked about these issues. So this is nothing new. I do agree we need engineering. Lots and lots of talk. I also represented Mexico against the lining of the All-American Canal, so I'm very familiar with the kind of topographical and other challenges that we have on that particular issue. And I think that there are many of us who have worked for free and are not asking the state for money that would be more than happy to speak to the resources agency, both lawyers and engineers, about how we could put that project, either make it go forward or put it to rest for once and for all. And finally, and sadly, the next time the State Water Board, the one agency with jurisdiction, the one agency that has some legal capacity to actually mandate environmental resources water, that be done, and that water not transfer out of a region until water is set aside to deal with environmental issues. In most instances, the magnitude is not as great as we see on the Salton Sea, which, intergenerational, huge regional issues. But in other smaller water transfers, these issues will come about. And I really think that this board needs to step up. Finally, I got to say, there was a lot of self-congratulatory comments today. I think that ignores reality. I was a child of the 60s, and our favorite sayings were, the chickens come home to roost, or you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing. Well, the dust and the wind is blowing, and the chickens are roosting in the Imperial Valley. And I fear that that's going to be the case for a long time to come. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you as well, Ms. McKeith. Really appreciate it. Last, we have Ryan Sinclair. Goodbye. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hey, hi. Hey, I'm Ryan Sinclair. I'm faculty at Loma Linda University, School of Public Health and Department of Biology. I have some comments today about some things. I'm just going to read my statement I wrote up. So I enjoy the presentations and the data updates from everyone so far. I'm encouraged by the active data sharing relationship with the IID and that the CRNA has. I'd like to suggest that other data be included as part of the CRNA's build out plans, their infrastructure and their, you know, the dust suppression plans. That other data should be from academic institutions or environmental groups or other local government agencies. Most importantly, the CRNA should incorporate water quality monitoring data from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. I don't see that as much. So the data can be used to explore water quality parameters for justification of projects and for assessment and evaluation of contaminants in the sea. Because we all know that there are contaminants that are being measured in the sea, and not only contaminants, but just general water quality parameters, and those things will all change with these dust control projects. So in terms of water quality, there's kind of three categories of contaminants or parameters that I'm thinking of: the detection of pathogens into the Salton Sea from the New River and Whitewater River inflows. These, I know that Whitewater River is the way I like to refer to it. These rivers are impaired, and the related TMDLs should be monitored, and they should be communicated within the CRNA. Also, there's the other issues, the chemicals and agricultural runoff that should also be monitored and well known. The Regional Water Quality Control Board has this access to this data, and I think the CRNA should take that some more and consider it. And then there's also water quality parameters that are typical of natural saline lakes that, you know, like salinity or pH or dissolved oxygen, that kind of thing. But then there's also some natural contaminants. I say natural in that it's not pesticides and agricultural runoff, but things like selenium and algal toxins, and we need to get those in check as well by the CRNA. And the Regional Water Quality Control Board actually has some TMDLs and 303D list contaminants that they're looking at. So on top of all this, I'd like to state that the Water Quality Control Board has not sampled several sample points within the Salton Sea in the last few years due to the boat ramp situation and safe launching conditions. But I see that is being fixed, and that's really encouraging. And I'm encouraging that hopefully that goes forward quickly. And as a workaround for this challenge, the regional board, they have been using annual data from the USBR sampling up through 2020 for basic water quality parameters and even some things like selenium. So these data would be really helpful for the CRNA project plans and continued monitoring. So I'm a big advocate for the CRNA to get some of this data that's already out there. The BOR, Bureau of Reclamation, has it. So the CRNA's projects, they are written up to control dust, but that, you know, by controlling dust, you also improve the water quality of the Salton Sea. Improving water quality, you know, of the Salton Sea isn't always like a conventional water treatment plant. You don't always think of it as, well, we have to do this water treatment, that's how we improve water quality. These new things like the emergent wetlands, the vegetation establishment, and even the improved shallow water aquatic habitats, they'll all have a measurable effect on the Salton Sea's water quality. And so this needs much better monitoring built in by the CRNA to those projects. And I really think the Regional Water Quality Board can work it in there. You know, many of our community members in the ECV, they all state that they want to clean up the lake, and it's really important to get the water quality cleaned up in the lake. And I think just collecting better water quality data can demonstrate this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinclair. Really appreciate those comments. They brought to mind Mr. Cohen's comments as well about the capacity at the Regional Water Quality Control Board to really contribute to the design and implementation of these projects in ways that are protective, mindful of water quality, both for the projects and public health. It also then brought to mind the actual point that I was going to say that I appreciated from Mr. Dawson from the Sierra Club, which is operation and maintenance is also really critical in the planning of these projects and ensuring that they're there to continue on. And that includes monitoring in those operation and maintenance and considerations. And so, really looking to how we get that better synthesis, I think, from the regional board, the air board, and then CNRA on how we more comprehensively have sort of a decision support tool or platform that these various data points come in, but help facilitate project selection, implementation, and again, really invite the community to see all that data as well, to build confidence that these projects are addressing air impacts, addressing water quality impacts, and building, again, the future I think we're all here and interested in building. So thank you. I appreciate those comments, Mr. Sinclair. That brings us to actually the end of this tranche of public comment, folks. We have others that are signed up for our evening session, many community members, and really, really incredible to see that list there, and proud that we're able to provide a second session in the evening here to take community comment, knowing that not everyone could have spent the entire day here with us nearly. But I don't have, I gave a few thoughts there. I don't have too much more to follow up at this point, I think, but want to make sure I provide the opportunity from fellow board members to say some thoughts, from what's been heard here. I think we have heard it in a tremendous amount. I think, still digesting. And so my direction is more particularly on considering the role of the Regional Water Quality Control Board, trying to better resource that, help ensure some continuity in the data that's being used, and glad for the flag from Mr. Sinclair about Bureau of Reclamation, perhaps having some data there that we aren't necessarily collecting at the regional board because of these issues like the boat ramp. And there again, another example of a project that's really critical, but is intersectional with all of this discussion. So anyway, other board members. So.
Well,
Board Member Preston, since you're liaison, by all means.
No, I mean, I agree this is really valuable, and I also really appreciate the integration with the regional board and both their presentation and the discussions and questions and comments brought up. So I know this has been a priority for that region, so I look forward to the continued discussion and follow-up. And I think also it's just helpful to think about, I think a lot of these have also helped me think about roles that we can play in addition to having this public forum, but as facilitating the success of these shared goals. I also just I know it's been a long day. We have another evening session coming, so I wanted to just say thank you and how impressed I am with the translators and with the Office of Public Participation's work on this. It's hard to do effective, community and public engagement. And we talked a lot about how vital that is today. And I just, we're not doing things perfectly. We're continuing to learn, but I also just have been really impressed with the translation provided. I want to thank Ms. Pozar, I think, for her comments, because I think, it was really helpful to have the translation that was simultaneous. I thought actually that was very effective for folks that are English, monolingual English speakers. So I appreciate the translation on that and her comments. And also just flagging how, the Purepecha community has its own language access needs. I know that's a particular language access need in this region. So I think as we continue to improve and iterate on how we, continue to engage. That's another area to work on and explore. And yeah, but I think on a positive level, I also just appreciate the work that our Office of Public Participation has been able to put into this. And I think as the Natural Resources Agency is able to staff up in the region in particular, and with the information officer and other capacity there, just to figure out how we can help support some of the lessons learned and practices and capacities we have been developing at our Office of Public Participation over years, because I think the more we learn and support about how we can do this work as public agents, as state public agencies with local partners, the better outcomes we have. But otherwise, I have a lot to digest as well. I look forward to the evening session. I really appreciate the work and discussion and comments that were made.
Thank you so much, board member. Really appreciate it. Other board members? Okay, hearing no additional comment for now, I think.
Actually, I'll just,
oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Board member McGuire, by all means.
Yeah, so echo all the comments that have been made, so I won't delve into that, and the thanks to everyone who's participated in a very long day and information-filled day. And, I remember back to last year when we were there in person at the North Shore Yacht Club, and the opportunity there as well to hear from many of you. And so this is really reinforced to me, the importance of the sea and our legacy and investment, and the work still to come on this. And so I've been thinking of what a constructive comment might be. And I think part of it might be just thinking through how we can take what we've heard today and actually ensure that that's then reflected back into some of the actions that CNRA and other agencies are taking. And so I don't know how best to do that, but I think we've heard a lot of really fantastic recommendations and ideas, and certainly we can't do everything. It's a wish list of everything that could, and everyone wishes they could be done, but I still think it warrants some sort of a response and some sort of a follow-up in a productive way. And I don't want to put Assistant Secretary Delgado on the spotlight right at this moment, but I think some reasonably near-term follow-up in some way, whatever capacity that might make the most sense, especially on some of these ideas as it relates to the long-term vision and quantifiable objectives. For me, that we heard with regard to habitat restoration and dust suppression activities, I think that really struck a chord with me. And I'd like to hear more about that as, CNRA is moving forward with the NEPA project description. We have the 10-year plan, we have the action plan. So, really thinking, what is what are those concrete objectives that we're trying to achieve in the near-term horizon and with the long-term efforts, I think would really provide some bookends to what we're all trying to, best understand here. So anyway, just want to throw that out there somehow, getting a sense for the response. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Board Member McGuire. I've been taking notes and listening, and there's just so much here today. Definitely progress, but then also some key areas that could use some additional follow-up. And so I don't want to repeat the list that you just gave. I think that's a good start. Also on the issue of community engagement, I guess I would just add that to the list. And then there's some areas where we're seeing progress already. Ms. McKeith, called out in particular desert shores, and an area where there seems to be quite a bit of consensus that let's at least get something across the finish line soon. And so, ways that we could continue to see progress in the short term as we're looking for the sort of the longer term vision, as you point out. So I think, we'll hear more tonight, and then I look forward to following up with staff where we can maybe hone in on some of these areas a little more closely. And of course, working with CRNA.
Perfect. Thank you both. Really good direction and summary. Well, then at this point, what we'll do is, Mr. Lawfer, you'll have to remind me, are we staying within the platform here for the evening session as well, or is it a new Zoom link that individuals will be going to?
So it will be this Zoom link. So everyone who came in to the Zoom meeting will use the same one. The only thing that's different is for folks who are just watching the webcast and want to follow along but not testify tonight. They can follow the webcast links on the Cali PA Videos website, where there are both Spanish language and English language links to watch the webcast. But otherwise, for folks who are going to be back at 6 o'clock, it will be the same Zoom link. And we ask again, because we do have to go through the admission process again and the renaming process, that people start coming in about 15 minutes before that. I think the interpreters are going to be meeting up with us about 20 or 30 minutes before that. And a reminder, and we'll repeat it then, but when you do come in the evening, make sure to, in the interpretation box on the bottom of your Zoom control tools, to select the English language feed if you want to listen to the English language translation of Spanish speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Lawfer. That makes sense. And thank you for your incredible contributions to ensuring that this experiment, this first time, this pilot, we'll call it, how's that, of providing translation services goes really well. And so just thank you so much for that. And then we will reconvene here at 6 o'clock to do a brief, just recap a presentation from staff, and then get straight into public comment for those in the evening. And thank you everyone for an incredible day of discussion so far, and look forward to further comment and discussion in about an hour and a half. So thanks all. See you soon.